Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host, College Genesis, broadcasting live from Land, Virginia, USA. So tonight we have a really good series. This is a Black History Month series that we do from here to the end of February. And the reason why I started Black History Month early is because February only has 28 days. So I added 2 more days on in January, so I can have a full 30 days of Black History Month. Okay, it's very important to know history because if you know where you come from, you don't have to worry about thinking yourself that you're a foundational Negro American or a native Aboriginal and all this kind of stupid stuff and everything. When you know who you are, you don't make a fool out of yourself online as in the public when you basically neglect your own history and call yourself a Navajo or trying to steal important. And Native American, I feel bad for the Native Americans. Now the white man took their land. Now they got their Negro, the foundational Negro Americans trying to steal their history and heritage. Next thing you know, this Negro is going to be required all Native Americans to cut their hair off, and so they can do sew-ins and have hair like the Native Americans. That's why people show me is rock painting. See the black when even though they have black skin, but you clearly see the long hair symbolizes they're not African. They're not Black African. Black Africans don't have long hair. Black African women, their hair grows up, afro, up, out. White Asians, whites, and every other people, non-African people, their hair grow down. They have a split in the scalp and it goes from one side to the other side, right? That's the difference between the African and other races of people. Our hair grows to the scalp. It grows to the core, the top of the head, the crown of the head. That's why Black women, they can grow their hair real long if they let it grow up and out. Most Black women pull their hair down. That's what kills the hair follicles and everything like that. So a little thing like that. People that learn who they are, you basically increase not only your health, but your beauty, your everything you have, Mary Shy, stop. Your hair don't grow no down. Come on, stop it, girl. Stop it, girl. Stop it, girl. I believe you, though, Mary Shy. If you say so. When Black women, really, their hair does not grow out. There might be a recessive gene in there or something like that, Mary Shy, but Black women's hair don't grow down. Real Black women's hair don't grow down. It grows up. So once we understand that, then Black women start pulling these wigs off their nappy head, And like we have like a good friend of a show, Miss Chantel, Yeah, so I'll get around to it one day, Mari Shai. Look at your picture on the Facebook, send it to me, inbox me a messenger, inbox me on Messenger, and I'll make the final determination about that. Or when I see you next year on the trip, then we can see like that. We can see what you got, But yeah, I want to see more Black women wearing cornrows. And I said, I tell you, I said this one time a couple of weeks ago. I saw this really fine Black sister, man. Tall, slender, whatnot, model type. Right? She had like an afro, but the afro was like, and you could tell it was like braided, but she let it out, and it was like afro. She looked so friggin' beautiful. Natural Black hair, but it was just so long and so thick and so beautiful. I was like, God, that's just not. Even white guys looking like, God, that's beauty. That's beauty right there, But somehow Black women are convinced that unless they have a blonde mop on their head, that's another thing I can't stand looking at. Let's see Black women, dark-skinned Black women with a friggin' blonde hair on their head talking about, see Black collar. The Fiji Islands, see, we got blonde hair. And they always show some people in the Mount Fiji Island somewhere. Those people ain't related to your Black sub-Saharan ass, You got net Black, you got blonde hair. Stop it, folks, right? I know people get angry when I talk like this, but hey, look, I got to tell you the truth because I love you. I love you. I want you to do better. Because I want you to do better, we have topics like this one, which things are going to get hot tonight. I want people to call in tonight with a thing. Let's take a look at Mari Shai's picture of Messenger. Let's see what she's talking about. Let's see what Mari Shai's talking about. That ain't your real hair, girl. That ain't your real hair. Where'd you buy that weave at? Where'd you buy that weave at, Mari? That ain't your real hair, girl. When I see you, I'm gonna pull it. If I pull it, will it come out? Will you sue me if I pull it? Okay. All right, we'll see next year. I'll take your word for it. I'll see you next year. But I'm gonna see. I'll say, Mari, give me a hug, right? And I'm gonna put my hand in the back of your head and say, "Ugh." I said, okay. And then you're gonna punch me out one night. You're gonna knock me out. Oh man, so it's all good. It's all love. It's all love. I love Mari Shai. She's a good moderator. Good, excellent contribution to the show. Syracuse in the house. More by Sarah Excuse, because you're a big excuse, Kung Fu Fanta. You're an excuse. Sarah has an excuse. Kung Fu Panther. But yeah, we're going to talk about Black History Month tonight. And like I said, if you got a hidden Black history that no one knows about, please call in. Let's talk about it, right? Because tonight is about the hidden history in Black America, unsung past leaders and movements, stuff like that. No one knows about, no one talks about, and everything like that. And a lot of these movements are going to die and everything because we don't know. The only thing we're going to know is Dane Calloway, Tariq Nasheed, and whatnot. That's Black people ain't picking up going to a library anymore, learning real history. They go by Facebook memes, Instagram memes, and stuff like this. No one goes to a library. I learned everything I know that you see me talk about. Where I can pull history out of my head and talk. They ain't call it watching videos all day. This is years, 20, 30 years ago. I've been reading books about history. I'm a historian. That's what I do. I love reading history and stuff like that. All kinds of history, To be honest, the only history I never really studied was the Native American history. That's the only history I never really studied in detail. I never studied the indigenous history of Americas or America. I studied every other part of the world, but I don't know why I didn't. I don't know why. I never did. I always study history that impressed me or fascinate me. So I was never really fascinated by Native American culture. I'm sure I'm not to demean them or anything like that, but I don't really see anything like I love the Japanese. I admire them for what they did, built their own industrial society, yeah, stuff like that. It's an amazing history. Yeah, sure it is. If it was such an amazing history, I wouldn't be here, and white people wouldn't be here. They would be running this continent. I'd be learning about it from Africa, and white people learning about Native American history from Europe. So it couldn't have been all that amazing. They lost the land. So that's what happens when you lose wars. It is what it is. But tonight's topic, Black History Month Continued, the Unsung Past Leaders Movement. Now, things are going to get hot tonight. Things is going down in Cololand. And 11 o'clock, we're going to be doing a live show on DeVille Radio. But I'll tell you right now, folks, I don't think I'm going to pay. Japan didn't lose anything. Japan was set back and it was stopped. But they didn't lose. Trust me, they still got their country. The Japanese are strong as they ever were. They got their country, When you got your own country, your own industries, your own media, and your own culture, and you're the majority, you didn't lose. Trust me. They lost their empire. The Japanese empire lost. But as far as like everything else, Japan's doing better now. All the things it set out to do in its conquest of Asia, they did through diplomacy. All they did was give up war for economic diplomacy. And that's why Japan dominates whole Southeast Asia, whole Asian regions controlled by Japan. Japanese countries basically birthed Asians' modern economy. So I don't know what you're talking about, Kung Fu Fanta, because you're one of those goofy, uneducated people, You don't know a whole bunch. China has nothing on Japan, bro. China really has nothing. Japan has all the technology. Japan's the one developed China. Japan developed Hong Kong. They developed all of Asia. China is it's like a stepchild to Japan as far as like modernization. China's only been modernized since the 90s and 2000s. China was like the biggest third world country on the planet. Up until the 90s. So I know how loser people always like loser countries. China's a loser country. And somebody FB with an FBA is a losing movement. So of course somebody like FB likes China and whatnot. China's a bunch of losers, man. Please trust me, they are. oh yeah, the BRIC nations are gonna, man, China's gonna come here and everything like that, yeah, it's gonna be a BRIC nation. Yeah, it's probably, if you go talk about Japanese, bro, the Japanese is probably one of those Japanese Uncle Toms who hate who self-hating Japanese. You got a lot of those too. Just like you got black people who hate Black America, black people like Candace Owens. You got the Japanese version of Candace Owens and fucking Thomas Sowell in Japan too. That's well documented, bro. Anybody talks negative about Japan from Japan are both of my Japanese Uncle Toms. So, but tonight I'm going to talk a little about Japan too tonight, how that correlates with Black history. I want to begin by talking about this incident that happened in why I said history is so important. There was an incident that happened back in the 2000s called the Bali 9 incident, right? The Bali 9 incident, right? It's Bali 9, the Bali 9. These were a bunch of Australians and young people from Australia, and they were from Asia, India, whatever, like that, all over. White Australians. There was an Indian guy, and there was a Chinese guy, whatever, and they formed themselves like in a gang, whatever. And they was going to. It was in Bali, Indonesia, right? And somebody had the idea that they were going to export poppy, like heroin, and sell it to Australia. But they got found out, and then the Indonesian High Court sentenced them to death by firing squad, right? And when I heard that incident, I learned about Singapore, how basically if you get caught in the airport with a certain amount of drugs, you have a mandatory death penalty. And then when you think that's harsh, whatever, then you have to go back to and learn the history of why those countries have these laws that are strict about that, because it was, and also mostly they're directed at foreigners who import heroin into Asia, because Asia during the opium wars has suffered a pandemic of drug addiction that destroyed the fabric of their societies, particularly the Chinese throughout Southeast Asia. Opium addict. When you have people addicted to opium, you can't build a society. You're going to be enslaved, right? So when they basically, during the Bandung Conference in 1955, when these countries were getting their independence, right? One of the things they talked about was whatever happened that have you read the book? I read many books on Japan, bro. Man, I read the goofy books you read. I have tons of books on Japan. Tons of books on Japan. I have more books on Japan than I do Africa. I was always fascinated by Japanese history. So in the 1950s, when a lot of Asian countries were writing their modern constitution and getting independence, right? One of the things they talked about was the severe penalty should be done for people who import getting heroin trafficking and heavy drug trafficking, And so therefore, that's why a lot of Westerners get caught up in this. I guess they not knowing history, you have to understand, you have to understand what they went through during the Opium Wars, where the British brought opium from India, and during the British occupation of Hong Kong and all these other people, they basically sold opium. And when the Chinese tried to retaliate, burn these opium books, British retaliated by imposing huge economic pressure, and that was called the Century of Humiliation. The Opium Wars and stuff like that. And try and read it, right? Asians was so humiliated by this unjust system of opium. Them white people the white man selling opium, and Chinese people corrupted, bringing the opium and selling it to their own people. So what they said was, the only way we're going to do this, right? They said, we have to have independence, right? Once they had their independence, they said, now we're going to have the ability to punish this stuff and stop it in its tracks. Why? Because in our laws, we don't care who you are, right? That's why Asian countries make a point of basically when they see a white person doing importing drugs, they make sure they give them the death penalty, right? Even before they do in Asia, right? Because they want to send a message to the outside world that if you come over here and bring drugs, heroin, whatever like that, you will face a death penalty. And that's what happened to Barley 9. These guys are young people just looking for a way to make some money and everything, but they didn't understand severity because they didn't understand history, these countries have laws on the books as a response to the opium wars and the degradation of places like Shanghai and stuff like that, prostitution and stuff like that, heroin addiction and stuff like this. So they said, we're going to make it sure that anybody engaged in this, destroying people's lives with drugs, they know how devastating drugs. It ain't like Black America, right? We make heroes and out of rappers and everything who sing about the glories of drugs and everything like that, destruction, because that's what I'm trying to end in Black America, right? Why are you always the hero in Black America are people that want to stop drug dealing and everything? The people who talk about drugs and celebrate drugs and put our women into prostitution and damage our women and children when that are not heroes, right? And the only reason why they're heroes is because we don't live in our own society. When you're a minority group in a racist country or whatnot, you're naturally anti-Black yourself. So therefore, it's okay. It's justified. Anything negative you do is justified because you don't control the context of reality. The agent side, we're going to control the context of our reality. And then when we have control the context of your reality, your existence, you could set the narrative, you make the laws, you make the tone, you create the system of justice, you create reward, and you create punishment. So what I'm trying to say is this all basically relates to why an Afghanistan is necessary. All the stuff we're facing in Black America, whether it's gender wars, drugs, crime, unemployment, disease, and everything can be solved when we control the context of our reality, and we'll never control the context of reality in the white man's country, being a minority group in a white man's country. What part of that don't people understand? Why am I the only person out here in the lone wolf that talks like this? Everybody else gives you babble. They talk about racism, white supremacy. They talk about Trump getting rid of DEI. They talk about everything else but what the Black man needs, right? And the reason why we do have that is because a lot of things that I talk about in the BAO, the college students talk about, has been said all the time. But I say like this: there's a lot. Am I the only one that thought that we should part ways with America and build a nation? And then I found out that this is not new. The idea that we should leave this country, right, and establish our own nation on a continent and have a manifest destiny, which we basically are going on to be on our own in a way thing. We'll never become a people inside of white America, until we do that, right? And also, I found out that this idea that we need to go back and build a great nation so that it's 400 years old. Matter of fact, it's the oldest ideology. Integration and patriotism in America, that's relatively new. Black people, before like this fake movement called the Civil Rights Movement, right, of integration, all stuff like that, they celebrate when Black people were naturally Black nationalists, Well, some Black people didn't think about Africa. Some people thought, well, we could build our own territories in the West. Maybe we can go to Mexico, we can go to Costa Rica, we can go to Haiti, But this idea of the promised land was always in Black America, and tonight we're going to talk about these hidden histories in our culture and everything like that. You ask yourself, the question needs to be asked: why don't we know about these things? Why? Because there's powers that be that have money, right? You can't have millions of people in the country unless you control what they think, their desires and everything. Why is our desire to be American? What is it about? What is that all about? It's because people put that in front of you. They make it seem like the only thing you could do is be American. And I know Black people say to themselves, okay, I'll be an American, but at what cost? We always complain about racism. We get upset when there's a police shooting, and we feel helpless and powerless all the time. We're Black people now, even though there's less than 4% of Black people benefit from DEI, you got Al Sharpton marching. Oh, don't take away our DEI. What we's going to do? What we's going to do with our DEI? You want to be in a situation where the white people always have this power over you. I think Black people fetishize white power. We don't benefit from DEI. Just like we don't benefit from that college admissions affirmative action. But Black people get all upset because that's what it is to be Black in America. Just sit around and be a malcontent, being the ugly American, being malcontent and complaining about it, while white people are just saying, look, we're going to be, the White House is becoming like a Camelot, White people have always fantasized about what would I have this perfect, beautiful family, powerful family. And Donald Trump is giving America what it really wants, which is white power. And the bottom line, the black people and the leadership, there's no leader that has ever came along and has delivered anything for Black America. None. Farrakhan never delivered anything. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, none of these people ever deliver anything by themselves. Everything is based on what getting the white man to do something, change his laws, and everything like that. No, there's no leader there's ever movement ever have. Because why? Because we never got behind the real leaders and movements that were really fighting. I'll tell you about some of them tonight. There's a lot of movements that happened in Black America that we abandoned. Why? Because the press wasn't there. Reverend Chicken Wing wasn't there. The certain people, that's what the white people, they know what they're doing. When they find certain black people, they use. Now, before they used to use people like the Al Sharptons and Vernon Jordans and all these other people like that, now they can use rappers. When you have a movement, right? If Snoop is not there, if Megan Thee Stallion's not there, when that black people don't know anything about it. They're using rappers now. Rappers, they tell rappers what movements to support, what to go to, whatever. And so therefore, since your favorite rapper doesn't go to the movement or talk about it, whatever like that, or tweet about it, whatever like that, it doesn't exist. This is how they used to do before. If you had a movement, right? If some blacks, that's why they always monitored. The Nation of Islam was made popular by what happened. There was a boxer called Cassius Clay. This is another first movement I'll talk about is Cassius Clay. Cassius Clay became Muhammad Ali. And what they did, when he did that, became a Muslim. Then everybody was like, what is this black Muslim stuff? International news. Black Muslim, that's a Negro cult. They made the Nation of Islam have to be bigger than what it really was, because of a mainstream, somebody who had international notoriety, Cassius Clay, world champion. He said, as soon as he announced that he won, he said, I now want to be known as Muhammad Ali. And he was a young kid, didn't know what he was talking about, didn't want that. But the bottom line is, that put the Nation of Islam out there because Muhammad Ali, they're like, Muhammad said, I'm not going to sell out because black people would support something like this. But black people basically know that when you get entertainers, stuff like that, they sell out, Suddenly, when you get a music recording contract, you don't know them anymore, Sammy Davis Jr. talked about that, He said, one thing I'm not going to do is sell my people out. And the bottom line is Sammy Davis was instrumental in breaking the barriers in places like Las Vegas. You want me to perform here and whatnot? Well, you better get this person here. You better get Miles Davis in here. You better get all these other people here to act with me. You see how it works? So therefore, those back in the days, we used to have leaders in the black community that supported black causes. Now they over the last 30 something years, they completely disenfranchised. The white people, what they did was they created their own black opposition group and stuff like that. They tethered it to, social justice and stuff like that. It became less black militant and more about social justice, feminism, and all these other things, DEI, and all stuff like this. So it didn't have that black power thing because the black power stuff terrified white America, right? So if you're a person, and if you take around with black power, then mirror's going to turn on you, right? And that's what happened with Bill Cosby. He was America's dad, but people look at always criticize the fact that he's always doing things in black America they thought was really unacceptable, like donating to black colleges, right? He donated $100 million to black colleges, right? He helped Spike Lee complete the movie Malcolm X. So Bill Cosby was trying to buy NBC. He wanted positive black program. He spoke out against the negativity of black images on television and stuff like this. He talked about the music industry and stuff like that. So they had to get in there and get people out there that's going to publicly criticize Bill Cosby. That's where they found somebody that came out of nowhere named Michael Eric Dyson. This guy came out of nowhere. No one knew who the fuck Michael Eric Dyson was. Next thing you know, he starts appearing on thing with these hip hop guys, and he's a professor. And next thing you know, he's out there hanging out. He know what crowd to go to, the cool crowd, the hip hop crowd, and everything like that. But now people like us in the media, whatnot, the black media, new black media, social media, we reject Michael Eric Dyson. He's angry about that because he forgets that he was just somebody that was imposed upon us. He didn't have no following in Black America. I dare you to tell me any of these people, Al Sharpton, anything that has a following on the internet. They don't. Nobody follows him. Nobody listens to him. You think Al Sharpton could do a 6-hour show talking about anything on YouTube and get anybody to listen to him? Of course not. and he's a public figure. So this is what I'm talking about. But he's propped up by Comcast and the mainstream media. So this is what I'm talking about. So just like back in the past, there were past movements that we didn't know about, and they went by the wayside. Same thing was happening with the BAO and the Afghanistan movement. It's a small movement, right? But I'm praying that it grows one day to the mainstream. Why? Because that's what it's going to take to grow. And so, but the thing is, if you're not an MSN, black people even know now is it used to be if you was on television or you're a couple of a lot of whites, black people rejected you as a sellout. Now selling out means you're in. That's the in crowd. You see 50 and Diddy and everything having these parties and everything like that, selling out or hanging out, having white friends and just Hollywood types and everything like that. If you're not doing that, nobody wants to listen to you. That's how Black America changed over the years. It used to be a time, man, when you had we had black venues and stuff like that. You didn't see no white. You say you'll have one or two cool white people we thought that was cool, or Puerto Ricans, Hispanic we thought was cool. But this idea of just when you see friggin' black ass Shaq and Ricky Smile, no, what's this guy named Shannon Sharp, and all these clowns up there partying on boats with white girls and stuff like that. This is insane, you know. So, but that's what they know who you're listening to now. Because it's not cool being pro-black or all black. That's why I said, look, people will criticize, even though I may criticize Umar Johnson, but there's a lot of stuff he says that's true. You know, you can't be for black people and you out there partying with whites and stuff like this. There's got to be a line of demarcation. There's got to be a line where we say this is who we are and everything. We don't give a damn. You got to tell white people plain and simple. There's going to be people in our community, things we do you're not going to like or approve of. Now, can we talk? Yeah, okay, fine. If you have a problem with that, then goodbye. See you later. But there's people in our community, you know. Yeah, I mean, I love Dr. Umar too. You know, even though I think, you know, I joke Umar and I clown and whatnot, I still love him because I think he's genuine. In his heart, he's genuine. You know, he's very genuine in his heart. So I'm not going to throw out the baby with the bathwater, even though I don't see eye to eye with him, all that stuff. And he's, yeah, whatever. I leave that for another time, but I'll give him his flowers a little bit. You know, I think he's for real, you know, he's sincere at least, you know. But the whole thing is, like I said, you know, when we have movements and everything that come along and black people don't support it is because it's simple. You know, we don't control. We never got control. The Black nationalist movement somehow, some way have to make a breakthrough in academia. I don't know if like the black people call themselves black nationalists or plants and they're not really educated or whatever like that. How the hell do you gonna let something like integration with white people and civil rights overshadow the natural order of man, which is the right to self-determination? How is that in any civilization possible? Every civilization, basically, like the Kurds, there's no in the way in the world that you can get the Kurds to say, you know something, forget about a Kurdistan. We want to be Turks. Oh, we want to be part of Iran. We want to be forever divided and stateless. There's no people in the world that settled that except for the black man in America. What is it about America that the black man in America would want to be subjugated by another race of people? I don't understand. And you have to, the reason why you can't say, because you have to look at history. Why have it? I don't believe black people like that. I believe it's because they have a control over our preachers, our rappers, academia, and everything. And the novel, the narrative they put is, we have to near that God today. We have to be near white people, blah, blah, blah. Forget about our own dreams, aspirations. As a black man, I have a way of seeing the world. I want to bring justice to the world. I want to be justice to the white man, the black man, everybody like this. In the white man's world, we're never going to get justice, you know? Our ancestors are never going to be vindicated from slavery. We're not. We're never going to get justice. You know, it's an unjust, unfair world we live in right now. But because we get a little bit of crumbs, we got a little bit of jobs, we got some money in the bank, we're willing to sell out our ancestors out. We would sell everybody out and just be compliant Negroes. That's what the FBA movement is. A bunch of compliant Negroes who say, you know, massa, I knows we've been through a lot, but I love you. You know, I love you. Please don't replace me with these African Negroes over here and whatnot. You know, that's all it is. You know, that's what it is in a nutshell. You know, so me personally, folks, if I offend people, I don't give a shit. I'm going to tell it like it is, because I'm not here to put, I didn't come here with a little tiny little blade to peel wood. I came with a double bladed axe, and I'm going to cut down that tree of wickedness and deceit called Black America. I'm here to cut it down. I'm here to tear it down, chop it up. You have a sacred cow, bring that sacred cow to me, and I'll slaughter it and make you steaks out of it. That's what I do to sacred cows and the tree of unrighteousness and iniquity. Because Black America is built on lies. Being a Black American is a lie. It's a lie from the pit of hell. And I don't give a damn who doesn't friggin' agree with that, whatever like that. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I really don't give a damn anymore because I put a lot on the line, and I'm putting everything on the line. But I want the truth. I don't lie about my history. I don't lie about the past. I don't lie about the present, and I'm not going to lie about what's going on in the near future. And what happened to us here in America. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell it like it is. But this is what we have right now, folks. There's hidden movements in Black America that we don't talk about and we don't know about. Hidden movements, hidden genres, a lot of stuff that's hidden in Black America that people just overlook and be dismissive of, and stuff like this. People don't know the stuff we went through. People really don't know what Black people, the African American culture is. They don't know anything about the African American. Why do we say African American? Because it started. Story started in Africa. It ended in America. That's what we're African Americans. When you say you're foundational Black America, you're saying your story didn't start in Africa. It started in America. That's a lie from the pit of hell. They convince you to hate your own thing. So you think about Europeans and everybody else. They love themselves. That's why the white man will always rule over you. That's why the white man always has advantage over you, because he knows who he is and he loves himself. They love their whiteness. They love that blonde hair, blue eye, whatever it is that they heard from their European ancestors. They love that. But you look in the mirror and you hate your blackness. You hate your skin. You hate your hair. You hate everything about you and that. And then you're going to get up here and talk about you a foundational Black American. No, I'm sorry. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. And right now, I'm telling you right now, I am ready for anybody. I'm ready for war with anybody that wants to fucking debate me about this topic. Step right up and get knocked right back the fuck down, because the Call of Thanos is here tonight. So we're going to talk about that tonight, folks. And we're going live at 11 o'clock. I might not be able to play music, folks, because I'm getting all these strikes against my channel by playing copyrighted music on my show. So I might have to mute the audio, my audio, when the songs are playing. So it goes out on the radio, but I can't play it on YouTube and everything like that. So if you guys are cool with that, I'll do it. It's only 5 songs a night, so you're gonna see the thing, but you just can't hear any music when I play my music. I play my music every top and bottom of the hour between 11 and 1 o'clock. So other than that, if I don't do that, then I can't do shows on Wednesday nights anymore. Love your neighbor. Shut up, FB. Yeah, I agree, Mr. Dusty brother. The FBA people are nothing but Black KKK members. These are just black necks and Black KKK people. Who basically have the hateful stuff towards continental Africans, because what it is they look at the continental African and they reminded that they're Africans themselves, and it's really not a hate towards it's a hatred for themselves. That's all it is. It's a hatred for themselves. They hate looking like talking about they look like Africans. They hate they've been taught that to worship white beauty and white features and stuff like this. So when you tell somebody he looks like an African, he gets offended. That's why I'm not African. I'm a foundation, like I'm Native American. All this kind of stupid shit they talk about. So we're here to throw water on that shit. It's like, if you want to hear this, that talked about, then two in Africans do care about Black Americans. Let me tell you something. Okay, really. I'm glad you said that, FB, because I'm gonna throw water on that fire. If you got fire, I got water to throw it out. The 5 elements: fire, water extinguishes fire, water pounds the earth. Earth is subjected by wood. Wood is subjected by metal and everything like that. all the flows of the elements, everything. You got the wind, the water, you got the wood, you got the earth, you got all these things, all the elements, Okay, you just threw some fire at me, so I'm gonna throw that out because water distinguishes fire. Okay, okay. Look, Africans do know about Black America more than you think they do. They know everything about us, but we know nothing about them. You know, right now, Liberians are basically going around talking about they're about to be deported, 1,500, but they're carrying signs in the Capitol saying that America, they saying that they came from America, and they're actually the 14th Amendment covers them because they should have been they were had to force to leave. Even though we know that's not true, but I do think there should be a case made that if you're a Liberian, right, just by the connection with Black America historically, it titles them to some American citizenship. That's justice right there because Liberia was formed out of racism in America. So America does have a responsibility to Liberia, where it turned out. Yes, I do believe that. America has never taken any responsibility for Liberia. And one thing it can do is give those Liberians that's living in America asylum. It's not going to cost anything. Give them Liberians asylum. Don't send them back to that. That's why I disagree with the Trump administration. If they're going to send Liberians back, I say I will make an exception with the Liberians because of the history of Liberia and the founding and the history of Liberia and everything like that. I do believe all Liberians deserve some sort of grace when it comes to America. That's only justice. But because people don't know the history of Liberia, they don't know anything about it. Donald Trump probably even know the history of Liberia because no one's basically educated anybody. All they know is just some country where some Black people in America did some horrible things to Native Liberians. That's it. No, it was a long history of Native Liberians connected with Liberia and American Liberians, everything like that. America was where Liberia was the source of education and enlightenment for Liberia for generations, and FBA's one, but I'm not an FBA. I don't care about illegals for the most part. If they're criminals, I think they should go. But I am not gonna friggin' sit here and gloat over people or somebody who's basically working to feed his family and get caught up in the dragnet and shipped off and everything to their country of origin out of meanness. I mean, if that's what FBA is, I'm sorry, I don't want to do it. I understand the law has to do what they got to do and everything, but me as a Black person, I'm not going to be one sitting there back cheering this on, because I know my ancestors looking down because of the time that we were oppressed. We were scared. There used to be a thing called the fugitive slave. Another part of our hidden history is the fugitive slave law. I mean, by an act of Congress, right? Yeah, I think the president was Polk at the time that sounded into law. I think it was President Polk. Said that there was free Blacks that lived in America who never were slaves. People don't realize that. Who were never slaves, was subjected to bounty hunters and people hunting them down and capturing them and sending them down south to slavery. And people were terrified. Black people who've never been slaves living in northern territories, free territories, right, were terrified of these night riders, Black neighborhoods. People didn't go out at night. One night they locked their doors, right, because they had these guys patrolling the streets looking for Blacks and grabbing them up, saying they were runaways, and then make up false papers about them, and then shipping them down to illegally shipping them out. And that's this fugitive slave law. When some whites, like I said, I don't condemn all white. Some white people saw this happening, and they saw how dangerous it was. Why? Because people don't understand something like the whites understood back then. They said, if this can happen to Black people, right? What makes you think that something like this can't happen to us? And that's why I tell Black people all the time, when you're getting all gleeful about illegal aliens getting rounded up and stuff like that, what makes you think something, maybe not be deported, but what makes you think that they won't find a way how to friggin' harass us? Remember stop and frisk and all that stuff you was complaining about a few years ago? What if they go back to stop and frisk? Or people, I don't want to be pulled. I'm telling you right now, I don't want to be pulled over and racially profiled and stuff like that. But you got people like the Big Cheese. He don't understand nothing. He's supposed to be my elder. He don't even understand that, What about racial profiling? When they basically thought all black men, they assume by statistics, studies have shown most black men carry weed in the car. They're felons and they got warrants out on that. So therefore, when you rate profile somebody, then that justify, even though you may be innocent, that justify people, justify people harassing you, with the thing, So Dusty brother said, I can see Donald Trump sending black people criminals across the country. Yeah, I can see that too. Like I said, Liberia could be. I'm sure thoughts have thought about that. What do you do with the criminals and the gangs? You can't do nothing with it in American society, right? You got to give them a new option. I know sooner or later that's coming. But Donald Trump's going to go to an African leader and say, look, would you be able to take some of these Negroes in, that the malcontents? He already said it. If you do not like America, go. You can leave. You can come back when you like this, but we're going to a phase right now is black people got caught up in something the last year with these white liberals, these crazy liberals, with these anti-American stuff like Antifa and all this stuff like this. Now they're all gone. Where's all these Antifa now? They're basically blended back into white society. And they left us holding the bag. But the thing is, they said recently Donald Trump's poll numbers is actually, in the black community, is actually higher than it is in the white community. He's polling very high among black people, even more so by percentage than white people. I don't know what that's all about, but that's what it is. I just think black people like just strong people who's strong in fearlessness. His style, people like. Black people like his style, but until basically he starts targeting black people, if that ever happens, it could be like, it could never happen, but look, I am a student of history, right? All I know is all this stuff, stuff about whatchamacallit, is basically making me uncomfortable, really, making me uncomfortable. Big Cheese, the Big Cheese Mac, where a cheeseburger says Trump wants to open up prison in Cuba for illegals. Yeah, well, whatever. Whatever. That's his prerogative, right? But I am not going to sit here and cheer that shit on. Why does that make you happy? What does that do for you? That's what I don't get. What does that do for you? Seeing people getting taken off and whatnot. I don't see what that does for me. I don't get happy over seeing people. I understand it has to happen. I understand the law. I get that, but that don't mean I gotta sit there and I see somebody getting pulled over and getting arrested for a DUI. I know what the law has to do what it do. I'm not gonna be sitting there, you got arrested, you're going to jail. Nah. It sucks to be you. No, I just let him deal with his reality, his fate, and move on and pray for him. Say, hey, look, I hope everything turns out good for you. That's what's called being a decent human being. You understand the person got to get punished. He did wrong. He got to get punished. But you don't have to gloat over it. You don't have to kick somebody when they're down. How do we go from a people that's been oppressed, being kicked while we're down, to gloating over other people that are being kicked when they're down? I don't get it. I just don't get it. But the United States is my country, and I refuse to pay taxes for it. Let's shut up, But so we have one of our listeners, Miss Chantel, and she's always doing shows about me. I don't know what the heck that's all about, but you tell me what you think, I found her picture. What do you guys think? That's Miss Chantel. She inboxed me and sent me her picture and said, Colin, what do you think? I'm beautiful, ain't I? So it is what it is. So it is what it is, So I don't know what this is. Yes, Miss Chantel, she's after me, man. She's after me. She hates my guts or whatever. I don't know what I did to her, man, but she's She's basically trying to come at me left and right, man. Come at me sideways and whatnot. I'm like, damn, Miss Chantel, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? You know? Yeah, she's a mean one. Yeah, she's mean. Yeah, Big Cheese, you ought to hook up with her, man. You know, you ought to hook up. Y'all ought to hook up. Actually, man, to tell you the truth, I would like to hook Chantel up with Bantu Mandinka. They make a good couple, I think. You know, I think so. You know, so oh, that's a real picture, all right. She sent it to me, Miss Chantel. Now, it has an article, right? Does she look like a snow bunny, you moron? You know, you probably do. You do. You sound like a dude that dates white women, bro. You know. No, look, it's like this about Dusty Brothers. Like this. This is what I'm talking about. The United States, under the last administration, opened the borders up, right? And also, let's be honest with ourselves. America basically used these people for cheap labor, whatever like that, and they tried to give them citizenship to the Democrats so they can get a voting block, but it was stopped, right? So you got all these people in the country that was those powers that be that was flying Venezuelans in at night and dumping them into the country, right? So what I'm saying is this though, that under me would never happen in an Afghanistan in the first place. So the bottom line, the only way you can get into the Afghanistan is through a border checkpoint or through legal means. You know, the United States, I'm not. Oh, Miss Marsha, I'm not talking about anybody's looks, but that's what she sent me. You know. So anyway, check this out. So, like United, if you come by through the Afghanistan through legal means, you overstay a visa, okay, we'll deal with you, right? But the bottom line is this: there's not going to be any chance for people to come in mass like that. We're not going to be like, okay, just come bum rush the border. We're going to have border security and stuff like this, and ID and stuff like that. Yeah, no, we're not going to tolerate legal in the first place. But the United States basically opened. There's a huge political will in this country to open America's borders. Open America's borders, and these people were duped into coming to America. So I'm saying, since you basically failed at your border and your immigration policy, right? You have no right to freaking just round them up like that and just ship them out just like that without consideration. No, I ain't saying they have to go, but I'm saying the way it's being done, right? It's like it was like their fault that they came here. No, it wasn't their fault. You had an administration right before you, and the American people allowed Joe Biden to get off it when he said that's what he was going to do. And he got into office through a chicanery and a fake election, and we was like sitting there trying to certify a fake election. Then they wonder why it didn't happen this time. They said 20 million people let's try to vote because we tried to tell you. I saw with my own eyes they were basically harvesting ballots and whatnot. How you gonna tell me Joe Biden got 20 million more votes than Barack Obama, first black president? No, nobody in their right mind believes that shit. Then if that's the case, then where the 20 million people just sat home this time? No, this was a high voter turnout, in this election, right? So you tell me 20 million Democrats didn't show up? No, 20 million unharvested ballots didn't show up to the election. That means Donald Trump should have won 2020, and this situation with the immigration wouldn't be happening right now. So you have 4 years of an open border policy, right? Because Americans said, no, the adults are in charge now. Also, and you had a dead corpse of a president running the place, didn't know what the hell he's doing. Kamala Harris was the so-called border czar, and they're sitting there. She'd never been to the border once. So you open the border up, right? And then basically now you get flooded up with desperate people. Now you want to act like, oh, why are they here? They're here because a government, a legitimate elected government of the United States, right, let them in. It was a system of America let them in. Once you certify, elections have consequences. So the bottom line is this. So now Donald Trump is basically taking care of that problem, I guess, because a problem that shouldn't have happened in the first place. 20 million people should not be here in the first place. I believe that, but the whole thing is make sure that whoever gets in office, this never happens again. They said ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Prevention, seal the border up, make it easier for people to come here legally. That's what I would do if I was head of an African. That's what I would do. People could come there if they got work permits, visas, and stuff like that, or travel visas, everything like that. But you think we would ever let people just bum rush our freaking country where we built one not, and then eventually try to take it over from within? No, that's never going to happen. That's what I'm talking about. It's not going to happen in the first place. People have this side, like Poland right now is putting the military on its border and it's shooting people trying to enter the country. That's what's going to need to happen in the future. Countries are going to have armed men at the border. If you cross the border, that's an act of war and they're going to shoot you. That's what's coming next. So I'll take this down because Mara Shai asked me to take it down. So I'll be nice tonight, Mari. I'll be nice. But these are like, what I'm talking about tonight is hidden histories, Yeah, that's the thing about that is these people come here and they don't assimilate or assume the culture. They rock their flags, they speak their language, something like that. They want to live in America, right? And they think they're entitled to their language, their flags, all stuff like that. And they have no allegiance to the country that they come to. And when I think people think that the FBA is just the anti-immigration, just FBA. No, it's the whole country in America got tired of immigrants. Really, just tired of immigrants. When you're tired of immigrants and everything like that, that's a legitimate thing. Why are people coming here? Why are people coming here and just sucking off the land and not contributing anything to society? Yeah, so it does really rub people the wrong way when you come here and you sort of talk down to America when we got this. See, my country, I got this. Yeah, people do get annoyed by that. Same time, I still don't think we should just round them people up like that. I know it seems like the worse a country is, the more pride they have in it. No, I'm not. Look, Look, there's people at Dusty Brothers. Look, there's people in America that use this thing called virtual signaling. They make it seem like when America says, "Give me a tie." We're a nation of immigrants. America is not a nation of immigrants. Give me a tired, poor, blah 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 blah, and everything like that. People take that as everybody could just flood this country and just come here, don't assimilate, no nothing, and America has to take them in. That's not what it's all about, It doesn't matter. Look, Chuko, JD Vance, and both man. So what? What does that got to do with anything? These people came here legally. And also, they came here from people that America found acceptable and to assimilate. There's two people. Marlania is very Americanized. So is JD Vance's wife. She's Harvard educated, So the bottom line, it ain't like immigrants who speak in some foreign language and can't read and write in their own language and everything, Yeah, please. You got 11 million people here when not illegally here, and yes, black women for the most part. Oh, these poor immigrants. I'm like, yo, look, what about poor black men who can't get a freaking loan, can't get a job, can't do anything? Worry about yourself. Like I said, I agree with, but at the same time, whatever happens to illegal immigrants and like that, that's their own problem. I don't want nobody reaching out to me about what we gonna do. Ain't no damn thing what we gonna do. You guys came here illegally. You got to take that with Obama and all these other people that invite you here. I didn't invite you here. But that's not fair. That people look. There's nothing fair. You're not owed citizenship or to be inside the United States. But black people here, well, black people came here under different circumstances. That's what a lot of people can't understand too. Black America came here on different. Now the question is this, right? Is it a benefit or to be black in America? Because I told her I talk about nationhood and stuff like that, but it seems to me that everybody's uncle is hunkering down in this thing called America. I don't get it, you know. So what I'm saying is if that's the case, if America is this be all end all, then I might as well stop talking about the African thing. I might as well talk, okay, this is we're Americans and whatever like that. I'll go back to doing what I'm doing. But over the years, my whole entire life, all I heard was how unhappy black people were because we're a minority, we're being treated a certain way by this culture, this country, and so we want something else. So I said, okay, here's an idea. I started 30 years ago. We could build a nation of our own. On the continent of our ancestors. No, we already here. So if you're already here, the white man basically does not give a shit what you think because he'll replace you in a minute with these people. That's what it's all about. The white liberals would not said that we can't get nothing with these black people because every time we do something for them, they blame us, call us racist. That's what happened in all these big cities. Black people fell out with the white liberal establishment. The white liberal establishment said, fuck F them. We're going to basically... No, Marsha, I'm just joking, man. That's that was joke. That was not her. I'm just playing around. That was not her. But that was not Miss Chantel. I was just joking. So what did I say? I lost my train of thought. Anyway, when you have a situation where people are saying that they are now American and blah blah blah, but that's basically okay, that what comes along with it. Okay, that means maybe I was lied to my whole life. Maybe racism was never really that bad. Maybe because I look at it now, I'm angry because I missed out on a lot of opportunities when I was younger. Because I believe the hype that the white man is this and blah 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 this. And when I was a young man, I had white men that took a liking to me and said, "Yeah, we're gonna do this one. You could do this one." And I didn't go with it because I wanted to be bliggity black power, bliggity black, we're not black nation. I want to be a black nationalist, blah, blah, blah. Now you're telling me that that was all a lie. And now you trying to be part of America. When I see Al Sharpton get up there, when I see Al Sharpton up there talking about I love America and all this kind of stupid shit, that ain't what he told me when I was a kid. He said, I will never salute that flag. America's a racist country, blah, 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 white supremacy, like that. I like this, and now he's on MSNBC being a moderate Democrat. I said, man, I throw my hands up. Well, I was lied to the whole friggin' time, by these grifters and these con men and stuff like this. So that's why, look, let me tell you something, folks. This is how I am. I always believe in the African. I'm always going to fight for this right. But I will never go against somebody who says, you know something? I think I made my peace with America. I like Donald Trump. I like what I got here. I don't give a shit about Africa, whatever that. I am not going to friggin' knock them for that shit. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to be part of no black nationalist movement. I don't care. I'm American. That's why I said, well, I don't know why these pro-American people come to me, what you call it, come at me like this. I am not telling you not to be proud of America, Mr. Big Cheese. I'm not telling you that. I'm not. Look. I'm saying that's for you. I'm saying me, my heart, and my soul. I can never do it. I'm sorry. I know too much about my history and everything like that. Now, is America a good place to live, make money? Yes, let's fight. So bottom line is this: I am basically like this. So Truco, shut up. I don't want none of Donald Trump's money. Truco's an idiot. Now, Truco is somebody I would like to see get deported. They strip his citizenship and deport him. I would love to see Truco. That's the only person. Truco and Afrodamus. I would love to see that on the news. Yo, man, no, I'm a foundational Black American, man. I'm a Chickasaw, Indian, Navajo, American, foundational Negro American. Don't deport me. Oh, man, Yes, the police, yeah, Yeah, they basically we were being outnumbered and outgunned by these illegals that come in here, and they were going to give them citizenship, the right to vote. You do that, then the black vote and American vote is gone. They see these people that try to do this are globalists and people like the really people that came here illegally, and they want to control America. I said, look, man, bottom line is this: it's all the problems I have in America. When I don't want to see all these people fucking flooding here that I don't know about. They don't have my values or whatever like this. Why is what's going on? What's on your mind, brother? We're talking about
What's up, man? I've been
hidden history.
watching the news. Donald Trump is doing what he's doing best. He's really a man of his word.
Yeah, he says what he's gonna do, and he does it. And
I didn't feel-
you heard what he said about Africa. He didn't invite one single African leader. You know what he said? He said Africa has been independent for 60 years, and also the Trump administration sees a lot of planes from Nigerians living in America who he says is looting their country and stuff like this. He said he's not going to play that game no more. These people come to America, whatever they do, all these countries that can't provide the basics. You got all these minerals and everything, but yeah, you can't provide the basics to your people.
Mhm.
That's poignant what he said, man. I have to agree with Donald Trump what he said. You guys always wondered that. How is it that a continent that brags about it got so many minerals and you got people living in abstract poverty like that? I just don't get it.
He cut funding for them. He cut funding to Africa.
I've
He
had
go
enough.
like
Had enough.
he said, figure it out.
Yeah,
Be
just
a man and go figure it out.
Yeah. Carla, all right there,
yeah, go
bro.
ahead.
Yeah, all right there. Well, Donald Trump said that then maybe I think he needs to look closer about the policies that his nation has been following against people of color, especially in Africa.
Yeah, but
That's another subject.
what is America's policy? American policy has been giving Africa billions of dollars worth of aid.
No, we don't want it. We don't want it.
Yeah, but what's the solution? What does America owe Africa?
Africa never asked for them the aid.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. We never asked nothing,
right.
So America's saying, okay, you're on your own.
That's it. That's what we wanted for years, and we're glad he's doing it. But before he points the small pick in our eye, he needs to pull out the log in his eye.
Yeah, well, and I'm no Trump fan or whatnot, but I think this is a time of reckoning. Even Black America, because the bottom line, all the stuff that people were talking about for years, he's coming out. The fact of the matter is, I have never seen anything like that in my life. Where he told us, if you don't take your people back, we're going to put tariffs on your coffee. And not even 24 hours.
No problem. Listen, most of us in Africa like Donald Trump. But what he's got to do is, when he makes speeches like that, what he's got to do if he wants to really go there, is look at what he's promised to do, which is release the CIA papers and completely talk about the role of the CIA in overthrowing nearly every African president and in South America. So he won't talk about that.
Let me ask you a question.
Because obviously he's appeasing the MAGA market, but that's cool. Anyway,
let me ask you a question. How the CIA wasn't able to throw Lee Kuan Yew or Castro?
We're not talking about Lee Kuan Yew.
Yeah, but the CIA tried to overthrow him.
CIA done Vietnam. Before the Vietnam, most of the European countries were the one running China, Hong Kong, and so on. We all know the history. So we don't have to go about where America is concerned. All he's got to do is release all the facts of all the leadership that were overthrown in South America and in Africa, and it's there on the wall.
But you gotta admit,
Patrice Lumumba was killed on the orders of Eisenhower.
We know Eisenhower. This how the CIA works, bro.
No, that's fact.
Yeah,
they've already released all the papers for that. So for that one there,
let's say he releases all the papers, right?
No, it's already been released. That's a fact. President Eisenhower gave the orders for the killing of Patrice Lumumba.
We know that. Let me say this, bro. You're 100% right. Right.
Okay. So for that one there, American governments cannot come out with any bullshit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this, though. That doesn't solve the fundamental problem, right?
No. Hear me out. The biggest problem is the spider that lays the web. And the spider that has been laying the web for the last 150 years, 200 years, has been America. Before that, where America come from, which is Europe. We don't even need to go there. But I hear what you're saying, okay? It's better late than never. But America is the most guilty. The Western world is the most guilty.
They know that. Do you think they don't know that?
From slavery ship to the IMF grip. This is facts.
Yeah, but I know that.
Not me.
Let me tell you something, brother. This is the part about I was trying to tell you the other night about being powerless, right?
Right.
They know that. You know that. But what the problem is, I ask you a question is, what are you going to do about it?
Right. What we're going to do about it is what Gaddafi was trying to do about it. And what did they do to him?
Yeah, you're going to end up
come on. For that one, you can't defend that one.
No. I'm saying, I know that. You know that, right?
Yep.
So in other words, basically, what are you going to do to change the direction?
Well, we build an African stand for the African Americans there. We do one for the Jamaicans and the Brazilians. And then those of us who are independent in Africa do what Dangote is doing. Industrialization, produce for ourselves what we need. Then we're going to see who's going to cross over the river to go and serve the next person.
Well, yeah, like I said, look, I've been at this idea of an African stand for decades, you know?
Sorry, brother, before I forget, listen, I was listening to a lady, right? She was being interviewed by an African-American brother who does tours to Ghana. You might know his name is Cameron.
Yeah.
She's been in Ghana. She's lived there for about 6 years, okay? This lady is a young lady, a bit younger than, should probably about no more than 32. Beautiful lady. And she said literally everything you have been saying, apart from the word African stand. She is literally, Carla, I couldn't believe it, right? So I'm praying in my heart, right? But listen, we are God's people because you can't survive going through what we've been through unless you're God's people. Look at the Red Indian, literally almost wiped out.
My whole thing is, brother, is like this, right? When you have, like I said, I say it's about Black America. I say it's about Africa, right? I say, how is it that people never stood back and said, what the hell happened? Africans still to this day, and Black people don't even understand how they got in the situation there right now. When you ask Africans, how do you say colonialism? No, it didn't start with colonialism. It started with the transatlantic slave trade. That's what brought Africa down.
Of course.
You know,
actually, it started before that.
No. My whole thing is
always leave out the sub-Saharan. We always leave out the sub-Saharan.
Transatlantic slave trade.
I was about to mention that. What about the Arabs? The Arab slave trade.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about
that was even bigger.
Felt even though Arabs had it, I said when you have like millions of people leaving the continent, right, and you have while Europe at that time went from nothing to prospering and stuff like that, modernizing because it's like, and Africa went the opposite direction because of the degradation and whatnot, because of 300 some years of no growth and whatnot.
I know you're talking about. I'm sorry to cut you off. Mention the brain drain. That we're trying to get to. Brain drain
and the muscle power, the manpower drain. You know,
right? Listen. I hear what you're saying,
and that's relevant today because a lot of Africans. Sorry to cut you off, brother. A lot of Africans now go back and they don't develop the nation. They have the education. They go to America and Europe.
Chill. Hang on. Let's not go too fast. We're going so far. We're jumping from one point to the next. We've gone from the CIA to the. I want to make sure that I don't lose my train of thought. Why I even called in tonight? The spirit was on you, Carla. You got to get this particular show. When we finish, you got to look at the first introduction you done. That was like God speaking through you, Carla. I kid you not. I want to put that out there so we don't forget while we go on the different chat. But the way you was preaching, Carla, I kid you not. I'm out here looking at.
I preach from the heart, man. I preach, tell it like it is.
Listen, we are spiritual people, and I'm telling you, God is working through us. I listen to everybody from the Hebrew Israelites to this, to that. I know God is working through us. Okay? A time will come where we're going to have all these answers. I already believe the answers because I've seen the answers, but I'm not going to preach to you. But what I'm saying is when I see it unfolding, I am just filled my heart with joy. But I get very upset. For instance, at the moment in Ghana, we got, you familiar with that YouTuber called Wadimaya?
Yeah, I don't really pay attention.
There's a big problem with him at the moment. He cannot go until he makes a big apology to the Ashanti region. You know what our brother been doing? He's been using his platform in the last couple of shows because he's been going to Jamaica. He's been very popular in Jamaica. He's using his show to twist the history of Ghana. And what he's basically doing is stirring up a lot of the people coming back on his channel by telling them that the Ashantis are responsible for all the slave trade that happened in Ghana. And all that is because when people come back to Africa, especially Ghana, they look for the culture. And the Ashanti culture is the most richest because we've kept the culture. We were the last to fight against the English, the last man standing.
Okay, I hear you, brother.
So hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying, no. Hear the point I'm making, right? Here's the point I'm making. This is what we got to be careful of. He's from a different tribe now, stirring up shit where he can. This is what lets our people down. Why we got problem in the Congo and elsewhere. We've always got to watch that.
We know that, but the whole thing is this. The problem is when you look at when Africans realize what happened to them, right? They said people selling other people, whatever like that, based on tribalism, whatnot, And then after 500 years, right, of the worst degradation in human history, that's the Atlantic slave trade, right? And the degradation Africans faced in the New World, right? That was birthed the world. The death of Africa gave birth to America.
Europeans.
And so what I'm saying is when the Africans now
and the Arabs
pointing fingers at the white man, what happened to them? They point the fingers at each other and they say, "Oh yeah, well you should do this." Instead of saying, "You know something? It's time to take these tribal identities and put them in the museum, and let's work on building an African state, a Black African state, which we're all united and we fight the common enemy, which is the white man." But Africans don't want to do that.
Thank you. That's what Kwame Nkrumah meant by the United States of Africa. His idea.
You have the United States of Africa. We don't even have a United States of Ghana. Everybody's divided on their tribe.
No. We got a United States. We ain't gonna let idiots spreading crap like Wadi Maya spoil that. That's why I'm telling you where a lot of the problem can easily start. So don't worry about it. We're too strong for him to come and spoil our shit. That's why you don't get no wars in Ghana. But the point I'm making is in going forward, even at the height of Nkrumah power and so on, many Africans did not buy into his ideal. That's why the Monrovia group and then the Casablanca group, we were not able to get anything going. The only people who caught his vision was Liberia, Guinea, and I'm sure you know the history, a couple of others. But most of the others, they wanted to go with that, and we ended up with what we got now. Unfortunately, our people, many of them are slow, brother. Slow.
Yeah, I got you, brother. Wise. The topic is Black History Month Continued, Unsung Past Leaders and Movements. Have you heard about a bunch of, I'm going to go over a couple of them tonight, so I got a real thing. You know any important parts of Black history that people don't know about?
Or anybody that we don't really talk about?
Yeah, that we just not popularly talked about. I can tell you one.
Yeah, like Megan Evers. Megan Evers is not really talked about a lot.
Yeah, that's one too, but it's not really. I would say, you ever heard of the peace movement?
No, I never heard of that.
Exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there was this lady, right? Let me see. Also, because it's history, I'm gonna get accurate. I'm gonna get the lady's name. So I'm gonna give me 1 second. 1 second. The peace movement. Peace movement. Movement of Harlem. Harlem. Okay. Let's see. Harlem March of Peace. Let's see. Father Divine, whatever thing. I think the Father Divine movement came out of that,
About Father Divine. He's the one that that inspired Jim Jones, right? He's the one that taught Jim Jones.
Father Divine was in New York, though. He was in Long Island.
Okay, who was okay? My bad. I'm mentioning Jim Jones. Okay, Father Divine. I remember Father Divine though. I heard about him.
He was a character, man. He was a charismatic character. He had a huge following of Black people. They had money too. They lived in places like Iceland.
What was the religion? What was the movement called?
Well, it's called Father Divine. I think it was something like with the later on the Malachi Yorks and stuff like that. It was sort of similar cult.
But he inspired a lot of people. He wasn't really talked about a lot, but he inspired a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're called peace. I can't really fight. Okay. Okay, here it is right here. And it's on Reddit, you know.
I'm not familiar with that movement.
Check it out. Yeah, African Americans Harlem volunteered to go to Ethiopia to fight to save Africa's last uncolonized nation from fascist Italian dictator. That's what black men were joining up left and right, to join to go fight, drive the Italians. This was made up of ex-Garveyites and stuff like that in Harlem.
That was the Second World War, isn't it? That was
Second World. And these were also Harlem Hellfighters, you know, from the First World War, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why this movement started is because this was a Back to Africa movement. You know, it started with this lady. She was a lady. She was like a Creole of Louisiana, but she watched a Creole man in Louisiana, and she, as a little girl, she watched a black man be strung up and burned alive and that terrified her. And then after that, when she saw how the black people said, just forget about it, don't do nothing, I said, no, there was no justice. She basically said, it's time for us to leave this country and get away from these people, you know? So anyway, what she did was she was working with racist Senator Bilbo, who wanted to get rid of all black people outside the United States, therefore to Liberia and other parts of Africa, right? Mm-hmm. And so therefore that began a movement of black nationals working with white racists and stuff like that to repatriate them. But it was met by opposition from so-called black leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, Charles Spurgeon Johnson. So this is what I'm saying. And they completely erased this whole the black nationalist movement, which was real. It had the support, proof of which, right? The peace movement, right? Which they had 30-something thousand black men ready to go to either. But they ended up joining the U.S., the fight.
I think Du Bois wrote about that he regretted a lot of that because he didn't know at that time he was a young man.
I don't want to hear nothing about anybody's regrets. Mm-hmm. He was very strongly against black people going to Liberia. He went to Liberia a year ahead of Garvey and sabotaged.
He was working for the other side. Then I hear you.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this: what I'm talking about tonight is this: we have history that was out there that proves that the black nationalist movement is real,
Yep.
And so therefore, because you don't hear about it a lot, there's a reason why my brother Wise don't know about the peace movement of Harlem, because it's not taught to you. It's not important to the people that rule over Black America,
But and they don't want you to know that because it might, incite a resurrection. What do you call that? Insurrection.
It might birth a black nationalist movement,
It's a lot of stuff is hidden, man. We're still finding out things. I mean, good thing that YouTube is around. Like, people putting stuff up. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about the deacons.
That's another hidden history. People think that people don't understand this. Do you know that the sit-in and stuff like that was not done by Martin Luther King? It was done by students at the against the will of Martin Luther King. They wanted to sit in. Whatnot. They thought it was injustice. They couldn't sit in the counter. And then the civil rights movement came and hijacked it and took credit for it.
Yeah, because a lot of the civil rights was, his speech obviously was written by them people. Okay, so them people, they're the ones who always been leading us on.
The black people, all the black people, civil rights, all they wanted was dignity and respect. Right. Opportunity. Right. If what civil rights movement is basically saying is, you say you're this country, right? Of free, blah, blah, blah. If you be like that, or just tell us the truth, whatever like that. White people don't even want, this is the thing about, this thing about all this is, white people don't ever want, like when you corner somebody, right? Someone's talking shit about you, right? You finally find them. You say, I heard you talking shit about me, right? And then the bottom line is they run away, whatever like that. You never get to confront them. They don't even want to confront black people, right? They want to avoid a confrontation at all costs. They don't even want that confrontation. I'm saying
that's what they do.
When we
always hijacking.
Let me finish, bro. When they talk about it, African, when I talk about African, that's confrontation. That's saying, I don't believe what you're saying is whatever he's going to say. I say that another better way is us over the next 50 to 100 years building a nation of our own, right? Nope. They don't want that conversation to even happen, Yep. So therefore, everything else. That's why anybody tells you anything other than the FBA movement is not a confrontation to white people. It's not a confrontation. It's an accommodation. It's not confrontation. Nationhood is confrontation with the white power structure.
When you scratch deep enough, you're gonna find they are the ones behind it. And it didn't start with the FBA only. It started with that ADOS nonsense from that woman.
Now look at this idiot, Big Cheese. He goes, the Black Nationalist Movement is not going anywhere as a group outside the United States. Yeah, well, whatever. The bottom line is this. Well, you say that.
It is going somewhere. What are you talking about? There's black people moving to Africa all the time.
Yeah, we're going to Africa, Brazil. We're going all over the freaking world.
It's all over, man. I mean, people are,
like I said last night. I said, as far as the African movement, I need black people, African Americans, that want to be part of this. I don't care where you go. I don't care if you end up in Italy, Russia, Germany, the Netherlands.
No.
Everything. No. I need look. I need black people. The globe. I can't rely just on Africa.
Listen.
It's growing, Colin, because you got your numbers are growing, man. People are joining all over.
I know it's growing because I got the message.
To me.
You got 667 followers. I'm telling you, you're gonna be to 1,000 before you know it.
I know.
All right, listen to me. It needs to first start.
If we go
elsewhere, they're gonna
continent. But
I'm in England. You're gonna be doing the same thing again.
All over the globe. I want a movement that's global in scope.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna, but bringing everybody.
But on a continent. Then when we're global, we're gonna have the global network to focus on that African.
Okay, I see what you mean. All right.
Yeah, we have people everywhere in the world acting as agents and ambassadors to the African. That's what I'm talking about.
That's like the United Negro movement.
Studying in London, movement. You're studying in Germany, you're studying in Australia. Your goal is to wear the African banner and flag, and that's how we're going to build this thing, And so, anybody wants to join this movement or not, this is a real thing. It's the last. I believe the African is the last real hope of the Black man in America. Everything else is done. Other than that, we just sit under white supremacy and live off the crumbs off that table. That's what all they ask you for, the crumbs. But you want to be.
I think it's coming, Kyle. I think is there insurrection. I think people are really waking up. Ever since Donald Trump coming in, my people are waking up. My parents are waking up. My grandfather told me some things. I think it's happening, man. You don't hear it out there. You don't see it.
Yeah, I see it out there, but the whole thing is that, like I said, if you're not prepared to do what, like I said, look, this is what Black people. We got to stop being emotional, and think long term and strategic, right? There's no reason why every last single Black person shouldn't have said, we need our own investment app. We need to form our own investment clubs. We need to get to about financial literacy. We need to invest in Black businesses. Like I play a top 20 Black businesses, right? How come Black America doesn't own stock and say, look, we're going to support these businesses with our money and our pension funds and stuff like that to grow them and everything? We're so divided in our own individuality. That has to happen first.
But Carla, have those Black businesses, because I looked them up after you think they're quite well-established business. Have those Black businesses come into the neighborhood, sponsored basketball tournaments? Have they done that? They're not coming out.
Yeah, but I know, but you got to understand something, man. Like Louis, in America, there is no such thing as a Black community. We live in different areas, and you may have a congregation of Black people in play. There is no such thing as a Black community, so there's no place for them to go.
Oh, I see what you mean. We don't have BET and all that no more, so they can't.
We don't have that. We don't have established neighborhoods. The bottom line is they took the Black middle class out of the inner city, brought them to the suburbs and everything like that, because we let a culture of degradation, murder, crime, and immorality force Black people away from each other. That's what happened. So that's why when in the 90s I was protesting, I said, look, you cannot talk about dope and killing and whatnot, because you're going to eventually. And now what happened? Now there's no communities. You go to same Black communities, right? After murders and whatnot. Now who you see in the neighborhoods? White people. You see Ukrainians, you see Russians, you see Mexicans. I said, man, and you see Black people go back there. Yeah, we used to play in the hood. Yeah, you used to play in that hood. Now you don't have it no more. You living in some Section 8 in the suburbs somewhere. And
that's why gangbang is so stupid. Man, I have to tell people these gangbangers gonna get gentrified. They're wasting your time. Gangbang is so stupid. We let gang culture overpower and overtake us, and we made it into a culture, man.
The only reason why that happens is because we don't have our own content. Do you think if we, Wise, let's say College Genesis is ahead of the African, right? And and like, do you think anybody could form gangs and get away with it?
Hell no.
Just knowing me, no.
You'll take them out, man.
Oh yeah, they'll be taken out, methodically taken out. You that knock on the door and boom, 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 and basically we got evidence against you. Somebody's dying, and we put them on a firing squad, and they done. They'll kill that thing overnight.
Do you know what used to happen in ancient times when a kid grew up to be a badly behaved? If his parents went up to the palace of the chief and pulled this guy out, man, they take him to the palace house. They whip him so bad. One of the worst punishment is they will peel the back of your skin and shove it to you.
I don't believe in torture and stuff like that, but I do know also before you can punch somebody, you got to have the problem.
No, I'm talking about youth crime. If it ever happened, that's how it was dealt with in ancient time. Once they know that's there, it's like a death penalty. No one goes about. When they're soft and they encourage it, this is what you got.
But the best way how to get rid of crime is empowering the parents, right?
Of course, if the parents who's the one who go to the chief to bring them about,
like that, I don't hold the kid responsible. I'm gonna hold the parents responsible.
Right. Listen to me. You can parent some kids as much as you like. There are bad people in the world, and sometimes the parents can't do nothing about it. This is like that in every side.
Oh yeah, everybody knows in that situation, but I tell you what, you know what parents do? They'll go to the states and I can't do nothing with my son, blah, 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 blah. He's costing me this, he's doing this and whatnot, But what you don't do is, like I see a lot of these black mothers, oh, my boo-boo didn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing,
Well, that's because the daddy ain't at home. She drove the daddy out. That's why.
So I hate seeing that stuff. Free my cousin, free baby. I'm like, baby's a criminal, a loser.
He done shot 5 people, and you got the whole family.
Yeah.
He ain't do nothing.
Free baby. Man, free baby's a loser and a criminal. He's a degenerate. We gotta get rid of hood culture, man. We gotta do something about this hood culture.
So as long as you got that culture, so we want to build a culture. The only way we can be a culture that we can have goods and morals and everything like that. We have to have a nation, a space of our own. That's the only way.
Yeah, we got to quarantine ourselves, man. We got to quarantine. That what Mao Zedong did.
Everything that comes across our media is gonna be censored, scrutinized, and everything. It ain't gonna be like just do whatever you want to do. You think we'll have Liar Cohen of 300 records being able to distribute shit on our radios?
Hell no.
Hell no. But that happens in America because we don't control the context of our reality, and
we don't.
What we can do about it.
We gotta do what Mao Zedong did. He did a cultural movement with his people, but he totally isolated and said no outside influence, no Western influence. So we gotta really study. Like, what's his name? Lee Kuan Yew's great. Mao Zedong is great. We gotta really study them.
Lee Kuan Yew is like the best statesman the world's ever produced.
We have to quarantine ourselves in our garbage. I mean,
Lee Kuan Yew is the one from is it not Singapore, Malaysia, right?
Singapore.
Singapore. Yeah, he gave advice to one of our administrators some time ago, and he said, if you do the right thing for long enough, everything will come forth. If you consistently do the right thing long enough, you will see the nation building. And we've always had interruptions. So the secret for us is to keep doing the right thing long enough. Consistency, it will reap the benefit. Oh, Carla frozen.
Yeah, Kwame Nkrumah was one of the best statesmen the world ever produced.
Amen.
He was a good statesman, but he was like a junior statesman. Yeah, he was
a what?
He was a junior statesman.
What are you talking about?
Statesmanship when you actually finish achieving, like Singapore, right? Singapore's GDP is higher than Great Britain.
Oh, I see, yeah. But Singapore was not overthrown, but they didn't have their leaders overthrown and all that, brother.
Well,
they tried
to get taken out,
yeah, of course they would try because there were some of them, but they had investment. All the tiger economies had investment from white nations.
Yeah, well, hold up. But the thing is, though, if you look at what we call they went to Lee Kuan Yew, offered him money. He said, "No, I don't want your money."
Well, and Nkrumah didn't have a single bank account with his name on it.
Yeah, well, I said he
So
didn't
when
want
they
no,
couldn't buy him, that was it.
he didn't want no money, and so he said, "No, we're going to do this ourselves." We're not. And also, Kwame Nkrumah showed up at the Bandung Conference of 1955. Lee Kuan
Okay.
Yew was like one of the keynote speakers of that, the Bandung Conference. That's what built Asia right there, you know. And the bottom line, at the time, Ghana was actually more developed than most countries in Asia. But by 30
I think we're the same as we actually learned money. He learned
years, man. Singapore and all these people became certified first world countries. You know, so
well, we got the challenge. There's no excuse for us now. That's why I'm happy Trump is in, because at least he's gonna leave you alone. He ain't gonna get involved in your stuff. If we can get a U.S. government that's not gonna get involved in our stuff for at least 8-10 years.
I hope so. Because he said in 2017 when he got in office, right? He left Africa alone, but Africa missed the ball. It was right around that time period, right? We were trying to basically say, you know, we're gonna make a move to Africa. That's when Dinah Samir appeared. And so Africa had a good chance during those 4 years of Trump to build something with Black America. We had the AGOA, we had all stuff going on. And out of nowhere, it just like it all went left, man. Africans basically were smelling themselves, and they basically were like, "Oh, we don't need Black America. Y'all ain't African." And also, then that spurred the ADOS FBA movement in response.
No, I hear you, but Carla, don't let I'm not gonna mention any particular country's name, but don't let certain people who are not Pan-Africanists put you off.
Yeah, I know, but you guys said something. Most Black people in America don't see different countries. All they see is when they see Africans, you know, and they're talking, whatnot. And I know what country you're talking about, right?
That's what I find that weird. I find that so weird.
They just say, okay, you know, screw the Africans. They don't know it's like just one or two countries that think like that.
Yeah, it's because the Africans thought the Afro beats was gonna take off. That's why, you know.
They thought the
Burna Boy was about to be Tupac or something.
They thought the Black Panther movie came out. They was really smelling themselves. They said because they were basically saying that lie they was telling us that Africa's rising. That was a myth, you know. Africa was not rising.
There was only one or two countries that was rising. The big ones, you know, that the sleeping elephant been sleeping, and hopefully they will do something. But listen, let's call it a spade a spade. Some people are not gonna make it. Look at Angola. How can you be that weak that you let a bunch of people pick up a couple of guns and run into your country? You ain't even shot one shot. And the men are in Kinshasa, the capital city, looting in a shop. Go on the YouTube, you see.
Let me tell you as well. You've been from the DR Congo.
Yeah, the country's been run over by people from Rwanda and whatever, and they are in the capital city looting. You won't believe it. It's so disgraceful.
The Congo's problem is they always have an excuse to blame other people. You know, they run Rwanda all for this stuff like that, you know, and they blame Rwanda.
I've never seen a group of weak people like that in my life. Shocking.
Yeah, Congo's a mess, man. It's like it's a freaking mess, you know. It's a freaking mess. And the bottom line is, if they don't freaking do something about that, the whole continent can go up, you know.
No, don't worry. They're gonna go up, but the whole continent ain't gonna go up.
No. Check us out, because Central African Republic has no government right now. It completely dissolved like 4 years ago. It completely dissolved. Warfare. The country just went. The president got on a plane, left. The country just went to absolute war between Christians and Muslims. Stupidest freaking thing. Then now you got the Russians there, CAR. So that's not too far from Cameroon. Then you got Nigeria. If Nigeria becomes destabilized and whatnot, then you got the rest of West Africa. Yeah, it can all trigger together. Trust me, you know.
The main place you got to worry about is, for instance, Nigeria, DRC. The rest of them, they I know what you mean with the Chad. They don't even there's not even that much people there. They will solve that place. It's a big country.
No, we're not talking about Chad. It's called CAR, Central African Republic.
I thought that was Chad.
No, Chad is another country in the Sahel.
Yeah, I get you.
Central African Republic is in the Central Africa. It's always been corrupt, but the thing is, it's been completely dissolved as a state.
Yeah.
So you got lawlessness, rebels, everything like that area, which is soon going to spread to, because they're exporting all kinds of weapons in that region, and they're basically a matter of time before those weapons and the stabilization hit Cameroon, especially Western Cameroon with Amazonia, and then it's going to definitely hit Nigeria, And if it hits Nigeria and it goes to northern Nigeria where the conflict is, that means it's going to spread throughout the whole of West Africa. So the whole continent can actually go down.
Right.
To tell you the truth, So
Right.
let me
Trust
get
me,
Kidola on.
there is bigger stakes at play.
Yeah. So
it's always been a playground.
I gotta tell black people in America, right? We have to choose wisely when you talk about going to the continent.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That certain people chose the wrong country to go to, because those of us living on a continent, know how volatile. If you look at the history of those people,
Sierra Leone is very volatile. Sierra Leone is very volatile.
Yeah. So I'm sure they'll hold that. I believe they'll hold that. Yeah. But what I mean is, often if you look at the history of the people, and the people weren't matched before, even in the days of old, they're still not going to be matched now. Because it's those people with a history of a strong background is what tends to hold up those societies. And that's like that anyway. Even in Europe, you look at those people with a history in Europe who were strong in ancient times, they're still strong today. I
said that all the time. I said, look, you could tell what countries were great by what they are right now. That's what I said. Hey, Kidola, let me get Kidola on, man. He's a Nigerian comedian.
It's my man. It's my man.
Hey, Kidola, what's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, Tyler. Man, I just come to your show, man. All these Africans are staying in the Western world. Man, if you live in Western world, man, prepare to come and be building your house and leave that place, man, because what you see right now in America, man,
he's heating up in the UK as well. You know that he's heating up in the UK, man.
Let me say this, Kidola. What do you think of the fact that Trump just seized a whole bunch of planes from Nigerians and whatnot and kicking a lot of them out of the United States? What do you think about that?
I think Nigerians have to come back home and face Nigeria, and when they come back home to face Nigeria, like before, I think we can drive away this criminal sometimes that is ruling us.
It might be a good thing.
Man, perfect thing. It'd be very great thing. But this will also allow, this will see that other African countries or other countries over the world that sometimes that United States destabilize, that they should not play games. They should first of all unite in their own country.
They should admit the role they play.
Yeah, they can unite in their own country. That allow somebody to be using them as process. You know what I mean? You can see places like Ukraine. Ukraine will just be used and be used like a cat. You understand?
And listen, did that correct me if I'm wrong? I saw something on the YouTube. I wasn't sure if I was looking at the right thing. Was there a load of Ukrainians that were shipped to Rwanda? Or was I seeing?
They took them to United States. See, Trump
no, I'm talking about Ukrainians. Ukrainians being flown into Rwanda. I think I saw that earlier on today. Loads of them.
They're not shipping until they're white people. They'll go to United States. Trump is back.
No, I saw them in Rwanda. Try and check it out.
Trump is back to the old South Africa type of government. After they deal with these immigrants, that is, they will select them anyway.
Yeah.
They will select them. You see, they will take the Latinos, the Africans. They will put them in a special zoo.
Yeah.
After that,
they've rounded off. Sorry, Kidola. They've rounded up 6,000 Ghanaians so far.
Yeah, usually Ghanaian, Nigerians, all of them.
No, I think they're gonna leave the Nigerians a bit later.
No. This guy is in power. After they do everything, after that, I watched a video. A Black American girl was saying, Black Americans should pick the phone. You can get several or something. You can snitch now. That's okay.
They got snitch hotline.
So I hear a Black American girl say, there's some Africans in my street. There's this or that. You see, these guys will write. Africans at least have a place to run to. They will escape.
Thank you very much. Right? Thank you very much.
They will escape.
Yeah.
If you think Trump have a special agenda for you, you don't know Elon Musk. You see the salute Elon Musk? This is back South Africa type of regime. It's back in game.
Yeah. After that, you've got to be very careful how they do it. But anyway,
after that, they come with appetite. The appetite they will come with after they deal with the foreigners, right? The so-called foreigners, right?
Yep.
They will come with apartheid type of regime. And that's what South Africa did. And
Yep.
Trump is on board. Oh, he just everywhere. You see, you will not this guy, that's why South Africans. I'm always saying this to Africans. If you
Mhm.
live in the Western world,
Don't think it's your home.
no, don't say because you have a nationality there, a
Yeah.
passport there,
You're
you can go
fine.
back home. Always build your home in case of a
That's it.
case. Pick your
Yep.
bag, pick your
Boom.
clothes. Oops, take or else I'll see you next time. Choose. Ciao. You understand me?
Those of
Because
us, those of us who brought up here with them, you know what this white when they really, you know, you've already got to look at them and you know what time of day it is.
bro,
Those of us
bro,
who come here late, they are naive. Soon as they get past the border, that's it. They never think of going home. I know one guy who was detained about 2 years ago, been in the country since 1975, has never bothered doing his paperwork.
bro. If you, I'm always saying be you in anywhere, be it Europe or United States, never said, "Oh, I'm an American," you're an African. Because when
You're always,
with these white people, when that time comes,
yep, you're gonna
they
know.
have no feeling. They don't like please in their dictionary. You know what I mean? Yeah, they need to like, white people don't. If you say please to them, they will get more annoyed.
Yep, yep.
If you say,
I've
"Oh,
just
I'm sorry,"
heard
I'm
that.
sorry. To them, sorry is like you're annoying them.
Yep,
What you mean
it is.
sorry for?
They don't
Please,
want to hear it.
please
In
for
in
what?
in Poland, I
No,
hear they begin to round up a lot of people. They didn't have too many immigrants in there, but
yeah, but
Polish,
but,
the
but
Polish were
this one
immigrants.
will make this one will make Africa great. I'm happy
Yep,
because some of these African politicians that go and be buying mansions in
they
this
need
Western
pressure
world.
on them.
Whoa, whoa! I hope Trump sees their property. You understand
Yep,
me?
I want Trump to seize all their accounts in them
Oh yeah.
Switzerland or whatever it is. I want all that frozen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I want so that
Return the stolen goods from
you,
Africa. That
you see, Africa should not say, "Oh, on that leader came in that is very friendly." They be running down to Europe or America.
yep,
No, no, no. These people, they destabilize your country.
yep.
You made it destabilize your country. You
And
play
then you
into
take
their
the
head.
money, then boom, put in their account.
Yeah, they tell you they come with brochure and say this mansion is this mansion is that. You start buying. Oh, your property is safe. No,
Yep.
just understand. One day they will tell you
You bye bye.
it's like a lady, right? It's like a lady. It's like a lady who said, sometimes you date some of these foreign ladies who said, "Oh man, I thought I love you, but I'm not in love with you.
Yeah, that's it.
I thought I love you, but I'm
You're done.
sorry. I'm
Yep,
very
bye.
sorry. I'm very sorry. Can I hope you're not hurt. I hope you're not offended.
Yep.
But I don't love you really. I
Look
thought
at
I
it.
loved you.
Well, you get used to that. You experienced man, you know. You are experienced man.
you know,
You're man.
you being an African, you don't understand where did the love go. You start saying, but I thought you really love me.
Yeah,
No.
you're still laying down the pipe, but she's like,
so,
she's looking for the next horse.
so, so if you get to if you're not sharp enough, this
Hey,
will don't let them fool you and say, I love you. No. Where did the love go? No, I don't
no,
love you anymore. But
it,
they will be
it's
telling
called a
you.
reality check. The reality check.
They'll be telling you they're sorry, they'll be telling you I'm very, very sorry. I hope
It don't mean nothing for them. That
I
don't mean
hope
nothing
you
for
know
them.
what. I'm very sorry. You'll be saying, yeah, but they were polite, but they're dealing with you. So what I mean is Africans have to really understand your home is not where you migrate to because you did conquer that place.
It's where you're from. It's where your people are from.
Exactly, bro. That's why I left. I left Europe years back ago.
Yep.
I never because I saw things. I saw
And what year did
things.
you leave? What year did you leave for good?
I mean, I live in France for a while.
Uh-huh.
Then I live in. I stayed in United States for a short time.
Uh-huh.
Then after
Okay.
that, I left.
Lovely.
You know,
You done the right thing, my friend.
I left, man. I live.
Listen.
I live the best of my life. I wake up, right? I see the
Mhm.
sun, right? I smell my food, smell, the fufu.
Yeah, listen, listen. Let me tell you something, Kidola. I would rather be poor in my village, knowing that I can go to the farm and eat, than to be poor here in England in the cold winter. Trust me.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
I'm never
yeah.
gonna put down my where I'm from.
Because I prefer to live in look. I prefer to live in a dirty place that is mine,
Yeah,
right? That me ready to somebody else's place. I'll stay there for a very
yeah.
long time. But you kind of like feel. Don't get me wrong. It's good to have experience. It's good,
Mhm.
everything. But you always have a back of your mind
Of course,
that
it's hard here.
yeah, it's not
Listen,
your place. You understand
no.
me? It's not
You,
your
do you
place.
know? Do you know how much the average property costs now in London? Average property is 350,000 for a 2 bedroom.
God damn.
350,000. You need a minimum 10% before you can start getting a mortgage on it.
Oh man.
All most of my friends who are left school with the white one, they have to move outside London to afford a property. And it's all white people outside London. They have squeezed the system so much. The rich have squeezed the system so much that the poor whites have become worse, less than even the black people here. And the anger they've got in them. And I drive a bus, I see it in their faces.
Yeah, man. You know,
Trust me, it's squeezing, and they've lost all faith in leadership. Now they're even electing our people to be in leadership now. A Nigerian lady is the head of the conservative. Remember Mrs. Thatcher's government?
yeah, you see,
You see how racist they were. They put her there. That's
yeah,
how.
because what I noticed for a very long time is people. Um, I don't understand. Look, I understand that now it's going to be very difficult because the Chinese is coming up, right?
Oh, yeah. But they,
Because
you
of
see,
the rise,
they built their society already.
yeah, because of the rise of the Chinese,
Yeah.
there'll be less job opportunities for any darker skin that is in Western world, right?
Britain don't make nothing no more. They only do banking because it's too expensive to manufacture.
Because they do services now, and
Yes.
that yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Th-
And even
Because
that one, the computer is replacing a lot of those people they were employing.
oh yes, it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult. And see, I saw this is coming. I saw this is coming. When I saw, look, when you're young, right? You go to the supermarket to do some shopping, right? Grocery. They smile and
Mhm.
look at you because you're young, right? You
Mhm.
have young face, you're looking
Yeah, yeah.
good. The moment you clock 50, man, they'll start calling you. They even see you on the desk. They get annoyed seeing your
Yeah,
face.
you be like, if you back home, I can go club, no problem. But here, they look at you like it's only up to
Yeah,
18, 20. That's it.
they get pissed off seeing your face by the desk. You want to pay for your grocery. They start, they look at you like, huh? What you want? Why you here even?
Oh
You
no!
like
Listen,
sorry.
this Trump is a good thing, but I think we needed him. But
Oh,
it's not only gonna
Trump,
be it's not only gonna be in America, brother. In Europe here, trust me. The, the,
Trump is
the,
a
the
perfect. Trump is a perfect wake up
thing that we
call
needed
for the Africans.
to wake
Perfect.
up,
After
to
this,
wake up.
guess what he said? He said after taking this so-called immigrants, right, from United States, he will
Mhm.
go after the ones that have American passport. He
Yep,
will look for loopholes.
yep.
And
Now, this is the secret. Most of the people coming in outside of
So you're
the
saying
Americans,
people like Elvis is not gonna be safe, man. That's sad.
most of the people coming in outside of the Americas, apart from Latin America, most of the people coming in are coming from Western Europe. Now, later on, we're going to see how many of them get deported back.
no,
That's when you're going to know. If you
it's
don't
not going
read
to touch
again,
them.
then you're going to know.
It's not going to touch them.
No,
Guess what
I
he
mean,
did?
of course he's not.
It's
That's what you're going to know.
guess what he did? It's Social South Africa ANC party.
Ooh.
It's
Listen, this is brilliant. If you're
It's
a proper,
South Africa ANC party, first of all.
yep,
He censored them, right? You know why he did that? Because of the white people in South Africa. You
Yeah, of
understand?
course.
It's sending a message. Like,
Well, who's
don't just
them? What's the guy's name? His assistant. What's his name? Elon Musk.
yeah. What do it is what God, don't try what Mugabe did in Zambia, in Zimbabwe. Don't try it in
Yep.
South Africa. That's a sign. Just give them a shot across
Yep.
their bow. You
That was the
understand?
problem with South Africa. They should done what he done. But anyway,
I'm
they
always
covered.
I'm always
I don't feel
saying,
sorry for them.
if you have money, if you have money, go back home, build your house, prepare your house down first.
Yep.
Try to see if you can do small investment there.
Yep. Funny enough,
Always,
I'm looking at the tiles for my bathroom. I can't wait. I put the roof on my house. Or I'm concentrating on how I'm gonna decorate it. When I
oh,
make my
oh
own
man.
kitchens, my own furniture, because I make woodwork. That's all I'm dreaming about. Since they put the roof on my brother, it's like a release off my shoulder, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
because
couldn't dream of anything else. I'd rather
yeah,
have that than a mortgage.
you have to build your house, bro. I live the life, man. I live the life the way I want to live my life.
Bro, one day
I
I'll
have a
send a picture of it for color for you all can see. 5-bedroom mansion. When I show it to the people at work, they can't believe it. They're shocked because they've been
yeah,
watching
that's
it from
good, bro.
foundation, you know.
Yeah, that's good.
I've spent no more than 32,000 cities. Sorry, 32,000 pounds.
That's good,
You
bro.
won't even get a garage in Britain for that.
Yeah, man,
All
that's
right,
good,
fellas, I'm
bro.
about to start my show. I'll bring you guys back on a
Uh-huh.
little while. We're gonna finish this
All right.
talk. So hang on a minute. I'll bring you guys back.
Uh-huh.
Hang tight, folks. I think there's somebody else on the air. I'm just trying to load my show on. There might be somebody else streaming right now, so I gotta wait until they get off. Well, folks, I'm having technical difficulties. I'm going to continue the show. All right. Anyway, folks, one of the hidden histories I want to talk about is the so-called Back to Africa movement. And basically, this is a completely example of what I'm talking about as far as like even in Wikipedia, was basically white people take a narrative to basically destroy it and interpret it in their own possible way. Okay, it says right here, okay, the Back to Africa movement, right? They'll say why people are talking about going to Africa. Who were the people going back to Africa? They make it seem like it was some emotional thing, right? Okay, folks, hold up. I think I got my stuff back up here. Okay, stuff on. We're going to talk about that. You know, why was that movement unheard of in Black history? How important it was, how big it was. What does it mean? A lot of people in the chat room, AOS FBA is not going to like this next segment. So get prepared. Hold up. I got to basically get on the air. Give me 1 second. Anyway, forget that. I guess I can't get on tonight. Guess I can't do a show. But back to this thing. Okay, what else? I was just cooking for a second ago, so I'm going to get back to what I'm saying. It says right here in Wikipedia, right? Where you get to say, it says the Back to Africa movement was a political movement from the 19th to 20th centuries advocating return of descendants of African American slaves to the African continent. The movement originated from a widespread belief that among some European Americans, like they make it seem like it was something that white people started, right? That European Americans in the 1890s, the United States, that African Americans will want to return to the continent. In general, the political movement was an overwhelming failure. Very few former slaves. No, it was never really properly funded. It was never really properly advertised. There was really no push behind it. Academia and stuff like that. It would have worked had it been supported. There was powerful forces against it in the Black community and the white community. That's why it didn't work. In general, the movement was an overwhelming failure with very few former slaves wanting to move to Africa. The small free slave slaves who did so after some under duress initially faced brutal conditions due to disease, which they no longer had biological resistance. As the failure became known in the United States in the 1820s, it spawned an abolition movement. In the 20th century, Jamaican political activists, Black nationalists, Marcus Garvey, members of the Rastafari movement, and other African Americans supported the concept, but few actually left the United States. In the 18th century, thousands of Black loyalists joined the British military forces and founded a settlement in 1787. The British Crown founded the settlement in Sierra Leone, which they called Providence of Freedom or Freetown. Okay, beginning a long process of settlement of former enslaved African Americans in Sierra Leone. During the same year, some African Americans launched their own initiatives to return to Africa. By 1811, Paul Coffey, a wealthy New England African American / Native American shipper, had transported some members of the group known as the Free African Society to Liberia. So this idea of African identity and African nationalism is old. That term African American didn't start with Jesse Jackson. Some of these people even relocate to Haiti, where the slavery revolution had effect a free black state in 1800. On 18th of November 1803, Haiti became the first nation to successfully gain independence through slave revolt. In the following years, Liberia was founded by free Africans from the United States. The immigration of African Americans, both free and regionally emancipated, was funded by and organized by the American Colonization Society, which hoped that slavery could be ended as an interest without releasing millions of former slaves into American society. So in other words, they was trying to protect American society from the emancipation of black people. Wasn't really done. Liberia was never done from white people out of the goodness of their heart, as they always say. Oh, white people founded Liberia. No, they didn't. They would just have some place to dump us, you know. The morality rates of these settlers were high. Of the 4,500 settlers arrived in Liberia between 1820 and 1840, only 1,800 survived, you know. The emergence of the back to African movement. Much of the African American population was freed, seeking opportunity. Many South blacks migrated to industrial North, seeking employment opportunity, while others moved to surrounding Southern states. No one anywhere wanted them, where they seen as perpetual foreigners. So-called, this is for you foundational black Americans. No one wanted them. They were seen as perpetual foreigners who, by working for less, took jobs away from citizens. I mean, even after slavery, after the 14th Amendment passage, they still didn't consider you a citizen. Many not believe that free blacks had a place in America. In the North, many white people believe that blacks could not achieve equality in the United States, therefore pushed for the immigration to Africa. Even though most had been born in the U.S. and never seen Africa. Such settlements was not exclusive to Northerners. One proponent of the colonization movement was Solomon Parker, Hampshire County, Virginia, was quoted as saying, I am not willing that a man or any man shall be freed to remain in the United States. In other words, basically, these people believe that America was their white country. Let them have their fucking white country. How about that? So when they say, why you're a black nationalist, call it, this is why I'm a black nationalist, you know? It's my way of getting back, you know? Okay, you don't want me here. You don't want to believe with Americans like that. Don't call on me. Stop using our music. Stop using our name. Stop using everything that we're about. That's another thing they can't give up. Stay away from our fucking women. Stay away from our children. Everything we're about. Stop making movies about our history, making money. Stop employing our actors and whatnot to play like this. So leave us the fuck alone, you know? Divest from Black America, you know? Say, you're here, you're dumb. I'm here, but I'm not here. I'm here in physical, but I'm someplace else, Lisa, if you really want to know. Okay, so as opposed to slavery, the countries do so superior that the time is approaching where our land shall be rid of them. In other words, these people, I think Donald Trump is carrying out their agenda. They get rid of them, you know? They ain't just talking about illegal. They want to get rid of you too. They're going to find a way how to get rid of you too. You know, you foundational Black Americans, you know. Look, African goddess, they say Black America contribute to the United States. We contribute to ourselves and posterity. We'll contribute to the United States. Because whatever we contribute to America, we could have done that any place. You know, America's nothing special. So what does that mean? We contribute. That's like saying, somebody out there is robbing you, killing you, and stealing from you, sleeping with your wife and everything. But then you say, but I wash his car every week. What the fuck does that do anything, you know? Where to go, you know? Ain't about whether you want to go or not. I'm just telling the reality of why Black people always complain. You got Black people, these malcontents, you know, always complaining how bad America is. I'm trying to tell you why it is, you know? If they want to stay, that's fine. But I don't want to hear nothing about, don't say nothing about African immigrants coming here, you know? They basically want to complain about America, but when African immigrants come here, they were like, oh no, this is our shit. We're Americans, blah, blah, blah. Just shut the fuck up then, you know? If you're gonna be American, I have no problem with that. If a Black person wants to be American and say, I love the American flag, I'm a rootin', tootin', flag saluting motherfucker, go right the hell ahead. Do your rootin', tootin', flag saluting, whatever. But shut the fuck up about rape reparations. Shut the fuck up about racism. Shut the fuck up. I don't hear no more Jason Black and all those other goofballs, you know? They complain about America all the time, how white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Jason, why don't you join College Genesis and talk about the Afghanistan for the future? You know, it ain't even about us. What do you want for the next generation? So Jason Black, 100 years from now, what are you going to do? Having more Jason Blacks? I'm not jealous of no damn somebody don't show his goddamn face. And you know, you look at Jason Black, look at me. I'm a fucking good looking, handsome man. You know, that guy's a fucking ugly little troll. You know. So the bottom line is nothing to be. He's nothing to be jealous about. You know. So the bottom line, I'm saying like this: you want to sit there and basically talk about America this, America that. Okay. Then how come you don't support College Genesis? You know, we know me. I'm going to die in America, but for the next generation coming up, after I'm long gone, I want them to have something. I want my spirit, my soul couldn't rest in peace if I don't do this. You know, so it is what it is. So let me get back to this thing. Okay, the backdown was seen as a solution to these problems by both groups, with more support from the white population than the black population. Blacks often view the project as skepticism, particularly among middle class who feared the colonization was deployed to deport free Black African Americans and restrict their efforts against slavery. Surely they use that as an excuse. They say we don't want to go because the free Black population was comfortable in America. They didn't give a damn about Black people enslaved. They did not care. But they used that as an excuse to stay. 3,000 free Blacks gathered in Philadelphia issued a formal declaration stating that they would never separate ourselves from the slave population of America. That wasn't about no slave population. Those type of Black people were mostly mulattoes, and they didn't give a shit about the damn slave population. That was another lie about our history, you know? The free Blacks stayed in America because they didn't want to leave slaves behind. That's bullshit. Bullshit. And they called me the College Genesis for a reason. I have a PhD in Negroology. I know the American Negro. I know Black people are full of shit. You know, nobody gave a damn about no damn Black people. So they worried about their little comfort they will have in America. They were damn about that. If they would talk about the masses of Black people, they say, yeah, let's build this land and just have the United States government ship the millions of people. They should have been the leaders of these ex-slaves and everything like that in a nation of their own in Africa, you know? They choose to be at the feet of the white man in America. That's a boule. You're at the feet of the master. The Negroes at the feet of the master is leading the masses. That's what you have in America. You know, the people who eat the white man's scraps and his crumbs and everything like that are the friggin' people that's always put in charge of us. The Gale Kings and all these people, Jonathan Capehart, whatever his name is, Stephen H. Smith. All these goofballs that they put, Roland Martin, you know, all these people that they put in front of us, you know. So, similarly, Black leaders such as James Fortin, who had his previous supported the colonization movement, changed their minds as though widespread resistance of no. Black people came around, was threatening everybody, and Blacks said, okay, well, yeah. It was obviously apparent that was the right thing to do. But these people, just like the FBA, the people who were against the Black people colonizing Liberia, the FBA movement of back then, I'm a foundational Negro slave colored man, you know, in America. I ain't going nowhere, you know. Like this. So, like I said, bottom line, this is nothing new. Just that now I know how to deal with these people. You know, I really know how to deal with them now. Okay, Quakers in particular found difficult to continue support for the enslavement of their brothers in Christ. For example, Reverend Moses Stinchell and Reverend Samuel Huston freed slaves and sent them to Liberia in 1855 and 1856, respectively. These two men believed that they were obligated to finance such a voyage, played an important role in the colonization movement. The American Colonization Society was a early advocate of the idea of resettling American-born Blacks in Africa. Founded in 1860 by Dr. Robert Finley, it was composed of two groups, abolitionists and slave owners. Abolitionist members believed in freeing African slaves along with their descendants and providing them with an opportunity to return to Africa. Slave owner members believed that free Blacks endangered the system of slavery and sought to expel them from America by means of migration. The American Colonization Society came under attack from American abolitionists who insisted that the removal of free slaves from the United States was reinforcing the institution of slavery. Since its inception, the American Colonization Society struggled to garner support among the free black communities. During the late 1840s, the creation of an independent Liberian state splintered nearly uniform voice against the colonization. The Fugitive Slave Act provided the United States with a government with ample power to recapture fugitive slaves. Following its patches, black leaders promoted immigration, and colonization to a nation that provides and protect for their rights. In spite of this, several black critics were outspoken against Back to Africa and activities of the American Colonization Society. A report from a free black politician conference in New York warned that all kinds of chicanery and stratagem will be employed to lure people to the independent of his having enjoyment of his privilege of citizens with picture of going to deceive you. In other words, basically, fools believed in America. According to the Encyclopedia of Georgia History and Culture, as early as 1820, black Americans had begun to return to their special ancestral homeland through auspices of the American colonization. By 1847, the colonization had founded the Liberia land be settled. It didn't found Liberia. It helped settle people there. The people like J.J. Roberts, Randolph Cooper, Elijah Johnson founded the Republic. That's the thing about history. They give people the American colonization and white people too much credit in building anything. They didn't build nothing in Liberia. The site had migrated approximately 15,000 free blacks back to Africa, notably members of the American Colonization Society. They said, look, this is how they did. Thomas Buchanan, Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, Abraham Lincoln, James Madison, Daniel Webster, John Marshall, Francis Scott Key. Now, but they don't mention Joseph Jenkins Roberts, Dr. Drayton, F. 4 McGill. They don't mention Hillary Teague. They don't mention Edward Wilmot Blyden. They don't mention E.J. Roy. These were black men. How come they're not hidden here, right? It shows you it's a biased history. These are people that, like I said, are hidden and unsung and left out of history, so history. In pre-Civil War times, in 1812, Paul Coffey, a black man who was wealthy and property. 1811, he was very wealthy. He was a millionaire in 1812. A petition for equal rights for blacks began to explore the idea of black people returning to their native land, convinced that the opportunities for advancement of black people were limited in America. Boy, was he right. 215 years later, it's still the same damn thing. We're still talking about the same damn thing. 400 years from now, we'll be still saying the same damn thing, but we're going to change that, We're going to give black people an option, Future generations are going to have an option. With the help of the Quakers in Philadelphia, he was able to transport 38 blacks to Freetown in 1815. Martin Delany, an African-American in 1854, led the National Immigration Convention in Cleveland, Ohio. He visited Liberia and made plans, large unrest to assist blacks relocate there. The Back to Africa movement was eventually began to decline. That would revival again, 1877. That's what my book picks up in 1877 with the that's why it's good to buy my novel, Journey to the Promised Land. That's a hidden history. The Liberia, I'm going to talk about that next. Another hidden history in the movement. The Liberia Exodus of 1878 was probably the largest movement, probably the biggest mass movement in Black history. Then came Garvey. Then you had the March on Washington. You had the Million Man March. But the Liberia Exodus of 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina, it was one that majority of black people was on page with. So when you don't know your history, you think College Genesis is just talking out of his ass. No, I'm saying the Black nationalist movement was really the black movement in Black America. Much as it's not popular, the powers that be don't like it. The black powers that be don't like it, but the bottom line is still there. And the bottom line, the reason why it's not really popular because the only people that is brave enough to talk about this, people like myself. I'm self-financed. I'm not gonna get no financing to talk about the Back to Africa movement, the nationalist movement. Let's say somebody named Free MCME wants a link. Let me see if I can get him on. Do you agree or disagree? Or do you want smoke? Do you want smoke? Free ME. Do you want to join the discussion? Do you want the smoke tonight? So step right up, step right up. Step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down, you know. So, well, we're waiting for this guy to come on. Okay, the Baghdad will eventually be in decline and we'll see a revival in 1877 after the Reconstruction. That's what my novel is based on, right? And interest among Southern Black population and African immigration peaked in the 1890s. Time when racism reached its peak and the greatest number of lynchings in American history took place. The continued experience of segregation, discrimination, and the belief that they would never achieve true equality attracted many blacks to the Pan-African emancipation in their motherland. You know?
Now, yeah, that's me, bro. yeah, that's my other
You got an echo. What's wrong with the thing?
Oh, my bad. Let me fix that.
While you're doing that, I'm going to continue reading. The continuing experience of segregation, discrimination, okay, blacks to the Pan-African emancipation in their motherland. So I say, this is history. I'm just continuing what my ancestors fought for, you know. The movement declined as many followed many hoaxes and fraudulent activities associated with the movement. In other words, the people like J. Edgar Hoover and other people were sending out fake back to African movements. And one of the things, the movie that came out was this Hidden History in Black America. Is there was all these back to Africa movements popping up all over America. Most of them were fake. It was money grabs, you know, grifters. Back to Africa grifters. When no one knew who was real, whatever like that. It was a movie that came out in the 70s called Cotton Goes to Harlem, you know, comes to Harlem, you know, about that movement. It still lasted. The Back to Africa movement lasted all the way up until the 80s, you know, stuff like that. So it's not new. All right, Louis, you're on. What do you think about what I said so far before I finish?
Well, as Dr. Umar Johnson said about 2 weeks ago on a speech he gave in Accra in Ghana. He said that the Back to Africa movement isn't new. And he done it well. He went through the history as far back as he could, mainly from the 1700s or upwards.
In other words, Umar Johnson been listening to College Genesis. He's been watching College Genesis. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah. But, you know, he's got his gifts. He's got certain things he's good at doing, you know?
Yeah, he got a lot of charisma, you know?
Yeah, that's it. He was able to articulate that quite that well. And it got me thinking, this back to movement, obviously it ain't new. We've had it in Spurs. But now, Carla, and I'm speaking to someone living here in Europe, I can feel it. There's a shift. There's more of a shift for people to go back home, especially among our brothers and sisters who went through the Maafa, you know, from the Caribbean and so on. And then when I speak to African Americans who come here on holiday and I speak to them, soon as I tell them I'm from Ghana, they're interested. So they said there's something that has started. It's like a spirit. You see, as those people crank up, as those white people crank up the pressure, our God is moving among us. You understand? And if you don't hear the calling, this day and age, hey, I feel sorry for you. Some of our people are going to be working harder to save Moses' house from burning than saving his own ass.
That's good. Let me finish reading, brother. Thank you for that. All right, now, folks, let me finish. Good for Brother Lewis. Thanks for that soliloquy. Okay, hoaxes. Like I said, he said, vast majority of those who were meant to colonize didn't want to leave. Most free blacks simply did not want to go home to a place. That's a lie. Most black people, if you had the right opportunities and was organized, most black people would have left, you know? That's just how they rewrite our history. Like, oh, black people didn't want to go because they loved America so much. That's bullshit. That's been the biggest lie that they've been telling for all the time. They created this fake thing called African Americans or Black Americans, now foundational Black Americans. It's bullshit. You know, if given the opportunity, if black people knew they had something better than America, where they can start their own business, start their own life, and everything like that. Especially young black men, where there's a place with all these beautiful women around them, and there's power and peace, everything like that. They would go there in a minute. The passport board movement showed you that black men will leave this country. You know, they will do this. So that's why they're afraid of. They know the white man knows they got black women. You know, black women ain't going no places. They think, oh yeah, they got black girl magic. They think, they got something going on here. They think this is the best they could do. That's women. That's how women think. Men naturally. That's why they said when they start talking about, they always get to the men. They know women ain't gonna do nothing. They don't no precious woman. Yeah. Okay. All right. My DJ just told me take the night off. They're having technical problems. One of the producers out of town, out of the country. So I'm taking the night off. Okay, folks. Let's get down, man. I got the night off tonight. So it's going to keep doing this.
Yeah, I was gonna say too. You know what I mean? Like, the black women, they definitely are caught up, with the the white man and shit. Because I would say, the bitterness leads to the hatred. You know what I'm saying? Black men, we could kind of be like, all right, I don't really care too much. Let's focus on economics and getting shit done. But the black woman, the bitterness, which is too strong. You know what I mean? And bitterness never dies. You know what I'm saying? That's why they carried it to an old age. So I feel like we got to build first and then they'll pull up. You know what I mean? Like once they see shit.
Yeah, well, I'm like this, man. This is what I feel. I feel for first we build in Afghanistan, right? I'm looking for other African women, the Caribbean women, women from South America, black women from South America, all over Ethiopia, whatever like that. There's not going to be any problem getting women to come there, So the bottom line, we create a new nation with a new seed. We don't need black women from America coming in any larger. They don't want to come. That's fine. But I know for a fact of the matter, this is definitely going to be supported by young black men. That's why when women get back, I ain't going nowhere. Nobody asked you to go. Nobody asked you.
Yeah, for a fact. But it's like they're gonna end up coming anyway because they got the high mindset.
Because they're like
right, like once they see, what I mean, a lot of black women going, their girlfriends and shit, they definitely gonna want to go. So it doesn't matter.
See a lot of black men going. They're gonna be like, what the hell is this all? Like, what do you think of so many black women going to Thailand and Philippines? They want to know what's going on here. They're curious. Same thing. What's gonna happen? They're gonna be like, yeah, damn. This guy, girl, they're gonna hear, girl, oh yeah, I went over to Afghanistan, I'm having good. I'm studying over there. We had a good time. We partying. We're doing this. Me and him, we're getting married and whatnot. Just like, man, y'all have a life over there. How's it going in America? Oh well, same old gang bang. So the one thing in Black America is gonna force black people in America is a deterioration in black life in America. And I always said this: when people come in the fake ass black people who call themselves black nationalists, whatnot, they always focus on white people, like, oh, racism. I'm like, majority of black people don't go through racism like that, white people. So that's that can't be it.
Yeah, I've never dealt with racism, bro. Like I
don't deal with it. So my whole thing is they said if you don't suffer racism, collar, people like some people after dumbass will actually come up to me, collar. Yeah, I understand you go for racism, the white man, and say they like, oh, I never told you that I'm suffering from racism. I said I'm a black nationalist. As simple as that. They automatically think because you're a black nationalist that you feel like you're oppressed and persecuted. No, I never said that. I'm saying I want something of my own. As simple as that. I want to rule myself. I want a nation of my own. As simple as that. I don't want to be second class anymore. Exactly. I don't want to be a minority group anymore.
Yeah, and that's why I say, like, I actually believe that like I never really had any interactions with racist white people ever, but I've got racist shit not said to me, but maybe looks and shit like that from like from others, not from white people, but like from other groups. You know what I mean? Like from like Arabs or like Africans or like what I mean? Like I never really had any issues with white people, honestly.
To be honest with you, I never did either.
Yeah.
When I was in grade school, yeah. Elementary school, yeah. As adult life, no. So the bottom line, so when people like Jason Black always talk about race soldiers, but that dude, is a fucking fraud. You know,
Yeah, he don't really be outside. That's probably why. You know what I mean? He probably doesn't have a life
he's an
or anything.
insult,
You
man.
know?
He's a freaking sits
Yeah.
there, you know, and what he projects on what he thinks is going on. He probably never went to a party in his life. You know, he probably never can't dance, never went to a club, don't know nothing, and everything like that. So yeah, so it is what it is. But I'm like, you know, the Black nationalist movement, like I was saying earlier, is probably the oldest movement in Black history. You know, it is the oldest movement. You know, but the thing is, it's never been supported by Black academia because we don't have really. People say we got HBCUs, but I really doubt that. You know, historical Black colleges do what? You know.
Yeah, they think they got like what 50% graduation rate, and then I
They
used to
got
go on
even if they
videos
got
on TikTok.
7% graduation rate, all
It's
it
just a
is,
party school.
yeah, all it is basically you go there, and Black people just love it. I'm educated, I got a degree, and you go there, and they make you more, they season you and break you in to go into serve the white man. You know,
Yeah, and then when I was like, choosing colleges and going on college tours, HBCUs had like the worst dorms. Like them shits look like prison cells and shit. Well, not really, but you know what I mean. Like condition wise, like them shits was
yeah, but the whole
trash.
thing about the HBCUs is they're not tethered to corporate Black corporations, industries. Now imagine HBCUs were supported by like when white kids usually when they go to school, the top schools like Princeton, they're already recruited in their sophomore and junior year by corporations, you know, and they start doing internships and stuff like that. Then they move right into corporate America. They don't have no Black people. You get that degree, you're in debt. And then after a year, you're gonna have to start paying that loan back, you know, and you out there scrambling, and you end up as a fucking a district manager in Burger King, you know.
Bro, you know what's so fucking hilarious? You say that, bro. I've known so many people that I went to school with, black women and shit like that. That went to college, did the 4 year shit, got the degree, and they working at like you said, like some regular shit. I'm like, damn, what was the point? And you got to pay the loan back. So it's like you double wasted your
And
time,
so
honestly.
bottom line, like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology, you know. Black people were doing better off if we were flooding into skilled trades, you know, skilled trades. You know, if we were basically the people that went to college when I should have been going to skilled trade schools, you know, and stuff like that, like electricians, plumbers, and carpentry and stuff like that. That's where the money's at. You know, college is overrated. You know, you got 35% of all Harvard graduates, MBA graduates are unemployed, can't find a job. 35%. That's why it's funny when you hear Nigerians there talk about how they're doing so well. They're coming, yeah, right. So you're doing better than white people are. It's simply
Yeah.
not the jobs aren't there, you know.
Yeah, right. Because the thing about it, it's so funny. Like I used to work at a Lord and Taylor, and like and this white lady told me, she was like her son, works on Wall Street, and I was like, oh, would he go to college? And did all? She was like, nah, his friend just works there, and he just got him a job there. And I was like, wow, so that's really what it is. It's just relationships, bro. You just gotta know somebody, man. Like the degrees and stuff don't really matter.
Let me answer this, Mr. Catfool. You know, do you understand when we talk about an Afghanistan, do you know how much wealth Black America to have? That Afghanistan is going to be worth have $1 trillion economy easily.
Yeah, currently in 2025, we have like over 200 millionaires that are Black Americans.
Yeah, we got so many people in the bottom line, and that basically, as more and more middle class Black people just come there with skills, industry, you know how much goods and services we're going to produce? Trillions of dollars of goods and services, you know, just on our consumption alone, you know. So the bottom line is this: I don't know what these people talk. That's what I said. When these people are not educated, they don't know how. We don't gain nothing from being in America. We would gain if we had a nation of our own. We could have our own wealth. You know, you can't have wealth without land. You know.
Yeah,
Land,
that's true.
labor, and capital. You know, we got the labor, and all we need is a land. We got the capital. We have to have a land to produce wealth. But you can't build wealth without land. You know. You say, yeah, these look. My wife is, Mr. Cat. My wife is a Liberian, right? She pursued me because she knows, you know. Look, I'm a man who makes money, whatever like that. These African women, foreign women, or whatever like that, likes Black men from America. You know, I mean, if you got picking So the GDP is like, Mr. Cat, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't shit on the majority of Black America. Look, the bottom line is nobody shitting on majority of Black America. This is like basically it's not even talking about me. I'm talking about future generations, right? Because there's so much capital is going to pour into that country, right? Because they know, geez, we'll get a return. Black America is very profitable. You know, people ask the people, only thing we don't benefit from all the money that we generate. You know, the average says is going to be that if you build a business there, you have to be listed on our stock exchange. We're going to get something in return of it. Now people sell to Black America, and we have no thing like Walmart. We don't have any real stake in Walmart, right? But most Black people shop at Walmart, right? We put, it was Black people that really made Walmart billionaires. You know, the Walmart was founded in 1967, right? And you know who their first crew was? Black people. You know, they could have built Walmart, the warehousing, the floor, and everything was Black people, Black labor, and Black customers that were built Walmart initially. You know, so we're sick and tired of making everybody else rich and whatnot, but not us. So I don't know about what Mr. Cat is talking about, right? So all his, oh no, it can't be done. These people just basically ask Mr. Cat, well, what is your plan for the next one? When I talk about the African, I'm talking about the future. I ain't talking about now, I'm talking about the future. Now I'm doing good. I don't need anything right now. I'm talking about the future. You know, so whatever you got, and these people could never give you an answer about the future. Never can. Only tell you about what they can't be doing. I don't see, I don't understand. Of course that. Yeah, bottom line is I'm just trying to wake Black people up to the point that, yeah, we got to make a move for the future. If not for you, future generations, what direction we're going to be moving into the next 50 years? Everybody, like Donald Trump, what you see him doing now is for the future. He's 78 years old. He's not going to be here. But he's mapping out a future for his people. He's cutting the government in half. You understand what I'm talking about, Dark Migo?
Nah, yeah, I understand. I'm just driving.
So what I'm saying is the people, real leaders talk about the future. I'm talking about the future. Black people aren't used to having anybody talk to them about the future. All they do is talk about what they can get right now, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they only think like 1 year in advance. You know what I'm saying? Majority of Black people
They
don't have
told
the
Black people
long
think
run
1 day in
ability.
advance, you know? 1 day in advance. So is this going to bring me a reparations check tomorrow in the mail? No. You know, so I don't care about it. But if it ain't gonna bring me no money and whatnot, that's what it is. You guys really. That's why I gotta get out here because I don't see nobody else doing anything but exploiting ignorant people. Yeah, it's a shame you got 45 million people, and the political discourse in Black America is so ignorant. You know, it's so backwards.
Right? And it just takes, like just one person to, make sure everything is right, and then you'll get the funding, and then everything will be in order.
The majority of Black people are just freaking done. You know, they're done. They need leadership. They need somebody like me. You know.
Yeah, I kind of realized that too, because they kind of took the Black shift to they kind of focused it on the Southerners, like Southern Black people are kind of more popular, than the majority. So like that kind of was made everyone ignorant. I feel like, because I don't know if you ever seen like the test scores in like Georgia or like those types of
Yeah.
areas.
Southern, I know Southern Black people are very ignorant. You know, they're
Yeah,
not.
like compared to like the East Coast, like New Jersey and New York, they're
I come
always
down
like
here,
top
man.
10 or
I come
6.
down here and I'm like, I look at these brothers. They're my brothers and sisters, obviously the same people, but we're not the same. You know.
Yeah, bro, it's even hard to have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? It's
I
like a
come
whole
from New
different
York.
perspective.
I'm a product of the best educational primary in
Exactly. Yep.
the world, New York State, the best educational system in the world. You know,
Right, and that's why it's funny
somebody
to
who
me.
come from New York.
I be like, I don't know why people be trying to, try to cut your knowledge or like be trying to make it seem like you stupid or some shit. I'm like, you're an elder from New York at a serious time frame for Black people. When education was like real serious. You know what I mean? That's when you had the dudes on the block, right? Just pulling up on you like, yo, Kala, yo, you gotta know this knowledge or some shit, right? Like I know it was real, knowledge based around that time.
Yeah, man. But bottom line is, I spent my time, my 20s. I used to be in the library every day. You know, every day I had off from work, I was in the library. You know?
Exactly, because like that's the thing they don't get. Like during that time, it was cool to be smart. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you were Black in that era, you had to be smart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The guys on the block
I
could
was
tell
very
you like,
tight.
yo, you got to be smart.
I had books in my hand. I was always reading and stuff like that, And so, I didn't hang around with a bunch of ignorant people. I just basically, I was, back then in my 20s, I was part of different political movements, social movements. And we was serious about something back then, But nowadays, man, everybody wants to, gangbang and talk about stuff. And then when they get online, and then when they basically do get serious, they talk about some FBA. We were Indian, and I can see it. The people have not done any study. The only way you can believe that you're a Native American and whatnot and all stuff like this is the fact of the matter is you have never read a book in your life. You never read anything. You never challenged yourself to read or know basic history and stuff like this. People just don't know. And when you read a lot of books, it don't have to be any particular subject. Just read a bunch of novels. Read a lot of novels. A good novelist will put things in the novel to challenge you about history. Like in my novel that I wrote, I put a lot of historical references in my novel, right? That people went and say, I never heard the Colfax Massacre. So I read your book. I said, it's the reason why I put it in there, I wove it into the character of my novel, the Colfax Massacre of Louisiana, and so the Hamburg Massacre, and I'll put different things in the novel, right? So people look at, oh yeah, when the characters talked about the Colfax Massacre, then people go look it up. Oh, that really happened. And so it becomes realistic, But like I said,
I gotta look into that.
Yeah, so I read. So basically, because I was a kid, I used to read novels all the time, right? And they'll say, yeah, such and such, Prohibition said this. They'll say Thomas Dewey arrested Lucky Luciano. It was like a gangster novel, right? Like, I looked it up, man. There was an attorney named Charles Dewey who did prosecute Lucky Luciano. You see what I'm saying? So I knew about stuff like that just from reading books. Every kind of book I read, would always give me some reference on history that I would challenge to go look up and when I see if that was real or not. That's what books do. But you got right now, people getting on. What's dangerous is people getting on social media. They don't know what the hell they talk about. They never read any books. They just make up history, make up anything. And it stops right here. You know how I treat people like Lil Jon. No, you're not gonna talk a bunch of nonsense on my platform. You can't just make up history as you go along. You feel like this one day. It's like a guy walks around, puts on a dress and decides he wants to be a woman. No, I'm sorry, it don't work like that. You were born a man, you're a man, So that's what I'm talking about tonight. I thought more people come in tonight. Any other part of history that you don't know about that you want me to talk about?
You could just, I'm just here to learn something, man. You could just, anything, man.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Wait. Actually, I do got a suggestion. 1930s blacks. That's my favorite subject.
Yeah, the Harlem Renaissance and all that.
Yeah, just when black people were, economically at their best. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, I be trying to study
1930s,
that time.
1920s, 1930s. Black people were doing up until like the Depression. Black people were actually doing well. We had well-established communities in America, in Detroit, places like Gary, Indiana. Yeah, people don't realize that. I'll play a video. Let me see. Let me see if I can play a video. I'm gonna show you reels. Let's see. I'm gonna play a video. I'm gonna try to find a video for you. Okay, 1930s Harlem. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see. Put Baltimore. All right. I hate these freaking computers, man. You guys take so freaking long. God damn. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Detroit. Okay. You will like this one. It says former resident started talking about legacy of Detroit's black neighborhood, forgotten black neighborhood.
All right, I got to see that. All right.
All right, hold up.
Yeah, Keenan, we're here not far from Lafayette Park. This is a great little area just outside downtown Detroit. As you mentioned, you have Eastern Market down Gratiot this way, Ford Field over there, and of course, the I-375 freeway. And this will come into this story in just a moment. But for those who really know the city of Detroit, this, of course, used to be Black Bottom. And for years, it served as the residential hub for the city's Black community. And then that word again, progress. By the 1950s, it meant two very different things, depending on if you were talking to the city and its developers or the families who made their lives here.
There was 7 of us. I'm the youngest of 7. I didn't feel poor at all. I look back at some pictures and I realized how much we didn't have.
Jacqueline Thomas lived on J Street while growing up in Detroit's Black Bottom neighborhood. Of the tight-knit community she was raised in, she says,
we knew everybody. We helped. If someone was in need, we were there.
Many notable figures also hail from Black Bottom. Charles Diggs, the first Black member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Michigan, grew up in Black Bottom, as did the late actress Della Reese, to name just a couple. This is what the area looks like today. Both Black Bottom and its adjacent north bordering business district, Paradise Valley, raised under the guise of urban renewal, or so-called slum clearance.
What you'll see now are the I-75 freeway, the 375 freeway. Those actually ran right through the neighborhoods that were Paradise Valley and Black Bottom.
But by the time the freeway was being under construction, Black Bottom was essentially gone.
As Detroit historian Ken Coleman explains, the city started condemning Black Bottom in the late 40s in favor of new development, Lafayette Park. This was at a time when Black people often struggled to find affordable housing and fairly priced loans for those seeking home ownership. This 1956 map shows assessed land values along the corridor of the then proposed Chrysler Freeway. With the demolitions came the promise of progress.
Blacks uniformly understood what it meant. It was taking Black poor people and moving them someplace else. So middle-class folk, largely white, mainly white, could live just outside of downtown Detroit.
Thomas and her family left Black Bottom before it was demolished. Other families moved to nearby public housing projects or left the city.
I believe they tore down some history that's in me that was greater than they portray it to be.
We know where Black Bottom's story ended. To learn where it started, we go further back.
The name itself comes from the color of the soil, the fertile soil in the lower east side of Detroit. The French settlers, when they came here in the 1700s, actually began to use the term.
Fast forward to the Great Migration of the early 20th century, when an influx of African Americans moved north to seek jobs and opportunities not afforded to them in the Jim Crow South. In Detroit, they established not only Black Bottom, but Paradise Valley.
It was a beautiful experience that really set a precedent for not just Detroit, but for a lot of other communities as well. It was a self-contained community where those that made their money put it back into the community to help build it up. It was their homes, it was their businesses, it was their progress.
Some of the area's landmarks still stand, like the old Paradise Theater on Woodward, now the Detroit Orchestra Hall. Thomas, who now lives out of state, hasn't been back to her old neighborhood in 40 years.
We didn't have iPhones, so I couldn't go back and take this picture and take that picture. And by me being younger, I lost that. I lost it all.
A lot of important history there, and you might be wondering, so what have we learned since Black Bottom? Well, historian Ken Coleman, who you just heard from, notes that since Black Bottom, there have been several policy changes on paper at the federal, state, and local levels. For example, requiring new developments to set aside a certain amount of space for moderate to low income earners. However, he also notes the follow through on that doesn't always happen, or it doesn't always happen quickly. Examples of that we're still seeing in Detroit today. So he says ultimately it's up to people to demand what they want from their communities. Reporting live this morning in Detroit, Jen Shantz, 7 Action News.
In 3 steps, I'm going to show you how you can make an extra.
So the people that really have no idea about our history, you know, they really have no idea about our history and what. Yeah, and so, like I said, that's just a one sad situation, but that's what we chose to be, you know. I don't say we should lose everything, but, we went through a lot that I thought was unnecessary. Let me finish reading about this Back to Africa movement. Florida government Napoleon Barnton Broward, 1905 to 1999, called blacks to be permanently moved to land the federal government would purchase, either foreign or domestic. After buying their respective properties, a territory would be established where blacks could not leave, whites could not enter. Well, citation needed. I don't know if that's true or not. In the early 20th century, attempts to resettlement were made by such as Chief Adam Sand between 1913 and 1915. Eventually, disillusionment of those who migrated to the north and the frustration of struggling to cope with urban life set the scene for the Back to Africa movement of 1912, established by Marcus Garvey. Garvey, contemporaneously served as a major inspiration for a number of 1920s activists and preachers such as James E. Lewis, whose Los Angeles congregation helped finance construction of a passenger ship. Many of those who migrated to the northern states from the South found that although they were financially better off, they remained at the bottom economically and socially. Garvey supported proposals by Tory George McClellan that passed by the Mississippi State Senate in 1920 that it was widely rejected and ridiculed by the black press. The movement picked up steam once again the decades so preaching the Second World War II when activists of the peace movement, which I'll talk about earlier. The peace movement of Ethiopia organized and were committed to a black emigration to West Africa in order to escape from the torrid social conditions which they were expressing in the United States due to the Depression. They harbored almost a utopian view of Liberia and created a simultaneous vision of a Pan-Africanism and the beliefs that Americanism that they would provide would heal Liberia's social economic troubles. This reflected the imperialist assumption of the PME and other Black African movements that African Americans had the right to return and determine Africa's future. That's the manifest destiny of the Pan-African movement. That's the hard part of the Pan-African movement. It was more about the Black Western imperialism towards Africa, and what they did was to counter that was they basically, the white man invested in the indigenous Africans, right, to stop. That's why the Berlin Conference happened. They said, we're going to take over Africa. How we do that? We're going to empower the chiefs, the kings, everything like that to prevent the black people from the West from coming there. That was the biggest threat. the black people from the West coming to Africa and taking over the continent. Yeah. Do you understand? That's what I'm talking about. So Ernest Cox, a white nationalist from Richmond, Virginia, she convinced him to that's her name. Mittie Maud Leon Gordon, right? The founder of the peace movement, was essentially campaigning to acquire support of Ernest Cox, a white nationalist from Richmond, Virginia. She convinced him to support that cause by using her gender in order to appeal submissive and thus appeal to Cox's masculinity, as well as playing on their mutual goal of racial separatism. Cox provided influential connections that the movement had previously lacked, and he gave the issue of black immigration political exposure when he managed to convince members of the Virginia Assembly to recommend the U.S. Congress provide financial aid for his 1936. Despite Cox's racial beliefs, the peace movement retained support among black communities because Gordon described him as a necessary, most like figure. His support soon began to diminish, and so Gordon looked elsewhere, and once again finding unlikely ally and a moral compass was Senator Theodore Bilbo, an ardent white nationalist. Bilbo had been campaigning for racial separation with the government for a while. He proposed an amendment, a House Joint Resolution, or work to repatriate African Americans to Liberia, providing them with financial assistance. This amendment was endorsed by Marcus Garvey of the Universal Negro Appropriation at the end of the International Convention. This amendment provided precedent for the movement to progress. Bilbo had political capital, which he needed in order to get the issue of black repatriation to a wide-scale political debate. This issue continued to exist in the early 1930s. Bilbo draft bill that came, the Greater Liberia Bill. The bill suggested that the United States purchased 400,000 square miles of African land from England and France, which should credit them as war debts and provide financial assistance to black Americans in order to encourage them to emigrate to Africa. It's unclear if anyone in the peace movement sent to Liberia in order to facilitate immigration when the bill was occurred. Outside the black nationalist movement, the bill did not garner support, with leading civil rights groups such as the NAACP refusing to endorse it, and in the national press lambasting it. Other African Americans did not support the immigration to Liberia due to the charges of slavery and political corruption was filed against the government. In other words, basically, the black leadership in America was the one spreading the lies about Liberia oppressing the native people. That's what happened, because they didn't want to go there. Because the League of Nations was invested in Liberia for their own selfish reason to discredit Liberians because they wanted to take it over and grab their rubber. So the back that would return to the national promise in 1960 due to unrest in the civil rights movement. The George Wilson Rockwell, the founder of the American Nazi Party, viewed the black people as a primitive, lethargic race who desired only a simple pleasure of life and a life of irresponsibility. Like Bilbo, Rockwell was a white nationalist who supported the resettlement of African Americans in a new African state to be funded by the U.S. government. Rockwell attempted to draw the attention to his cause by starting a small record label named Hatton Records. The name was based on the word hootenanny, a term given to folk music performances. The label released a 45 single by a band called Otis Cochran songs Ship Those Niggers Back and We Is Nonviolent Niggers. The second single by a group called Coon Hunters, We Don't Want Niggers for Neighbors, back with Who Needs a Nigger. These were sold mostly through small parties. Rockwell did not got on well members of the black nationalist movement such as Elijah Muhammad, Nation of Islam, and Malcolm X. Opposed to Nation who later changed the view and opposed Native black separatists since they shared that's Malcolm X. In 1960, Rockwell wrote to his followers that Elijah Muhammad had gathered millions of dirty, immoral, drunken, filthy-mouthed, lazy, impulsive, sneering called niggers and inspired them to point them in a clean, sober, honest, hardworking, dignified, and admiration of human beings despite their color. Muhammad knows that mixing is a Jewish fraud and leads only to aggravation of the problem that is supposed to solve. I have talked to the Muslim leaders and certain that a workable plan for separation of the races could be effected, the satisfaction of all concerned, especially the communist Jew agitators. It's up to communist Jew agitators. He said that Nation of Islam, I am full concert with their program, have the high respect for Elijah Muhammad. Rockwell referred to Elijah Muhammad as Black people's Hitler. Donated $20 and $200 in today's money to Nation of Islam and their freedom rally on June 1961 at the U Line Arena, Washington. He gathered 10 to 20 of his followers. Stormtrooper attended the speech given by Malcolm X. Rockwell was a guest speaker at Nation of Islam International Amphitheater. Repatriation in Africa. The ex-slave repatriation and immigration of African Americans, Caribbean, British former slaves to Africa occurred mainly during the late 19th century to mid 18th century to mid 19th century. In cases of Sierra Leone and Liberia, both were established by former slaves who were repatriated to Africa within a 28 period of time. Sierra Leone. Okay, are we learning real history tonight, folks? The only person that gives you real history is College Genesis. Many freed slaves were just kept with their resettled in Canada. The revolution were eager to return to their homeland. Beginning in 1887, the British government made their first attempt to settle people in Sierra Leone. About 300 Black Britons, known as Black Poor of London, were settled in a Sierra Leone Peninsula in West Africa. Within 2 years, most members of the settlement would die from disease and conflict with the local Temne people. In 1792, a second attempt of settlement was made when 1,100 freed slaves established Freetown with the support from the British abolitionist Thomas Clarkson. The number of further boasted 500 Jamaican Maroons were transported to Nova Scotia and Sierra Leone in 1800. And in 1815, Paul Coffey brought the first group of 38 immigrants from the United States to Sierra Leone. In 1820, Minister Dan Coker led a group of 90 free Blacks in hopes of founding a new colony in Sierra Leone, and he intended to proselytize Christianity among the Africans. Leaving New York among the ship Elizabeth, his voyage ended up on an island on the coast of Sierra Leone, arriving just before the rain spread. A group of immigrants soon was stricken with fever. The survivors ultimately fled to Freetown, and settlement disintegrated. The repatriation of slaves to Africa from the United Kingdom depended initially by the Committee to Relieve the Black Poor. This organization was succeeded by the Sierra Leone Company. At time, African American loyalists and West Indians would immigrate to the colony of Freetown, and small numbers of efforts by Black merchants are beneficiaries, such as Paul Coffey. Sierra Leone people are descendants of the Black poor or free African Americans, Jamaican removes, liberated African slaves who settled in West Africa area Sierra Leone between 1887 and 1885. The colony was established by the British, supported by abolitionists under the Sierra Leone Company as a place of freedom. The settlers called their new settlement Freetown. Liberia. The history of Liberia later, after the European arrival, and says Sierra Leone was unique in Africa, starting neither as a native state or a European colony. With the departure of the first ship of 1820, American colonization established a settlement for free American Blacks on the coast of West Africa that were heading. Their plan was to follow a path that the British had taken. Simply by chance, they would land where they would land. At first, they followed the previous routes of the British, reached the coast of Sierra Leone. After leaving Sierra Leone, they reached the more southern part of the African coastline. The Americans eventually successful in finding a suitable spot for their colonies. Arriving at what British had named the Pepper Coast, the name of the region, along the Pepper Coast, local African groups, various force convinced Americans to give them, were fairly forced or convinced them to give the Americans tract of land, most probably assumed that they were providing short-term lease land based on ancestral patterns of landlord-stranger relationship. Over the course of 20 years, a series of fragment settlements sprung up on Liberia's coast, which had been inhabited by the indigenous people since the 16th century. There was difficulty gaining enough land. The life proved hard for these early settlers. Disease was widespread along with lack of food. Well, 50% of new settlers died within the first 20 years after the arrival in Liberia. Liberian independence on 26th of July, 1847, with the election of a black government, it offered free land to African American settlers. Liberia became common destination of emigrating African Americans in the 19th century. New arriving African Americans to Liberia experienced many challenges, including broken family ties, very high moral disease. A group of 43 African Americans from Christiansburg, Virginia, left in 1830 but suffered high mortality. 80% of the immigrants were dead within 10 years of landing. Most of them were victims of malaria. 10% quit the colony, majority fleeing to Sierra Leone. Many African Americans survived this period in Liberia, became fond of the country. Black interest in Liberia immigration, when the Civil War ended, slavery meaning changed in the status of African Americans. Some 7,000 enslaved people were freed by their masters. So at a point, free Africans left the United States, escaped racism, had more opportunities. In the 1830s, the movement had been increasingly dominated by Southern slave owners who did not want free blacks and saw sending them to Liberia as a solution. Slaves freed from slave ships were also sent instead of their countries of origin. The Liberian immigration of free blacks to Liberia participated in increasing number after Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831. Middle-class blacks were more resolved to live as black Americans. Many rural poor folks gave up in the United States and looked to Liberia as a construct a better life. That's what it is. Once you're comfortable in the black middle class, you don't want to go to Africa. That's what it is. That's why Africa, when you see these places like Ghana and stuff like that, why did I attract the black people? Because the black people in the middle class has always been like that. The people that want to do this are black people who feel the middle class is not enough. They want to do better, or fear being enslaved, or racism. And the majority of people were just poor blacks who knew that anything was better than being black in America. So they gave Liberia a chance. Liberia evoked mixed images in the minds of black Americans. They view Liberia as a destination for black families who left the United States in search for a better life, returned to ancestral homeland in Africa. As noted, the researcher had a black American who, at the time of slavery, they lost their original language, much of the original culture, gained a distinct American English-speaking Christian identity who had no clear, precise, wide continent Africa their ancestors had come from. They were perceived by the native Liberians as foreigners, having African ancestry and black skin color, but definitely not enough. Indeed, this settlement in Liberia had much in common with the contemporary white settlements of the New Frontier, and these settlers struggle with Native American tribes. The Liberian experiences can be considered as anticipated of Zionism in Israel, with Jews similarly seeking redemption through a return to ancestral homeland, similarly being regarded as foreigners influenced by local Arab tribes. The so-called American Liberians, as a century or more, become truly accepted as Liberia's ethnic group, all of which certainly contribute to most black Americans rejecting the back to Africa, opting for seek refuge in the United States. Interesting, folks. This has history that you don't know about, That's why they call me the Collar Thanos, That's why they call me Collar Historian. That's why they call me Professor Collar or Dr. Collar, because I'm giving you history that you don't know about. You won't know unless you come to the College Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, broadcasting on DeVille Radio every Wednesday night, except for tonight. We got to take the night off, The Liberians had natives there first. Yeah, and we love our native people. I'll tell you right now. And nobody loves the native people like College Genesis. God gave us that land, and He gave us the natives to come along with it. And we whether it's the trees, the animals, the natives, and everything like that, we are good stewards of the land. The native people, we're there to protect the native people and civilize them. That's why we came to Liberia. So don't tell me it's about the native people. Nobody loves the native people more than we do. Like the native people were there, no shit they were there. We brought them civilization and modernization. I know a Negro like Elvis on it. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of thing going on today about there's like Liberians are protesting being deported, right? And they're saying now that oh, we're Americans now. Now, why is it that Liberians are now saying they're Americans? That, oh, we got history. Now I agree with them that, because they're ties to America through slavery and Black America, Liberia, does entitle them to some sort of consideration. I get that. But y'all look at some of these Liberians like, dude, man, your ancestors were not no America Liberians, We come from America. We started America. We're Americans. All right, man, people are desperate, man. They're claiming America now. Like, damn. But I don't laugh at people because I'm glad just I'm not in that situation, Life war. You say I make things up about Liberia, then why don't you come up here and debate me and tell me what I made up about Liberia? Well, you can't just say that and not back that up. Come up here. Step right up. Step right up. The natives were there first. Woo-hoo. I mean, the culture of the Afghanistan. The culture of Afghanistan, this is why I envision. One, Black America has a natural Black nationalist Pan-African culture. Also, the culture basically evolves through space. That means wherever you're at, space. The culture, a lot of times you do culture and you don't even know you're doing it. You just know when you leave there, oh, that's what we do over there. Now, in America, we have subcultures, right? There's certain things we do in New York that people that are down here, they'll do. Some people do things in the South, they'll do. But all in all, Black African-American culture is pretty much the same. We're in America. So our culture adjusts to America. Now, if you're in the South of America, it's a little different than the North, slightly. But it's still American culture. Same thing with the Afghanistan, If we're basically have frequent visitors from other African countries and everything like that, of course, the culture is going to be a combination of many different things from Black America, Jamaica, and even some indigenous cultures are going to be mixed, fused in there together, But one thing is not going to happen is we're not going to go over there and say, something, we're going to lose who we are. When we say the new culture that's going to create a new people, So we're not going to be African Americans anymore, we'll be Afghastanis, and those people, the future generations, will come from Brazil, they come from Jamaica, they come from Colombia, they come from Canada, they come from America, and a new culture will emerge, a cosmopolitan culture will emerge out of new traditions, new everything will emerge. A culture, you can't tell what a culture is going to be. You just have to put people together, right? Create a framework. And what links people together is we're all descendant of the Ma'afa, the Holocaust. When you say that what bonds us together is the covenant we have is we're Africans that are returning as slaves. That's what you have in common. That's what the culture is going to be like. If you must know what the culture is going to be like. It's a culture of simply a Black nationalist Pan-African culture based on Pan-Africanism in terms of we have a racial identity based on the fact that our ancestors were taken in slavery and we're trying to redeem the cause of African redemption. We're trying to redeem ourselves coming out of slavery and degradation and white supremacy. That's what the culture is going to be, So that's why our culture is going to be different than African culture, right? Because they were never taken out of Africa. They don't have that culture of being in captivity, The Europeans colonized you, but being taken out of your land, off the soil, being divorced from your tribe, your language, everything like that, and took on the experience of fighting for your life just based on your skin color. That right there is what we all have in common here in the West, So the culture of the Afghanistan is going to be about that, I know some Africans like, no, you got to forget this racial stuff and everything like that, I don't know about the Hebrew Israelites or whatnot. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, I don't know about the Hebrew Israelite. They loud, they talk on stuff like that, but I don't know about when I see a bunch of Black men go into white Israel, living on the government Israel welfare system and whatnot, saying, well, I'm a true Jew and whatnot. Dude, Black people, if a man claims Israel or another land besides Africa, I don't consider it legitimate. So it is what it is. Now, yeah, in some ways, you could say the Afghanistan movement, whatever like that, the nationalist movement does have like Zionist overtones of people returning to their ancestral homeland, and we'll consider that land sacred, for the children of the Ma'afa. That's what it is. Right after that, the culture, who could rise up, who could be like that. The more you're Afghanistani, which means who fights the most for this idea, perfect idea of a homeland for the children of the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, the Ma'afa. That's what the culture is going to be built around. Anything else is just foolishness. Well, I don't know about the old the Jews, whatever. They're doing something positive. I support it. If they're doing positive, but I'm saying that some of the ones I seen were the same jokers on the street corners of America talking a bunch of shit, talking about Africans, blah blah blah. Then now they're in Israel. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong Hebrew Israelites. But I don't know about all of them. Maybe if there's some doing good, hey, I'm all for it. If you're doing good, something constructive, you always got my support. I would study them if I had the time. I don't really have time to study these other groups and stuff like that. What they're doing, hey, look, I'm not gonna stand in their way. If that's what makes you happy, if that's what makes them happy, that's fine. But I have no interest in Israel. I have no interest in the Jewish religion. I have nothing interest in that. If they're interested, but if they're happy what they're doing, hey, I'll pray for them. More power to them. But me personally, I'm only interested in a nation of my own, a Black African nation of African Americans and Caribbeans and Black slave descendants finally rising out of this misery called white supremacy and white global domination to a land of our own where we could build our own civilization. That's what I'm interested in. I want a Black African American African civilization. Everything I do is that's what I'm about. That's my end game. But folks, I'm gonna see. There's something I want to play. You say tribes corrective based on slavery is dumb. How about basically calling yourself American descendant of slavery? That's dumb. Trying to get a reparations check, right? And call yourself a U.S. citizen and you're a proud patriot of America. That's a double entendre. That's dumb, Lisa. Wow. I gotta play something. I see a thing where it shows which was Donald Trump says that the 14th Amendment was for ex-slaves. Does that mean Donald Trump is favoring there's something that happened in let me read a brawl that broke out. I want to talk about this.
A Dalton, Illinois town board meeting erupted into chaos after the mayor, Tiffany Henyard, well, in this case, she's a supervisor of the town, jumped into the middle of a fight between her boyfriend and an activist who attended the official government function. Now, her boyfriend did that after the activist used a derogatory word to refer to Tiffany Henyard, and we'll get to the brawl and more details about it in just a second. But if you're unfamiliar with Henyard, we actually began reporting on her almost a year ago for sending this small town in the Chicago suburbs into nearly $7 million into debt. And when I say small town, I really do mean small town. So $7 million in the red is really bad news for this town. And we're not talking about a rich community either, right? So in Dalton, which shares a border with Chicago, about 15% of families live in poverty, census records show, burdened with some of the highest property taxes in Cook County. Homeowners feel the full brunt of the tax burden since there's little commercial or industrial development in the town. And there's only 20,000 people, give or take, living in the town. Henyard wears two hats in local government. As the Dalton mayor, she takes home more than $46,000 in base pay. And as the supervisor of Thornton Township, she makes more than $200,000 a year, records show. Now, there have been a number of allegations against her. She is not popular with the people of Dalton because they can see through some of the scams that she has allegedly engaged in, including funneling taxpayer money to her cancer charity, which appears to not have been a real charity at all, using taxpayer money on hair and makeup prior to public appearances, trips to Atlanta, Austin, New York City, where she would frequently fly first class and stay in ritzy hotels. In fact, so she taken during Henyard's term ran the city over $67,000. So $67,000 so far spent on her trips. Usually when local politicians say that they're taking these trips, or when they try to justify why they're taking the trips, they'll say that it's to stimulate businesses within their jurisdiction, right? To convince possible business owners to move to their jurisdiction and stimulate job growth and stuff like that. By the way, Lori Lightfoot, of all people, who now works as a lawyer in the private sector, was called on to do an audit of the township, and she obviously found some misuse of public funds, also misusing police.
Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know. We had a crash, folks. I don't know what the hell that was all about. But I'm ready to kick this computer in the freaking ass. If I'm going to do the show, I got why am I so fucking cheap? Why haven't I bought a new fucking computer by now? I was pissed the fuck off. I write something down, Kala, buy a goddamn new computer for your show. Well, what it is, I don't use this computer for anything else but the show. But so I figured, I could use this for the show. This computer is raggedy as shit. Constantly crashing on me all the time. And I'm so freaking tired of it, But it was my fault because I should know better. All right. Let's continue. Look, like I said, this is what we have. This is, folks, when people say that, is this what we were marching for? Is this what we went to integration for? To have hood rat mayors, the number of black girl magic hood rat mayors.
What if I told you that you could get booked and paid
There's no thing. So what this is
What if I
doing-
told you that there was a proof?
This is what's doing is
misuse of public funds, also misusing.
Shut up. I gotta talk. I'm talking. Shut up. You know, check this out. This is what people tell me. This is what tell me that we was fighting for all these years. Oh no, Carla, we don't need an Afghanistan. We don't need a place where we can hold people accountable, even with the death penalty, if they sell us out, misuse our public money, stuff like that. But they know that you can't do nothing about it because all they have to do, because they got to support. But black politicians got to know they got a support system. They know they're almost criminal. They get away with murder in the black communities, right? And the white establishment look the other way. So long as you hate Republicans and talk about how bad the orange man is, they know black people don't say much. All they'll do is recruit their favorite rappers and blah blah. No one's held accountable for anything in the black community. That's a plain out truth. So we got these sister gal hood rat mayors all over the place, you know. You got Jasmine Crockett, whatnot, a hood rat congresswoman and whatnot, you know. And she's up there, oh yeah, she's just sassy and telling the white man off and blah, blah, blah. And her district looks like shit. Maxine Waters is an old ass hood rat. Her district looks like shit, you know. And so the bottom line is this: all you see is black people. They're flooding into white neighborhoods right now, acting ghetto and stupid, you know. And they basically always talk about this, that, but they can't. They always talk about the hood, but they can't manage their own so-called hoods. The white man gave you a hood, right? Because they know your FBA, ADOS, and whatnot. You know, they know for a fact. The matter is, they want to make you feel at home. Like I said, they know you call African American, so they want to make you feel like you're in Africa. That's why every community in Black America is a war zone, filthy, dirty, and everything. They want to make you feel at home. You know. They want to create your little Wakanda in the cities and whatnot, you know. And those of us black people who are better than that, we're forced to move out in the suburbs with the white folks and everything like that. That's what it is. So I don't see no future in America, you know. You know, so it is what it is. I'll say no. How's Trump going to change the idea? I'm an African American. My roots started in Africa. My roots started, my foundation didn't start in America. I'm not a foundational Black American. My roots started in Africa 400 years ago, you know? So the bottom line, I don't know what you're talking about, you know? No, those are so-called FBA people. These are ghetto-ass FBA people. FBA are the worst part of Black America. They're the ghetto-ass Black people in America, right? And the perfect what I'm talking about is, here's my FBA queen, Miss Chantel. Let me show you. This is your FBA queen, you know. This is what the average FBA woman looks like. I don't know if this is Miss Chantel or Lisa. You know, I can't really tell who this is, but that's your average FBA. Hair looks all jacked up, you know. Hair, deformed ears because using dirty ass earrings that they never changed and slept in and never washed, whatever, like behind their ears or whatever like that, you know. But that's your so-called FBA, you know. And she's online right now talking about the immigrants and blah, 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 blah. They're embarrassing to us, you know. People like me don't have anything to worry about no damn Black immigrants, you know. No Black immigrant is anywhere near on my level, you know. I grew up in Black middle America, you know. And so the bottom line, I have nothing to worry about with no immigrants. That's why they can come here all they want. Now, if you feel intimidated by Black immigrants, there's something seriously wrong. If you get intimidated by or by some Chukos or Afro dumbass, there's something wrong you ain't doing in your life. You know, if you're worried about friggin' Black immigrants, Caribbeans, you got something going on with your life, you know. But those of us real Black people in America, right? We ain't worried about no damn Black immigrants, you know. They're not even in our league, you know. All you broke ass people like Liza, you know, who ain't got no money. She's worried about the friggin' Caribbeans and the friggin' Africans and whatnot taking her nickels and dimes, you know. Yeah, classic man. They don't affect my pockets. More power to them, you know. Hey, look, you bottom line, hey, when you got your shit going on, you ain't worried about no fucking black immigrants. But if you broke and dusty, yeah, they're on your mind 24 hours a day, you know. You think about, damn, man, you know, those African immigrants, man, they're taking my job, my busboy job at the restaurant, you know. So it is what it is. You know, so it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, I know I'm trolling the truth because the bottom line is I got nothing to worry about with the black immigrants. I have nothing to worry about them. They can say whatever. I don't even give a damn when they say shit about me. You know. You must be talking about Kwame and Toure. That was Stokely Carmichael. Great brother, you know. I don't agree with his later years. He became a communist socialist, but he was definitely a black nationalist, you know, back in his early years, you know. Kwame Toure, you know, moved in the country of Guinea. But the thing is, he moved to Liberia and Guinea, but he never got nothing popping over in Africa because I guess he didn't understand tribalism and everything like that. There was a shift in ideology because you can't transport black radical ideology to the African continent. It just don't work, you know. I think I got the best program for us really basically integrating Black America liberation with the African continent, the African reality. You know, Africans don't want to hear about slavery. They don't understand why some of us go to the continent. They really don't get it. They have no idea, you know. They're like, yeah, why do you want to go to Africa? Black people say, I want to live in a black country, majority black. But these people have lived in a majority black country all their life and they hate it. You know, they're like, fuck this place, man. I want to go to the white man's country. And we're trying to tell them the white man's country is in. They're like, you know, man, you're a friggin' lion, man. The white man's God, man. He has everything. Yeah, the white man has a lot of infrastructure here. That's the whole thing. As long as the black man does not have no infrastructure of his own, you know, he's always going to be like that, at the mercy of the white man, you know. He'll be at the mercy of the white man, you know. That's what it is, you know, folks, in a nutshell. As long as we have basically no infrastructure, no real industrialization and everything like that, as long as we basically got to go to the white man's countries to live, we're never going to we're never going to love ourselves. We're never going to build anything. We're never going to have anything, you know. So rule number one is we got to build the African continent, you know, for the future. The black man worldwide has to come together and do that. The one thing that has to be on the table is a new state for the diaspora. That's it, you know. Other than that, we're not going to go no place. An Afghanistan is necessary to pull millions of black, as I've told you earlier. You know, black people in America are not going to leave any place unless they especially secure. When black people move out of America, they want to move permanently. Some of them go up there, I want to go to Ghana. They don't know what they're doing. They end up back here. That's humiliating. You go to a country like Ghana, Tanzania, in 2 years. I know some people that's, it didn't work out. They were back in the United States working. After they spent all that money and time in these countries and whatnot, they didn't have a really focused game plan, you know? Like I don't even put my brother Kofi's business out there, but he had to come back to the States. I told him that, man, nigga, bring your ass back to the States. You ain't ready for Ghana, and Ghana's ready for you. You know, because we don't really have a real solid infrastructure or plan that we can live on. It's not. There's no real thing other than people say, come over. There's no real government policy, you know. Let's see. Let's see what this is Dr. Campbell, Omar Campbell. He's talking about something. Let's see what Dr. Campbell has to say. I found this one video.
Companies in France, where what role do you actually play? We understand, and that's when people talk about Pan-Africanism. If we understood that we're all one and we're being manipulated, the ones who are doing the raiding and the ones who are being raided are both being manipulated by the ones who actually started it in the first place, and they're on the coast about to laugh all the way to the bank, right? Because none of the black people own any of the ships. If y'all are equal trading partners, we sold it, then where are your ships? Where are your plantations in Jamaica? Where are your plantations in Haiti? Where are your insurance companies in Britain? And where are your insurance companies in France? Where what role do you actually play other than being manipulated by the ones who actually initiated it and benefit from it because they did what was called they call it the gun slave cycle. So let's say, for example,
that Cameron, because Dr. Cameron is so brilliant. Like I said on this show all the time. So you could tell me that we're on the same thing. Black people, like stupid fools like Afro dumbass, will tell you, "Oh, slavery was just business." Mike Olawale. They really thought they were equal partners in the slave trade. There's nothing that Africans to show you that they benefited from it. There's no banks. There's no insurance companies. There's nothing. There's no plantation. They have nothing to show for it. All they were was the Africans were primitive people who got manipulated into a transatlantic slave trade by way more advanced people, educated, advanced people than they were. It was not an equal thing, So let's continue with Dr. Obalali Campbell has to say.
To the Eves, and I'll say, here are some guns. You can get them on credit. Just pay me back in those Asante people who are your enemies. Then they'll go to the Asantes and they'll do the exact same thing. All right, here are some guns on credit. Just pay me back in those enemies of yours, the Eves. Oh, and by the way, you better get them before they get you, because
that's how it was. So the white man came over there like a friggin' and this person with guns, and just see who wins, and he benefits. He don't care where the slave source of bodies come from, So he has Africans. The real enemy. It wasn't each other, It was the friggin' white man, who's supplying both of them with guns, Yeah, that's Dr. Oba Campbell. He speaks several languages, man. Highly educated brother, The
Eves. Oh, and by the way, you better get them before they get you, because they have guns. If you don't get them first, but the ones who are
turn each other against.
Exactly, they call it divide and conquer, right? They do it to the Bloods and the Crips up to this day, right? These are gangs in the U.S. But basically, if we understood that we're all one people, then it won't be a thing where they can play one black person against another black person. And those of us who are on the continent at that time, they're thinking, oh, maybe this is my trading partner. But they let you know how much of a partner you are. I don't understand what's going on. Why are you?
So you heard it, man. Dr. Campbell, He basically telling you, say after to this day, man, when I talk to Africans on this chat, they still don't fucking get it. People like idiots like Principe and no, I wasn't showing the video. That was on my cell phone. That's just the audio. That was just the audio. I wasn't playing the video. That was the audio. What's going on?
Why are you crying? A person is. If we understand, and that's when people talk about Pan-Africanism. If we understood that we're all one and we're being.
That's from Dr. Obalali Campbell. You might want to find it on Facebook. It's called We Web Nation GH Ghana. WEB Nation GH on Facebook. And you can see Dr. Campbell on it, You want to see Dr. Campbell. Well, like he said, so when Africans come and say, yeah, we're doing. The reason why Liz is here is because she has this idea that this thing about the black nationalist, the black nationalist movement is something that's a fly by night. No, the FBA ADOS was a fly by night. We've been here. We're the oldest movement in Black America, but it's a movement that's never been financed, taken seriously, and everything because you really don't have people like Dr. Albert Cavallon and myself who have the national spot. But we're gaining momentum, as more and more people start listening to the College Genesis, even people like Dr. Umar and stuff like that. This movement's going to grow again. I'm just directing people as an end game, Dr. Campbell, Umar Johnson, they're Pan-Africanists, right? They're just basically saying, okay, we're all African like this. I don't have the faith that Africans are ever going to be with us like that. I don't. I'm sorry. That's what I part ways with Dr. Campbell and Umar Johnson. I believe that the only descendants of the translation, we need to secure ourselves first. We need our own state, our own government, all that stuff like that first, our own trading partners, international, our monuments, heritage, everything like that. We need our own nation first. Then, once we secured that, then we could sit there and talk to our African brothers, cousins, where like that, around the continent and stuff like this. They're trying to say, let's just forget I'm African American. You forget your Ashanti, Fanti. But we see Africans don't want to give up their identity. They want us to give up our identity. They want us to give up our identity as Black Americans, African Americans, but they want to keep theirs. That puts me in a vulnerable position. I'm supposed to forget who I am. We're not supposed to come together as a unit, and we're supposed to be completely at your mercy and vulnerable. I'm sorry, I cannot buy, and I don't trust Africans who talk like that. I don't trust you. No one has a right after 400 years of what we went through to ask us to just trust them like that. The white man don't have a right, and Africans don't have it. We need protection from three things. Like I said, we need protection first and foremost from the white man. Then we need protection from the African, right? And then we need protection from ourselves. That's what nature will solve. Protection from the white man, the African, and ourselves. We need our own justice system. We need to punish people and reward and punish people, and keep balancing our civilized society. We can only do that in our own context of our own reality. We can't provide for ourselves and protect ourselves unless we have land of our own. That's just the truth. So whatever anybody tells you and everything like that, the only person that's telling you that is a College Genesis. If I got to be the one lone person in the world, I'll be the one lone person. As simple as that. But I'm not going to sell out. I'm not going to say, oh yeah, well, no. And like I said, and I'm willing to appease people. Say, look, if you're really feeling America right now, and you just want to do your thing, you want to mag it up, and you're a rootin', tootin', shooting, flag saluting Negro, hey, go right ahead, man. Like I said, I'm in no position to tell nobody what to do. If you want to be an ADOS FBA, hey, that's more power to you. But one thing I will not do is have people tell me what I can't do. If you at ADOS FBA, right, and I said I don't care about what you do, I really don't. I don't care about the FBA. I want to destroy it, but if people feel that's the way they want to do, they want to be hateful, ignorant, stupid, hey, more power to you. But one thing you're not going to do is tell me that do you think this thing is going to disappear when I'm talking about? No, it's going to be here forever. And I'm going to. My goal is to train a whole new generation of young Black nationalists to carry this out. So it's going to happen. It's going to happen as true as I'm sitting here. So people try to say, "Oh man, they want to." Kala, you can't talk about that. You can't be a Black nationalist. You can't be a Black nationalist. That's not the right thing to do, Kala. We got to basically talk about whatever we want to talk about. Wow, Ghana has witnessed a significant surge in tourism revenue, generating an impressive $1.8 billion from 600,000 visitors in the first half of 2024. That's a lot of money, So actually, so what is Ghana doing that's attracting so you got a lot of white people coming to Ghana, I'll tell you that. They're coming at Ghana when Ghana basically got people from all over the world coming there. The West Africa has emerged as a top destination for tourists from the United States and the UK, solidified places as a premier tourism hub in Africa. All right, so Ghana's tourism industry goes. So Liberia can learn something from that. You know, let me send this to Ross. So wow, Ghana's so impressive, man. That's a lot of money. So the bottom line, Ghana's smart. They want people from all over the world to come there and spend money. That's a smart. Ghana's doing his own thing. I'm not mad at Ghana. Ghana's doing their own thing, but the whole thing is, while their history is being glorified, it's like they're learning themselves. They're smart. They were smart enough to talk about building a nation. Black America was talking about, I don't know what the hell Black America's talking about, you know? You're still talking about racism, white supremacy, and DEI, and all this kind of stupid shit, while everybody else is building nations. Let me get Hustle Smart on. What's going on, Hustle Smart? What's on your mind,
What's
brother?
up, my man?
Chilling. What's on your mind, brother?
I don't know if you mentioned or not, but the plane just crashed in the Potomac. So it's the American airline airplane. What shocked me about it, if you haven't heard about it yet, is that this is what I fly into. This is the airport I fly into all the time. And this is the time I usually fly up there because it's around my son's birthday. But
what Potomac, Maryland?
Yeah, DCA. This happened in DCA. This just happened like 30 minutes ago.
Okay, plane crash. I ain't
So what happened was, what it looks like to me, man, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it was a Black Hawk helicopter that kind of blitzed at it.
Yeah, I heard. Oh, yeah, I did hear about that. It crashed into a helicopter.
No, the helicopter crashed into it. See, they trying to form the narrative, but if you look, if you look on the Earth view, the American airline flight was coming in. So that means that he was on the descent. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So he was just lining up to get on. Okay, I fly Delta. I have never flown another airplane but Delta. So Delta comes on the 6th track. And then American Airlines has 3, 4, 2. You can see them when you in there, right? So the air traffic control told the plane, but I don't think it was trying to scare them. It said, "Hey, can you move to track 3?" And so the American airline flight said, "Yes, I can do that." So it was kind of just a simple lining up from one to the other, and then you can see the helicopter blitz straight at it. There's no way that should happen. You get what I'm saying? It's
Right.
no way. It's no way that a military helicopter should be on the same path of an airline when the airline is descending. Believe me, bro. I don't flew into DCA. I fly into that at least 14 times a year, bro. And you can see all the planes flying in at the same time. The airplanes come in from the Air Force Base.
Mm-hmm.
The Air Force Base is nowhere near where the DCA is. Because my son go to the charter school that was on the Air Force Base.
Mm.
So you can tell that the helicopter went straight for it.
Right. You think it was cause you think it conspiracy or you think
I think it's some type, maybe a lone wolf thing that it happened like that because, bro, do you know that and there was a Black Hawk helicopter. Like, do you know how advanced the Black Hawk helicopter is, bro? Do you know the helmet? The helmet on it by itself costs damn near $1 million. Caller.
check this out. What I hate hope doesn't happen is they find out that it's a black DEI hire or something like that. That's what I'm scared about. You know, every time something happens, I'm like, yo, I keep seeing black people being caught up in this. Like when the FEMA,
right?
People freezing. There was a black sister gal, Black Girl Magic talk about don't give nobody help that has
a Trump sticker, a Trump sign in their yard.
Like I said, these Black Girl Magic types on it. Did you see that video I played with the hood rat mayor in what you call in Daytona, Illinois, whatever?
I saw it.
Yeah, I'm saying to myself, what the entire hell, man? You know, I said like this. And also, you got people defending that. You know, I'm like, if people say, "Carl, we don't need Afghanistan," tell me what you have in America other than we have to force a move into white communities. You know, is that the thing now? Because there is no damn black communities. Do you know any black communities left that you know about?
Black community,
black communities that's thriving, no crime, no nothing.
We ain't even got a black community per se. We ain't even got damn the neighborhood, Caller. We don't even have a black community, period.
So what about DeSoto, Texas? I heard that was up and coming black area. DeSoto, Texas, outside Dallas. I heard that was a black neighborhood. Was that lies or what?
It's basically like the same of PG County.
I'll say just Negroes has lived there.
There's a bunch of Negroes over there. You know what I'm saying? It's the same, believe me. It's the same. Put it like this. It's one of those towns to where it's black people there and white people still run everything.
Yeah, that's how it is in every place in America. Like PG County and a lot of other enclaves, is white people run everything and black people have good jobs. You know.
You know what the best prime example of that? Mississippi. Mississippi has more black. I think Mississippi is the only state in America that has more black people than white people, and still white people run everything.
Yeah, that's how it is. But this is what people tell me all the time. Did you see that thing I was breaking down the Back to Africa movement? Would you listen when I was breaking down? Oh, you gotta go back and listen to the show. I broke it down. I told the whole history of it, right? And people in the chat, oh no, I said, look, bottom line is this, you know, the reason why it never really took off because it never had the support of academia in Black America. Peace, Olo, whoever you are, Creole. It never had the support of Black America, right? The majority of Black people, you gave them an opportunity to build something new and not have to suffer for it. One of the main reasons why I would say it's not even racism, is Black people want some sort of protection from the degradation, like you always talk about, of the hood rat culture.
Right.
Because the bottom line, if to get away from hood rat culture, like I said, I feel when I go to Liberia, I feel I'm away from that hood rat culture, you know, which I hate, you know. And so I said to myself, damn, if I can go to a foreign country like Liberia or Ghana and be at peace, imagine what would happen if we had the best of us building something. That's a future right there. I don't see any other way in Black America, right? You go tell me Jasmine Crockett, you know, that's supposed to be represent me. You know, Maxine Waters,
but Caller, they in our community, the sassy fast wins.
I want to be away from that. I want to be far away from that. Brandon Johnson of Chicago, this laughing Negro. I can't wait to Trump will come in and arrest his ass. You know.
He actually made me ashamed to be Black when I heard his speech. I listened to the whole.
Laughing, you know? He's laughing. He lied. He said we're not going to raise property taxes. Now he's raising property taxes on the Black. He hates Black people that much. He's going to raise the property taxes just to feed the illegals. You know.
He thinks that he's doing it. The funny part about his speech is that he's supposed to be a school teacher, so he's supposed to be educated. So he's supposed to be, when you're educated like that, the same way you are, you know the law, but it's still nuances through the law. You know what I'm saying? You still don't do it verbatim if it's hurting disenfranchise another group of people. So he keep talking about the sanctuary city. We're damn, you know what? He actually said the real name. We call it sanctuary city, but they call it, the actual term of it is called welcoming. We are welcoming city or welcoming community or something like that. And he was,
you heard him say, "We're not going to give up, especially on stolen land." That's an act of war. That's treason.
Yeah, but now the only thing he tried to save face on was he was saying that he was gonna, if there's criminals, he said, but then in this next breath, he was like, well, we got hotlines to tell you what to do. Like, you don't even tell that to the gangsters in Chicago. You ain't got no hotline to help black people. You don't got no tip line for black people if they get pulled over by the police. Do they know their rights and know their laws? You get what I'm saying? You don't have none of that for black people, but you're pulling out this for Latinos, and then you in debt. See, that's the part that I don't understand. He has so much debt at the city of Chicago. You would think that he would say, well, man, you know what? Let me do something about it. Maybe, I can get a grant from Trump, maybe get another business in here to help. But he's like, I have no idea. It's almost like he's a black man. He's cosplaying. He's a Latino, a Venezuela cosplaying as a black man.
I think he's a Haitian. He's a hateful Haitian who hates Black America. You gotta be
he's
careful.
Haitian.
I think somebody said he's Haitian.
Okay, something is off about him because he said that shit with a straight face. Even nobody else was like, well, we just following the rules or whatever. But him. Then all of a sudden he started talking about Trump and like, well, he's up there talking about DEI, like, bro, like what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, this guy, I don't know where this guy came from.
I just didn't even. I'm talking about News Nation had the whole. If you go on newsnation.com, they had the whole hour and 14 minutes. In the last 20 minutes, he was just talking about, well, Trump ain't doing this and the price of eggs. I'm like, who the fuck keep talking about price of eggs?
They give it's called pablum. Pablum is rehearsed speeches, babble, rehearsed speeches that people just spew out. That's why I hated. I always hated when I was coming out. It was pablum speak, especially white liberals. They say studies have shown black. They do the same script. It's like a scripted speech. I mean, it's called pablum. Studies have shown that black people are more likely to do this. Blah, 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 the leading cause of black people is, and you saying, dude, man, that's not the whole story, right? But that's the pablum, because that creates the image of a certain thing. And they use like what you call like the pablum of black girl magic,
Right.
Black women are most educated, black women are this, black women are that, black women are the most desired women on the planet. Also, that's pablum, It is rehearsed speech and it becomes believable because you hear it all the time,
Right.
That's rehearsed speeches and pattern speeches that people say all the time. But if you keep hearing something all the time, you begin to believe it, and it becomes a reality. And then, like I said, a lot of black people believe in all that nonsense about themselves. And this last election showed you that, no, the world's not seeing you like that. The world's not feeling y'all like that. They're not going to turn this country over to y'all, And people are just tired of the ghettoists, people like this. Nobody basically like this. Somebody said you are lying. What did he talk about?
Well, this is what it is about the black women. It's not that they thought that they was going to run the world. It's just that the Democrats were placing them on a pedestal because they was the only group that was doing it. And then once the Democrat finally kicked in and saw that, people are not following black women. That's all they saw. Because they thought that, you believe me, black women are good at, we save the world, we the backbone, we the moral authority, all them talking points. So, when it happened in South Carolina with Joe Biden that time, it was black women, but they took that and ran with it, and they had a nice little 4-year ride.
Yeah, he put a black woman on a street called buffoon, Ketanji Jackson. She's actually a buffoon.
Straight battery, straight diehard battery in her back. You know what I'm saying? Looking crazy.
But I don't know if it was a complete buffoon, on the Supreme Court. But they got what they want like that. Let me address something in the chat room. I am not saying black women aren't desired. I'm saying you're the most desired to us, black men. But I'm gonna tell you right now, black women, other men don't want you. They don't want to produce no half black babies. They want their white babies. China man wants his Chinese babies. Hispanic man they want his Latino chicks and whatnot. Black women just settle the fact that we're black men are your only option, and y'all need to live with that. That's what I mean.
Chinese men are scared of black women.
Yeah, there's not all these men. I talked to a bunch of white guys.
Yeah.
And they say, aside from like to say, yeah, I want a little chocolate, some sex and whatnot. That all their friends or family don't find out. They'll do that. I see that happen all the time. Well, black girls have be up in a white guy's house and whatnot in the suburbs and whatnot. But there ain't no real push white men who try to make it in society to be with a black woman. Now you do see it sometimes. Elvis says she's a Harvard graduate. Let me ask you a question, Helsel Smart, right?
Yeah, they got to do it anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Harvard graduate. I asked some of these people. I really do think they need to shut down some of these colleges, right? I really do.
Hey, hold on, Colin. She's so smart, but she don't know what a woman is.
She don't know what a woman is.
Yeah, that's Harvard. Hey, you know what? My son's mom, she worked at the FAA. She's scared as fuck that Trump Doge is gonna get rid of her.
Oh no, yeah, because I got a job I'm not qualified for.
Yeah, she's scared as shit. But a lot of times I have to tell her, I'm like, man, you always telling me you're a Howard graduate, you know what I'm saying, the political side. I'm like, use that. I'm like, I'm just a hood dude from Baycare. Why am I making more sense than you? Use that Howard education. So it doesn't matter. Education is just like something that you write down and put on paper. You know what I'm saying? Common sense ain't always common. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, it's about, I'm a Howard graduate. They know you got in there through DEI and you got that good life, that car payment and whatnot. That's why they hate Donald Trump. They say, how y'all vote for this orange demon and whatnot, He's about to disrupt a lot of lives. He's just slashing the government in half, man. I'm like, damn.
Let me answer Mauricio real quick. She's not scared because Trump is in office. She's scared because she works for the federal government. She's a federal employee that does the grant. So when they said they was going to do a freeze over the grant, she does the looks over the grants and the loans and the people that come in and get federal grants and everything. So she was scared when that happened.
Check this out. I wonder, is this going to help? Look, I'm for the fact that I would say black people, you really want to do certain business. Do you know the federal government buys $900 billion with a B year of goods and services from the general public?
Yeah. They even stop farmers from farming. They even pay farmers to stop farming sometimes.
Yeah. So there's $900 billion. There's no excuse for any black person who got a plan to supply something to the government that the government needs. They're always looking for something like that. When I was in my 20s, my dream was to get my own ice cream freezer, right, and supply the government the Navy ships with ice cream, because they say, there's one guy that was a vendor, right? And he was like, yeah, man, they put out an order. They ordered like 20 barrels about to go deploy. They ordered 20 barrels of ice cream. I said, what? You got that? Yeah. He goes, look, right here. I was like, damn, I wanted to get that so bad. I had, while other guys at my age were dreaming about Camaros and stuff like this, you know what I was dreaming about, man? Fucking freezers by Brown, and right. A place I could have put it in. So I figure I can get an old abandoned warehouse space, right, and put the freezer in there.
Well, you was gonna try to get them to Chesapeake?
Yeah, well, I was going to the Navy. Yeah, but I was gonna put it in Norfolk, because there's plenty of old buildings. I was gonna rent a space, put my freezer in there, man, sell to vendors, ice cream vendors in the street, and also do sell the bulk drum ice creams like to the Navy, I said, man, if I would have got 2 of those freezers in the warehouse, I'd be a millionaire right now, I could have did that, right? Because I had white guys that wanted to partner and said I had the idea to put my business plan together. But no, I got caught up in the black to the boogie to black power shit, and that's why I'm angry right now, because I wasted so much fucking years
being a black nationalist.
That's why I hate when people come in here and come at me, and no idea what I sacrificed, I listen to this shit,
I heard that other dude, he kind of walked it back. He was like, I got I ain't got a lot of investments. I just got a few. No, you got none.
You
You
talking
got
about
zero.
Bantu
Yeah,
Mandinka?
I heard him all right, when he came up, he was like, man, I just don't give a fuck. I like, no, man. Being a black nationalist is not giving a fuck about your money, because you still
Yeah,
got to
we don't want
support
our
yourself.
money.
Yeah, so he
I was Bantu Mandinka one time. I was broke, and dusty. I was there. You was supposed to burn it all down and whatnot. Let Rick's come in. Let's take it off. But when you making money, I think we can hold off a little bit.
I just think that the with the United States allowing us to complain about it. I always look back at the Vietnam War when I was doing my studies of history, and I saw that while people was out there promoting the Vietnam War, it was people that was protesting against the Vietnam War. While they was doing all that fighting, the goddamn government was still dropping Agent Orange on the Vietnamese. You get what I'm saying? They were still doing what they want to do. America.
Check this out. Hustle smart. You just started something. I think, he's coming back to Mandinkas wants to smoke, man. Oh no, we're supposed to have a nice Black History show tonight, but the smoke is about to be on, man. Here comes Bantu Mandinka. Welcome, 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 Bantu Mandinka.
What's up, man? I hear you talking. I hear you talking.
Brother, man,
I hear you talking. That's all. Because that's all you doing.
What we was saying, believe it, we ain't gonna talk behind your back. We gonna say it in your, like Kamala Harris. We gonna say it in your face.
Yeah, say it in my face.
What I was saying is that I heard when you came back on the show after you got through arguing.
I heard you.
Oh yeah. So what this is my thing about Black nationalists. When I was going through what I was going through in life, I saw that side of I saw the burn it all down and everything. But then, I started looking at all the other people that would take the place, because if it all burns down, how are we gonna stop the other countries that sitting up there licking they chop? We got Russia, you got China, you got all these places just licking their chops to get over here. You get what I'm saying? Like, America is one of the rare places where it's a superpower where half of the country get bad weather while half of the country don't. But you got these other countries where when it rains, it affects the whole country. Excuse me. Then you got other countries, when it snow, it damn near affects 80% of the country. Then you got other countries, when it's hot season, it affects the whole country for months. Like, what I'm saying is, I understand the idea of we want Babylon to fall, but then we don't never talk about what's next. It's just like as Black people, a lot of time we crash out. You know what I'm saying? Or we do this thing that we call the principle. Like, bro, I don't. Where I live at in Atlanta, where I was born at, I seen dudes get their brains blowed out about $5, $15, right? Now, when it came to the news was saying it was all about $15. But I was standing there. It was more than just that. It was disrespect. And then when these dudes did it, they were like, no, it's the principle. But at the end of the day, it don't matter about the principle, because when they put it on the news, they're going to show 3 wet $5 bills. So it doesn't matter how we feel about the situation. It's always based on the outcome we're after. Now, I got homeboys that's in prison right now begging for $15 when they killed the dude about $15. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you got to think about, you're now sleeping with iron pulled from a fan, or from a lawnmower, sleeping with it in your boxers all night, wearing boots in the shower. You know what I'm saying? That like when you're not a dude with swag and you got people on your side, like you got to wear your boots in the shower, bro. So can you imagine taking a shower in your boots? Like, that's what you got to do, bro. And a lot of these dudes, man, and I'm not saying that they're not tough, they just not fighters. That's one thing about it. When I was locked up, I seen so many dudes that were straight killers, but they weren't fighters. You get what I'm saying? It's the saddest thing that I saw, and I just saw so many Black dudes crying, used to cry at night. You know what I'm saying? Because they weren't fighters. when you run up out that cell, even if you got a shank, you still got to know how to use it because it ain't got no grip to it. You got to tie some boxer shorts around it or something. You got to know how to handle it. It's just a flimsy piece of metal that you try to sharpen the edge. It's not reinforced with different minerals and irons to harden it up. So you get what I'm saying? Like it's the weirdest thing in the world. So I understand to burn it all down, but all I want to hear from you, my brother, is that if it all burns down and if it all fails, how do we stop the other 8 countries for hitting our borders at 8 different ways? Once a Babylon fall, how do we stop that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And you ain't gonna stop it. That's the simple answer.
But the funny part is, these other countries gonna pose martial law, and it's gonna be worse under them.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, you pick your poison. You want to live like this for the rest of your life, and you think it's fine, you think it's good, that's your business. But
No. See, you're missing the point. I'm not saying that it's fine. I'm saying which one do you want to live like? Think about it like this: Russia and America is sworn enemies. So how do you think they're gonna treat? Think about it. If Babylon fall, you're basically saying white people gonna fall. So goddamn, damn near the Russians and Ukraine, they goddamn not skinheads. What do they call them? They Nazis. They neo-Nazis. Like how you think they gonna act with you? You ain't got no rules. You can't yell no Black Lives Matter. You can't get Benjamin Crump or Al Sharpton. Ain't no news reporter. They cutting all that off. So what I'm saying is that if you think this ain't fine, you rather live up under that? Because that's what's gonna happen. Because it's gonna be either China or Russia, and China is even worse.
Yeah, I look at what you call. I'm saying like this, right? The bottom line is this: with black men, that's what I say.
yeah, maybe why I'm not broke. That's why I came up here because Kyler talking
Let
that
me
broke.
say this. Let me say
Like,
back to if you got, do you own a business?
Do it like this, because Jonathan do this to you all the time. You always punk out. Let's just put my bank account up and yours up.
I'm
Then
not
we'll
gonna
see
put
who's
my
broke.
bank account up there. I say,
Well, shut up. Shut the fuck up about who's broke.
No. I'm not saying you're broke. I said, do you run a business? You got people under you. You got people employed by you.
Do you run a business? Do you run a business?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's what I'm talking about.
You do.
I got a business. I got responsibility. I make a lot of money I also one of my top agents, right? He's in Australia to the 5th thing like that. That's how much money my agents make. They're all in Vegas, Philippines, everything like that. That's the operation I'm making people money, real money, 6 figures, So I can't just say let it all burn down because it took 17 years for me to get to where I'm at right now. But if you put
Listen, man, I ain't never seen a black nationalist that got so much love for white people and all.
Most black nationalists. Hold up, Bethany, let me tell you something. Most black nationalists were broke, and I follow that same freaking logic, and I was broke.
What are you talking about, broke, man? What is broke?
Most black nationalists got 2 times together. You know what most black nationalists are? Omar sitting there begging for $20 here, $20 there. Ain't even got a place to stay. Ain't got shit. I'm not like that. I have a house. I have everything.
They say he's sleeping in the school bus. Colin, he's sleeping in the
That's
jail.
what I'm saying. So I'm not gonna be that, man. That's
How is he broke when he got people donating millions of dollars to him? What are you talking about, man?
They know millions of dollars.
No, they ain't broke no millions. They ain't broke. He have got millions over a course of 10 years. You get what I'm saying? If he was getting millions of dollars, the school would be up.
I didn't say he got it at once, but he got it over time.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I make like, bro. In 5 years, I gross over 1.5 million. Take me 5 years to gross 1.5 million.
Bottom line is this. I'm saying anybody basically who got something going for themselves, got a plan, future, whatnot. What I want to do with the Africans is integrate those people. Say, look, let's invest in this long term in Africa. Let's go work towards Africa. Like that. I ain't telling nobody to give up their job, or anything like that. So whatever like that, So let me get Wise on. Wise, brother, what's going on?
Let me ask the brother though. Let me ask the brother because I really want to know. I want to know the plan. If it all burns down, what's the next step? All you said, Bantu, was that's a good question. That's all you said.
What's the next step?
What's the next step if Babylon falls?
The next step is you gotta do what you gotta do. It ain't gonna be no more.
What does that? Excuse me, bro. Believe me, bro. I'm from Bankhead, bro. From the block. What in the hell is do what you got to do mean? Because that is what you call a vague term. That ain't no instruction, no direction, no nothing. We talking about 40. Hold on. Let me finish. I'm gonna finish the question at whole so you can answer that whole. We got 45 million people. We got 45 million people now that Babylon don't fail, and now we got to do. It's what we gonna do. Please tell me you got something more than we got to do what we got to do.
What do you expect? You want me to say we're gonna form an army and we're gonna take care of ourselves?
I'm just asking you to plan.
That would be the ideal plan. But I already know y'all sitting up here talking. Y'all not ready for that. Y'all just want to stay up here, make your money,
you're not
make your
answering the
$1 million
question,
and be happy.
bro. You're running from the question, and it's
I'm not running from the question.
Yes, you are. I asked you a direct question. Just please give me a 2 or 3 step after Babylon has fallen. Just give me one. And you ain't even got to give me 3 steps. Just give me 2 steps. So the first 2 steps where black people as a whole we got to do
3 steps. All y'all got all this money, come together, put all your weapons together, and get ready to go to war and take the country over. As simple as that.
That's not a good idea.
Well, it's not a good idea.
How you gonna build a war? You don't produce anything.
Question, I promise. I promise, Colin, this is the last question. Bro, don't you know that because of black people believe in white Jesus so much and that we love the Lord so much that half of black people don't even own guns, scared of guns? We don't need guns in their house.
We don't need that half. I'm talking about the half that do.
But hold on, but listen, bro. It's over 2. Let me tell you the stat that I just looked up the other day. It's over 200. It's over 300 million people on this earth. They have over. I think they said it was 360 million guns out there, and 80% of the guns is owned by white people and Latinos, and black people have 20% of the guns. So,
wouldn't that make sense if we only 20% of the population?
Let me finish the statement, bro. Let me finish the statement. So you got black people with 20% of the gun. Only 1% of black people go to the gun ranges and practice on a daily basis. We don't have no type of training outdoors once the power shut off. Because that's the first thing they do. They shut off the power and they shut off the water. Most black people ain't got enough food in their refrigerator to last them 3 days. You get what I'm saying? We don't know how to we don't know how to process. We don't know how to process water. We don't know how to trap our own food.
Man, we don't know how to do this. Everybody is not stupid like that, man.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro?
Let me say something.
We don't know how to do this. We don't have that.
I'll tell you what.
Hold on.
Let's do a consensus right now. Let's do a consensus. See, one thing about you, bro, you talk real anecdotal. And if you know how to do it, that is. You get what I'm saying? But I know for a fact, I got a family on my mama's side, it's at least 300-400 of them. And I know my dad's side is about 400. And we had this at our family reunion. And we talked about it. I even brought it up because I was telling the people that's our family in New Orleans that how y'all stand down there by New Orleans and after Katrina, y'all don't even have a boat. Y'all don't even buy the little inflatable raft life jackets or anything. They don't have it. So we had this conversation of self-preservation. I was trying to get my family at both our family unions to just go buy the little 90-day the 90-day food packs where you can put in a storage and put up there. Not now one of them had no idea about it. So since you say everybody know, I know 600 people that don't
I
know.
didn't say everybody know. You know, so you can teach them.
Bro, you can't teach black people nothing if they don't want to do it. That's what I'm saying. What we're saying is what black people don't get it until the lights get cut off, and then they're gonna be sitting around want some help. That's gonna be collateral damage. That's the difference.
So what you saying, Sip Police? What you saying? What's your steps?
What I'm saying is that 80% of white people practice this type of thing. They practice hunting. It's a way of their culture to practice hunting, to go out there on the weekends in the rain, sit up in trees, peeing in Gatorade bottles, shooting deer and shooting goddamn rabbits from 100 feet away. I'm telling you that we don't do that as a people. We don't practice any type of hunting and any type of self-preservation, any type of doom preparations.
Just sit here and go along with it. Whatever they say, just go along with it, right?
Hey, Bantu, let me ask you a question. Do you got a passport?
Yeah, I got a passport. What that got to do with anything?
Where have you been?
Don't worry about where I've been. Where you been?
I'm saying, I'm just asking you a question. Seriously, where have you been?
What that got to do with anything? Just ask your question.
No. I'm saying you said you're just gonna sit here, but I'm saying, have you got a passport? Have you ever explored another country like Africa? In Africa?
You saying all that to say what, man?
I'm saying that you're full of shit. That's what I'm saying. You know.
Okay, well, just say that.
I'm saying you're full of shit. Come on, man. I love you, but come on, man. I was like you one time too, man.
I'm full of shit, but you want to stay tethered to the bitch. Okay.
No.
Stay tethered to it. I don't give a fuck. And I got money.
Let me stop you right the fuck there. You know, shut the fuck up. You know, I'm the only one talking about a realistic solution as a nation of our own, not for me, but for future generations. You know, we need a nation. The next generation can't make the mistakes we did because I bought into America. So I'm saying, look, the future. That's why I'm studying so hard about the Black nationalism, where we went wrong, and I'm reinventing the Black nationalism movement because I know that's the only chance we got. You know. And because of that, I've been to the continent, right? I plan on going to the Congo, Angola, Namibia, Zambia. I'm spreading my African portfolio, right? I'm somebody that's actually serious about this shit. I have an office on the African continent, you know? I have a corporation in an African country, you know? I'm somebody that's the real thing, Fred, my brother. I have an organization on the ground, you know? I have a business in Liberia, you know? I get people set up there. I do interviews with people when they come to Liberia. You know, I'm dead serious about what I'm doing. You're sitting up on my platform talking shit to me. You know, that's why I'm not gonna have that no more. I've been listening to niggas all my fucking life talking shit and never doing nothing. You know, that's why I'm full of shit. You know,
but I'm glad you stopped him. You and Simple stopped him because he's talking about getting guns and going to war. What are you talking about? No offense to that brother.
On my platform, why'd you say that fucking on my platform? You know, I don't know who's listening. You know,
yeah, I know, but that was not a good idea. Like, that's dangerous. That's stupid. That make no sense. That's not logical.
Don't say it on the fucking air, you fucking moron. You know,
this is the thing, man. You know what? One thing about being on the streets at an early age, man, you know, I was able to sit back. You know, I'm gonna use Marie Shy, you know, female intuition on this one. You know, I was a Scorpio, so instead of talking a lot, I just sat back and listened, and I just saw how that if you got 12 black people together and they talking about 12 different things, they all found 12 different ways to say 12 different things and put the word Jesus or God behind it, as if that makes it solidifies it or something. Like, that's okay. You said the word Jesus, you said the word God, you said on my mama, on my hood, I look fly, I look like we Carla, we're full of colloquialism, colloquial terms. You get what I'm saying? Like
black
what, what twisted my brain when he said we got to do what we gotta do. What the fuck does that mean?
Nothing.
Believe me, I know what do what you gotta do, but that can mean
street shit.
what I'm saying is do what you gotta do can mean 3,694,223,000,000,000 different things.
Yeah, I think he means go hit up a bank, man.
Yeah,
he might meant to say, let's go to since Babylon fall, let's go get all the beer out the cooler at Walmart. I don't know, man.
Like he's about to stick up 7-Eleven.
Go get some money.
That was sad. But see, the thing about it is, we see what China's doing to them communities right now, trying to brainwash them and make them got them in almost an internment. What do you call them? Internment camps? What you call them?
Internment camps.
Internment camps now. Like America. Like, hold on for a second. Hold on 1 second, bro. Like we're complaining about them right now with our occupation. What the hell you think they're gonna do if they come over to where America is nowhere near like the power structure is done? Like we can't get those rockets out the ground and we ain't got the nuclear codes. And then on top of that, black people leading the fight, talking about we don't want automatic weapons. Like you need automatic weapons.
Not only that, there's something. You know the sad part? He comes from Compton, right? They're being driven out of Compton by the Mexicans and Latinos. You know, they don't even have a sanctuary. You know, the dumb niggas don't even have a sanctuary. You know, usually other groups of people, you could say, you still got Germantown, you got Little Italy, and places like that. You got Jewtown, whatever like that. You know, black people don't even have a freaking sanctuary anywhere in America, right? You know, we just don't have any communities, anything that we control from the top to bottom. They just simply don't exist.
Hey, let me answer Anto Oliver real quick. He said you got 400 family members, don't worry about the rest. This is the thing, my brother. I tried to get those 400 family members to buy a 90-day food supply, dry pack food. It had flashers in there. It had GPS in there. It had walkie-talkies in there. Everything. It came with about 3 totes. I couldn't get not one to buy that. But when I jumped in the charge and told them I was going to the liquor store, guess how many people threw money at me to go to the liquor store? To go get some Hennessy. Go get some Grey Goose. Go get some Seagrams. Go get some Pina Colada. Go get some 12 packs of Corona. Go get some Michelob Ultra. My cousin loved Michelob Ultra. They go get some liquor.
It's a Mad Dog 2020.
Now they're a little uppity. They're a little uppity. They gonna do that. They probably do some Cisco. They might do Cisco. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Simple East. What's your opinion on Trump opening up Guantanamo Bay?
I don't know. I'm like Colin with this. I'm not gonna gloat, but I have no problems because when I went to Kenya and when I went to Africa and you break one of them motherfucking laws over there, you ain't got nobody speaking up for you. Ain't nobody finna speak up for you. And on top of that, if you go to one of their jails, you better have somebody that you know gonna bring you some food.
Dang.
They ain't giving you no 3 meals.
Damn.
They ain't giving you it doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, where'd you go? You went to Kenya, where else?
I went to Kenya and I went to Nigeria.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah,
now, me personally, like, because Carla knows the Liberian mindset, I prefer Kenya. The only thing I didn't like about Kenya was the goddamn rampant bedwetching going on there.
Oh yeah, they're crazy for white dudes, man.
Boy, you crazy? Those chicks in Kenya were damn near lay over a puddle, like how we used to say, put your jacket over a puddle of water so the woman can walk by. These women were damn near lay over a bridge and let the white man dance over that. Matter of fact, she would be the pride of the family if she get a white dude.
Yeah, I don't even want to see nothing like that.
That's the only thing I didn't like about it, and I damn sure didn't like those old people in Mubasa that was out there with them kids.
Hey, man, I hear about that. What's up with that, bro?
They just rent. They just what they do now. They go around. So it's believe me, it's girls on the beach. They'll ask you, hey, do you want to have sex with me? They'll ask you straight up, just normal looking girls. You know what I'm saying? Then you have the guys out there, you know what I'm saying? They'll come up there and ask you, do you want a girl? Do you want a child? You know what I'm saying? Do you want somebody to spend some time with? Yes, the guys, it's mostly the guys out there.
These Kenyan guys sell their own sisters and
family members. Family members. They'll go pull their child, right? They'll go pull their. I'm sorry, go ahead, Carla.
Somebody with voodoo want us to blend into that culture. We gotta assimilate and be like them. Get the fuck out of here.
And look, you can be mad. You can go to whole art right? Ain't no use of checking no people because they're not the white people that's coming over there. They're not forcing anybody. I'm telling you that it's guys on the beach that will come up to you.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? They ask you, hey man, you want to get a massage? You know what I'm saying? I got a girl, you know, you tell me what age you want her. You know what I'm saying? Do you want somebody to spend some time with you at the hotel? You need somebody to come cook for you? Like all that, they ask you all that shit. And it is cheap. Like if you go to the beach in Kenya, man, you can get a girl for the whole night for like $20.
I don't be going to Kenya. I don't trick, so I would never do that. So I have no interest in being in that shit. You know,
like they'll tell you the price. Now in Kenya they'll say the price in dollars for you or in euros. In Nigeria they're gonna tell you the price in naira.
Yes, I don't get down like that.
But the mentality of the Nigerian women, they're starting to get that attitude like Black American women.
I heard that stuff is toxic, man. It's like a parasite all around Africa here, they're like being Americanized. Is that true?
But not in countries where not in the East. It's getting like that in the West. The West follows American culture more than the East. The East kind of is on that like Egyptian kind of Far East thing. You know what I'm saying? They don't really listen. They don't do no drill rap that much in Kenya, in the East, Uganda, Rwanda. They don't do that over there because their countries are really ran by dictators almost. You get what I'm saying? Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal. You know what I'm saying? It's ratchet over there. Senegal ain't as bad, but Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon is lawless. Cameroon is lawless, bro.
Dang.
You know what I'm saying?
Like Cameroon, you're Frenchy mad, boy.
Well, it is what it is. They have no type of you know, they at the borders, like, you know, trying to stop them from coming over. And on top of that, the economy is bad unless you're in the major city. You know what I'm saying? But like at the border of Cameroon and Nigeria is like Caliber. If you ever heard of Caliber, Nigeria, they have this thing that's like by Port Harcourt. But if you get down there to Port Harcourt, they're real tribal and with the juju shit. It's real spookism is down that way. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, but when you get further up north, like in Asaba, you know, that's the Delta, and you get to Benin City, it's Edo. You know, Edo is get kind of better. That's why you see more of the wealthy guys. And then you get up there by Lagos, and you get up there by Ibadan. I found out that's the way, even though it ain't no E in the name, it's an I. They call it Ibadan. You know, I just learned a lot being over there, man. I just learned a lot. And, you know, they fit in, and they was telling me that the way that I talk, you know, I'm more like an Igbo the way I talk. You get what I'm saying? So, but, you know, it's the nature of it, the way the females are. Even though the females kind of act like the American women, they still don't have that money. You get what I'm saying? So their wigs look dusty and beat up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
that we've looked dusty and beat up to the
Someone
side.
said they look like 304s, man.
They definitely do. But
Dang.
the thing about it is that but when you see their living conditions, most of them living in, one room, you know what I'm saying, where they have to either share a bathroom or share a kitchen. You get what I'm saying? Or, the water is not, the electricity is not staying on. You get what I'm saying? Like in the mainland, like I hung out in the mainland. I didn't hang out in the hotel was in the hotel was on the island part, you know what I'm saying? But when you don't want to hang out there where it's happening at, just like in America, most shit pop off in the hood or in the urban area. You know what I'm saying? But when you see the girls walking, you know what I'm saying? Everything they got on is fake. You know what I'm saying? So they have that attitude like how we do in America, how we say you broke, but you look like rich. You got guys that ain't got no money in their pocket, phones don't even work, but they got on Gucci and Louis and some flip-flop. I'm talking about the roads is dirty, dust. Like that's one thing you're gonna realize too. When you get off the main road where the hotels are, man, you're gonna be surrounded by dust.
Dang.
Dirt, like just like how you ride that. Like, where you from, my brother?
I'm from LA, man. I'm actually from Inglewood, but yeah, I'm from Los Angeles.
Okay, so say if you riding down the street and you get to the sidewalk, you still gonna see some grass or some trees or some pump. Like you riding down the street, you might be on the road, which is gravel, but everything on the right is gonna be dirt. And it's not gonna be a sidewalk, and the sidewalk is gonna be like an open trench.
What the?
Yeah.
It's gutters, open gutters, right?
Open gutters, bro.
Dang, yeah, you can see trash everywhere, right?
Trash everywhere, man.
Dang, bro. So even in Kenya?
Kenya's not like that.
Okay.
Kenya is better. I'm telling you, I prefer Kenya. Kenya has stable electricity.
Yeah.
You get 5G. You get 4G and 5G in some places in Kenya.
Oh, nice.
And you can stream while you're moving. You know what I'm saying? Like
I heard people. Oh, sorry to cut you off. I heard people say prefer Kenya, East Africa, Uganda, Tanzania over West Africa because the infrastructure is better. Like I heard some horror stories from West Africa, but East Africa is better.
Yeah, East Africa. Hey, Rob Moyes, just tell me one thing that I'm lying about. Just don't call me a lie. Be real specific about it, man. And if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But I'm just telling you what I saw. And it's like that. It's nothing but dirt. Like you're gonna see dirt 90% of the time when you're riding down the street, unless you go in those areas. But let me tell you something. You can go in the rich areas and then go behind those houses, and the roads is dirt. Now the main road is good. But behind them, like think about it. So if they have the streets lined up, so it's like a street behind every row of houses. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But the street behind the main street is dirt and bumpy, and half of it is paved and half of it is dirt. Even in the rich areas.
Hold on. Let me address this chat room. Brudy says many diasporas are successful in various African countries. Yeah, right. I have yet to see anybody really, really successful that transition Africa. Unfortunately, I've seen a lot of people put a lot of money in. I've never seen anybody get rich in Africa. I never did.
All those people. Sorry to cut you off. So all those people on like YouTube talking about they got properties and they're building properties. Like that one brother building properties.
Did you hear the debate I had with Lewis 2 nights ago? He
No, I
said,
didn't hear that.
own the land, you get a leasehold. That means you have no value to the land. If you don't, land is only as good as you have the deed to it,
Right.
And so, therefore, since they don't have a leasehold, you could get a leasehold and you could sell it to somebody else. You don't own it,
Yeah.
Well, you put a house, you could put it like he's building a 5 bedroom house, whatever like that. But that house is nothing but a pile of freaking bricks. It means nothing. What's valuable is the land and the location, right? If the land is connected to a railway system, a power line grid, a sewer grid, a water grid, and stuff like that, the land's value goes up by 10. That's what land speculators do. When you buy land, right, and you're in the state legislature and you pass a law saying that we're gonna build a railway right here or the post right here, the land prices go do what? It jumps. Then you sell the land, you know? That's how people got rich, like Stuyvesant in New York and whatnot, because they control the development, the infrastructure building. Black people in the diaspora don't have any power over infrastructure. They don't care float their own municipal bonds because they're not recognized as a geopolitical entity, you know? So therefore, and also the land they got is leased. That means you're gonna be always poor, you know? So the only solution is in Afghanistan, you know? Well, we have our own modern land laws and real estate laws and stuff like that, and our own land speculation and stuff like that we could build, you know, and we could bring our own developers and everything like that, you know, use the same capital commercial system that we know in the West that works. You know, like Dick asked me, well, I've never seen a black man. Yeah, you never hear of black nationals like me. I studied economics. I studied industry. I studied all this stuff. And I came to the conclusion that this is the way. Most of the black nationals were leftists, were communists, leftists, Marxists, and socialists, right? And the bottom line, that's why they never went anyplace. I'm like the first person as a right-wing black nationalist. I believe in the government. I believe in state. I believe in law, the rule of law. I believe in banks. I believe in industry. I believe in the police. I believe in courts. I'm a right-wing type of person. I want a right-wing sort of nation, you know? And I believe in a common culture and heritage, you know? I don't believe in a liberal society. I believe that people should have a common culture and society that they uphold, you know? Yeah, and symbols like a flag, monuments, everything like that. That's when you're right wing. When monuments mean something to you. A leftist look like this. What's that statue over there? Oh, that's Patrick Henry. Who was that? Well, he was the founder of our country. I don't know about that, you know? Yeah.
Right.
See, that's a leftist way, a leftist thing. They're liberal. They don't care. They don't believe in traditions and stuff like that, you know?
You know what? Let me say this too. You know what? I really think it's no different. Really, a black nationalist is almost like a liberal. You get what I'm saying? Like they're not really about capitalism. A black nationalist is not really a conservative if that's on his mind to burn it down, because you know at the end of the day,
he's not a black nationalist. A lot of times, people who are black, he's a black radical.
Okay. Well, let me say that again. A radical. Yeah, I was just finna say he said. That's why I tell y'all, goddamn, Colin is the hustle spar whisperer. I was just finna say it sounds more radical because even black nationalists care about their kids. And I'm gonna tell you like this, Colin. I laugh every day when I talk to my kids because they are nothing like me. Nothing. I'm talking about street smarts, and they be like, "Can you teach me them?" I'm like, "No, I'm not teaching you nothing." Nothing about the streets. Like I want you to go further away from. I want it to be when you go over there in that neighborhood, you don't fit in. You get what I'm saying? I want it to be like that.
They gotta be aware, bro. They gotta know something.
Well, they gotta be aware, but they ain't got. See, it ain't like LA, bro. You can in that line, you can stay away if you want to be away from the hood. You ain't never got to see it.
That's true.
So it's a difference in the city because the city is so diverse like that, and we do practice segregation in the South. Not officially, but we do. But let me say that. Go ahead.
What I said, ask them, have you got a passport? What was that guy?
Bro, let me tell you, Colin. Once he said that black people got to do what they got to do, I knew anything else that came after that. When you tried to ask that question, he was just more deflection. Everything, it was just like if you ask him what time it is, and he gonna be like, "So you just gonna pay attention to the white man time, huh? You just gonna so what time we gonna go to the grocery store? So you just gonna eat the white man's food at the frozen section, huh? He's like a contrarian. You know who he reminds me? He reminds me of Elvira, the Lion Liberian. You know what I'm saying?
It also, basically, the theory is called the white man. It's Thanos theory. You know,
right? Hey, but let me tell the brother this. The only good thing about building a house in Africa, as a guy that's not married, is that you can get one of the finest girls you ever see in your life to come cook, clean for you for about $6.33 a week. And she will work. And she will work 6 days a week for you.
Well, wait, what country? Like what? Kenya, Nigeria, or anywhere in Africa?
No, that's it. That's anywhere. That's anywhere. You can get a house girl. You can get a house. Like, that's what I'm saying. Jobs are so hard to find. The government's got it like that. The average. Do you know the average pay for I got a friend in La Saba, that's Delta State, works at a grocery store. She works from 8 in the morning to 6 at night, 6 days a week. She make $30,000 a month. Bro, do you know how much that is? That is $18.23 a month.
Husband, let me ask you a question. What should I do about this ICC client? He's talking about black gangsters and whatnot. I'm tired of it, you know?
I mean, a person like that, you can just always combat that because he's not being really disrespectful. You don't ban him.
Well, I'm a ban him just for temporary, but he keeps saying that he knows when you come to my platform, I want intelligent people, right?
Right.
Look, let me tell you something about what black gangsters do. Black gangsters took 3 of my cousins. You know, I lost 3 of my cousins to murder. You know, I have aunts grieving. You know, to this day. You know, the bottom line is this: my one aunt Shirley grieved till she died early. You know, or my cousin Ali. You know, so the whole thing is this: when people start talking about glorifying gangsters, that's exactly antithesis of what College Genesis stands for. So why would anybody come on my chat forum and type that shit in my chat room? You know. And the next time he tries to defend that, whatever like that, he's gone. IC3 will never be here again. You know,
I get it. But Tolliver, you calling it slavery, but what are you talking about? It ain't slavery to them because if they can work, like this is the thing. When you go to Africa, an African will rather work for you than to work for another Nigerian. Let me just use Nigeria for example. A Nigerian would rather work for you than to work for other Nigerian, because one thing that we not gonna let somebody else do, we're not really gonna let somebody clean up for us, sun up to sundown. We ain't gonna let them eat by themselves. We ain't gonna make them eat different food. Most of the people, the Nigerians that work for Nigeria, make them eat, only give them tea and rice for the whole day.
Dang.
Tea and rice, that's it.
So you're saying if you show up, you don't get yourself a woman easy. You have a chick that come over your house, cook for you, all that good stuff.
Bruh, you're gonna have to push it. You're gonna have to, you know what the sad part is? You're gonna be in the situation that women are in when they look good, is that they have so many guys at them, so they don't really know how to vet that many. Like, guys don't really have that problem. Even the best looking guys, you know, he only gonna have, 2 or 3 good ones at any good time, 2 or 3 good ones, so he can easily dissect them. But at the end of the day, they're coming to help, and that's the thing that most black men are not used to in America. We're not used to a woman saying, "Hey, can I rub your feet?" You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, as soon as you walk in the door, you kick off your slippers. She damn near diving for them bitches. You get what I'm saying? To put them in, she picking up your slippers, wiping them off. She's constantly cleaning.
Dang.
You get what I'm saying? But
you said I can get all that in Africa. Dang.
You can get all that in Nigeria for about $6. And see, I'm nice. I'm actually nice. You get what I'm saying? So, and on top of that, bro, they work for the whole month. I pay by the week.
So sure, if I take a trip down there to Kenya or like Ghana or Nigeria, I go rent a house out for like 2 weeks. Yeah, I can easily go get a chick. It's real easy. I just gotta go out there, mingle a little bit. They can hear your accent.
All you gotta do is go to the market and start buying stuff and say, "Hey, I need a house girl." Believe me, it's gonna be people lined up out there. Because most of the women that work in the market have daughters there too that just sitting around doing nothing. And one thing that's good about Nigerian and Kenyan chicks and Ghana chicks, mostly all of them know how to cook. Now, Carla can tell you more about Liberia, but I'm sure Liberia is like that too. I did not meet not one chick that didn't know how to cook a meal from scratch. I'm talking when I say from scratch, my brother, I mean like grinding the pepper seeds by hand with a little stick and a little bowl. I ain't talking about getting it out the shell. I'm talking about getting the raw materials, getting it milled down, separating that's the first time I saw a black Colin. You know, I never saw a black eyed pea whole before. I didn't know it came in a shell.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. They take them apart at the market with a little pointy rock. That's how they separate it, and they sift through it. Even when they do the rice, you'll see them sifting through it. Bruh, they wash your clothes by hand.
Dang, man.
Because most people, you only gonna get the washing machines at the on the island. You're not gonna get the washing machines on the mainland, so they're used to washing clothes by hand.
I'm talking about besides going to a market, which is a good approach. That's a cool. But I'm talking about just run up to a woman and be like, "Hey, what's up?"
She has somebody in her family that needs some type of work.
Dang.
Like you can have two of them in there if you want to. You can have one cook, one clean.
Dang, all right.
And you can get both of them for about $15 a day. Now change that. $15 a week.
Oh shit.
And that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that when it's so hot there, bro. I'm older, so you're younger than me. I didn't want to go out like that, so I had my handler go, and all the food and stuff that I didn't eat, I just told them to take it home. Like stuff like that, people wouldn't do. Like when I got ready to leave, my handler was crying.
Damn.
Because what my handler told me is that, the most I would work for you is 4 hours. They was like, I would have to work from sun up to sundown and still wouldn't get what you give me. And I gave them a tip. And with the SIM card I had, I gave them the SIM card with the data card. You're gonna have to get you it's good to take two. Colin, when you go to Liberia, how many phones do you take?
I only got two.
Yeah, you need to have two phones. You need to have your regular American phone. You need to have an extra phone so you can put the chip in. You know what I'm saying?
I got an extra phone. I got plenty of extra phones. Okay,
Yeah,
take
so
two phones with me. Okay.
So you need to you're gonna have to get you a SIM card. I advise you can get it at the airport if you want to. I advise you to go to the nearest MTN place and I don't know what they have in Liberia, but in Nigeria they got MTN and Airtel. And then in Kenya they got Vodafone, M-Pesa.
So is it like based off of like minutes you buy? How much is this? It's probably cheap, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you gotta buy it. No. Theirs is more expensive. They data is more expensive than all. I'm with T-Mobile and I pay $65 and I got unlimited everything. So that means I can watch movies. A lot of times when I'm at work, I'll turn on like a series, like something, and watch those. I got it set up with my stream is that it don't even ask me no questions. It'll just play as long as it's plugged up. And they'll just play. So I rent through maybe 150 gigs to 200 gigs every month. In Nigeria, it takes how much it is? 15,000 for 29 gigs. So you get the 29 gigs like that. But on the fucked up part about it, the service is not good. It's you're gonna be goddamn buffering, you know what I'm saying, for no reason. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Like if you say for instance, if you in where you at in LA, if it's 4G, 5G, it's 5G unless you go in the mountains somewhere. You can be dead in the heart of the city, major city, and the network ain't working. And electricity just go out. And a lot of people use power banks there. Because they don't have electricity, and then they have to use generators.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is some of the houses are just rooms. So you can't use a generator if you got a room. You can only use a generator if you got like a full apartment. So they got 3 type of apartments. They got I'm gonna explain them all to you real quick. They got the room, that means that it look like sort of like a hotel, but it's just one room and that's it. You don't even have no kitchen. You just have a bathroom. So you just have to cook in your room. So you cook in the corner or something like that. Then you have the self-contained where you have the kitchen, the bedroom, and then you have a bathroom. A bedroom and parlor, that means what we would call it the living room or the front room or the den. So you'll have a den, kitchen, bathroom, and you would have the one bedroom. That's a self-contained. You get what I'm saying? So, but so those are more expensive. But most people just have a room, and they're paying like $100K a whole year for a room, and that's about $66. That's about $66 a year. But the conditions is, you ain't got no AC. You get what I'm saying? You got no pressure on your toilet. You're gonna have to put water in the toilet to flush it. It's you're gonna have to get burners, you're gonna have to buy propane. And then you can't put no generator in there. Because the generator would be in the hallway and then people would steal it. You know what I'm saying? So
hold on, let me answer this, and I get ready to shut down folks for the night. Broody asked me, are panelists really knowledgeable about contrast intertwined of Black nationalism, cult nationalism, Afrocentric? What do you mean intertwined? I studied them all, and it's all bullshit, I doubt it. Panelists are thinkers. What does the chat think? Look, let me tell you something, man, Broody, right? With all due respect, man. Look, I am at the point now where I'm like this. All that stuff like that, the Ubuntu, all that stuff. If that stuff was any sort of real, we would have an Ubuntu bank. We have an Ubuntu shipping company. We have something tangible came out and stuff like that. All it is, everything you see, the Afrocentrism and everything is always relegated because as Africans don't take that shit seriously. The people that make decisions in Africa basically would tether themselves to the white man. That's what Donald Trump said. I don't give a shit about Africa. Basically said that,
Right.
He says 60 years, y'all haven't done anything, because Africans have been playing games, They're not serious about developing the continent, not serious about building. Now, Ghana is doing something different. I give Ghana that. It has basically, they said Ghana's tourism brought $2 billion right here. They brought 600,000 tourists to the country. That's good, So Ghana's doing something right, I give Ghana that credit. It's doing something right. But it's not enough that tell Black America that you come over here because it's not a developed country. Its GDP is less than the city I live in, I can't, a whole country, So what I'm saying is this, though, until like what you talk about, Baruti and Bongo G, that you talking about, Baruti, Afrocentrism, it has not translated into dollars and cents and improving anybody's way of life, Now, if you want to do something, what's the difference between them and a Christian house bar? Can you tell me the difference between Ubuntu and all stuff and somebody who's poor and has no money, giving his last dollar to the preacher and whatnot, and he's still broke and poor, talking about salvation? Well, tell me what's the difference?
Sitting there hoping for a miracle?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ain't
so
no
what's
difference
the difference between the Ubuntu and that?
Well, Colin, what's Ubuntu when they want the? It's just like how Trump talking about the United Nations. Like, why are we talking about? Why don't we call it United States? Because if we're putting in all the money, you get what I'm saying? Like, if you're putting all the effort, that's why I understand when you first said about the Pan-Africanism is dead because it's just one sided. Like. Yeah. At the end of the day, you would think that Africans would be like, oh shit, the Black Americans coming in with the money. At least we can, have it, make it easy, have some type of way so they can, get along. We know they don't speak the language, have like a handler system. You know what I'm saying? The way you come to the airport, it goes like different handlers. These are different taxis. These are different people that speak both English, both Yoruba and Igbo, none of that. Like, you have to literally get out there and search. Bro, when you get to Africa, you got to really expect the gadget. So, are more like you got to be damn near like a mind reader when you get out there. But
honestly, like I said, after years of doing this, why not?
Let me ask you there, Colin. How did you meet your driver? Because your driver was more like your handler too, right?
Well, yeah. Well, but see, I have a lot of people in Liberia. When I go to Liberia, I got like 20 people that I'm cool with. They know me. I have a whole network of people there that's down with the BAO and stuff like that. What's going on? BAO was dead. Anyway, my driver was my Uncle Charlie. That's Isabella's uncle, right?
Mm-hmm.
he was his driver, right? When he comes to Liberia, right? And so Uncle Charlie said we could use his SUV as a Hyundai or something like that. And then the guy Chomo, the driver, he basically his boss gave him the month off. And so he basically his boss, I think, went out of the country, so he didn't have a job. So I came at the right time, same like weekend that his boss left. And so he said he'll work for me. And I was paying him at that time, I was paying him $25 a day. That was good money.
Oh man, that's he was happy as shit if he was going $25 a day.
You saw me, I was buying his food, you know.
Oh, $25 plus you bought the food?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So that even goes up. So what about the gas in the car? Did you pay for that too?
I paid for the gas, you know.
So that was about, so you was paying about $50 a day.
Yeah, about that, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
You know? Like I said, money goes quick in Africa, you know, but like I said, what I learned is, you know, the next time, a couple times I went, I would get a place for a month or whatnot. And I got this time when I go, I don't know, next week I'll find out if Isabella is going to be coming here to the United States.
Hey, caller, drop Big Cheese comment down, can you, if you can?
Okay, Big Cheese, you know, it's clown.
Drop his comment down. Just bring it down. Okay, there you go. Hey, you know what though? I heard you say something the other day too. You were trying to convince people that they'll be better off getting an apartment there. You get what I'm saying?
Say something. If you, this is what I see. You know, this is my opinion, right? What I see is a lot of black people from America, right? They bet you say your eyes bigger than your stomach, you know. And the bottom line is, I would say like this: if you want to live on the continent or whatever, like, or especially a lot, because I learned this from a lot of Liberians. You know, they rent apartments in Liberia. A lot of Liberians ask for, so they can have a place that they don't have to keep up, you know. And they rent out. They'll rent out, like, pay 6 months in advance or a year in advance. Go there and live and they make sure that the place has all the amenities: a shower, refrigerator, stove, all stuff like that, electricity, whatever like that. As long as you got a clean, decent place that's furnished and everything like that, you're good, you know? And all you freaking need, right? When you could take the process of, unless you basically are planning to live there, and you got a few hundred G's in the bank, or you got some business, and I don't see that happening right now, you know?
Me either.
You know, unless you got like some lucrative contract. Because I thought after 30 years ago that what I'm doing right now here in Virginia Beach, I thought I was gonna be doing this in Africa. That I'd be working in Johannesburg, going to Nairobi, blah blah blah, and a briefcase. It never happened. You know, Africa didn't deliver for me, right? So when I tell Bantam and Dinka, like the last 17 years, I've been building my insurance agency, right? And I built it up to a high level. I'm on a high level right now, you know, MGA level, you know, and I'm at 2 years from just basically doing credentialing and contract. I don't have to ever sell again. You know, that's how big my agency is growing, you know. So I got a stake in the community that I live in, you know. And also when I get to that level, I could live most of the year on the continent. If I want, I could travel the continent. I have so much money coming in, and I'm free. I can walk away from business. I'm free. I make money in my sleep. You know, why would I blow that, right? By saying, I hope everything crashes and burns. You know, the dumbest niggas. Like I said, another thing is, I'm sick and tired of dumb niggas running the fucking black nationalism. I say the IC3. Oh, we got to get the black gangsters. Look, let me tell you something right now. If people want to test me, you're going to lose. You know, I've been around dumb niggas my whole fucking life. You know, so you're not impressing me with your stupid shit when you come up on my platform. You know, you niggas ain't got no plan. You're nothing. All you like to do is sit online talking shit.
What's the point of talking tough on the internet?
That's what I'm talking about, because they're full of shit. That's why, you know. I can easily get up here and talk about, let's get the guns, get the gas, whatnot.
That bust they had for a cracker. We see. What are you talking about?
You ain't gonna do shit, you know. Just like when George Zimmerman, right? He said, if that nigga gets up, we're gonna do this. What you gonna do? I should ask back at the beginning. What about George Zimmerman?
Nothing. He died now. He died now selling. You know how much. You know how much.
Martin.
Do you know how much money he makes? He makes 10,000.
You know,
he makes 10,000 for every gun appearance to sit down and sell and sign Skittles.
Yeah.
Did you know that, caller?
Yeah. So the bottom line is this guy walked, Darren Chauvin, right? Darren.
The one that killed Mike Brown.
Yeah. This guy made $2 million.
Yeah.
And they don't know where he's at. He's like, yo, man. He's like, he quit the police department. He's somewhere chilling. living that blonde white boy life. Probably got black girls, sleeping with him. He's
You
probably
know
out,
they still will get with him.
Yeah, so I'm saying Negroes, same thing. Oh, that's fucked up, man. Philando Garcia, that little Filipino, Mexican Filipino guy, blew him away. What happened to that? What happened to all these black people? You said Eric Gardner, dead.
Oh yeah, those guys still on the force.
Yeah, so when Negroes come to me now and tell me what they're gonna do, I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say. Nothing. I've heard all that shit my whole goddamn life.
Hold on, callers. Then they get mad when you don't want to talk. You don't want to have a crash out conversation with them, and then they try to act like they with the Afristan, but you contradict what the Afristan is about.
About
So the Afristan is about what, just like you said the other day, I heard you, man. You said, 9 out of 10, you're gonna end up have to work with somebody. You can't work with nobody else when you got people in the community talking about you want to see it burn it all. Like people want to invest. You got to sell yourself to people when you want to invest. You got to give them something where they can. You talk about it all the time, caller. You just, a lot of time you just have so much you talk about, but I hear you talk about it all the time, man. People want to see investment, or even if the investment is just something they can brag about. You get what I'm saying? So they can go to their church and say, you know what? This guy Collar doing this thing, I'm investing in him, and look how much it grows. You get what I'm saying? Even if he don't make, that's how white people are sometimes. That's why they can go buy a spoon that say GW on it for $100,000, so it can be a talking piece when people come to this house. Look at this spoon right here. You know what I'm saying? It's from George Washington. White people are like that. So you give them something, or any type of group of people something to invest in, even from bragging rights, they'll invest just to be a talking point, to as if they down with the Brown. Go ahead, Colin.
That's what I say. That's why I'm saying I'm trying to build a brand. Like when people see that, like I said, my goal is to show you that somebody black nationals can hold a conversation, debate anybody on any level. I dare anybody. I would love to have somebody like Michael Eric Dyson debate me. I would love to have Candace Owens try to debate me, or anybody try to debate me. I will crush them. I will crush them in this, right? And people like this, when they're in the chat room, they're like, damn, I can't make up anything. Because when I was talking earlier, I said that's so logical, and people get angry. Why do they come here every night? The people hate this. They come here every night, right? Because they're like, I know he's telling the truth, but there's got to be something. They try to trip me up. Well, what about this, Colin? What about this? And I'm like, dude, I gave you like this. And they'll ask you, what's your alternative plan? Well, nothing. Now it's like, you're American now. Then what I don't want to hear from now on, if you say you're American, right? Stop talking about reparations. Stop talking about racism. Stop talking about police brutality, because you just said you're cool with everything. That's what I said. They want to basically call themselves Americans. They don't want anybody else going to. Now, I even conceded to them. I say, if you love America, if you're a rootin', tootin', flag suiting Negro, go right there. Go for that. I wish you luck, man. Be happy. Be a MAGA. Be happy. I don't have no problem with that, right? But why are you so upset when I say for future generations, we ought to have an option, right? Psychologically, we need to have an option. Basically, you're going to tell me after 400 years of hell in America that's odd to you, that black people would say, something, it's like you live in your parents' house, right? At a certain time, what? You want to get on your own, right? He said, your parents say, my rules. They said, what happens? They said, well, I think I can make it on my own. They would say, go out there, go out there. You want to see how hard it is. But somehow you get out there and you make it, right? I think that's the point Black America's at right now. We're intelligent adult people, right? You telling me we're not capable of learning how government works? What do we send these people to these black colleges for? So why do you mean tell we can't build an economy? We can't create jobs for our people and stuff like that. We can't defend ourselves, have a military and stuff like the military sciences and everything like that, the industrial sciences. All the things that science and progress done is only because we live in a white man civilization. And then these same people call themselves a foundational Black American, and they want to brag to other people. You can't brag to nobody when you basically do not control the context of your reality,
No, we just want a head bust and wig split, and with no type of plan. I just don't understand that. But hey, Wise, let me ask you a question for calling in. And what African country you want to visit first?
To be honest, I really want to visit Kenya. It's between Kenya and South Africa, but I'm really looking at Kenya.
Man, look, if only go to Kenya if you want to be around a whole bunch of white people.
Oh shoot. Okay. What about Ghana then?
Kenya is a good start. Believe me, you won't see that white bed witch unless you really go, to the beach and all that stuff. You don't really see it that much. You can stay around areas. Kenya's nice. Nairobi is good. You get what I'm saying? So, but when you go to the bars and the clubs, or like if you go to like an upscale bar, you're gonna see white people there. But you go to like the local bars, you ain't gonna see no white people in there. But they are, hey, let me tell you what they will have. You know them cheap ass plastic chairs that you get out of Dollar General?
Yeah.
They gonna have the motherfuckers up in there. You get what I'm saying? So if you're a big guy like me, I have to sit at the bar at the stools, bro. I can't sit at
I'm
the
a big
bar.
dude, man. I'm 280, man. I'm a big guy, man.
Oh, okay. See, I'm
Yeah,
6'3", 280. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I'm 6'2". I'm a big guy. I'm trying to lose weight, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely
it's
got to get in Africa shape. Kenya is good, but I'm telling you, you would like West Africa. But the whole thing about like Carla say building a house, bro. Let me tell you something. You build a house in Africa, especially on the outskirts, you basically own the plantation. You just made a plantation for yourself. You're gonna be out there with them goddamn. Listen, they don't have like no place where you can go in there and get you a John Deere and shit and go out there, bro. That shit is not like that. Like, because the ground is not level. You get what I'm saying? Like in America, like you got the level. You're gonna have to level that whole entire ground, then start building. And then on top of that, bro, your house is not gonna be air conditioned. You get what I'm saying? So you're gonna be out there living in that sweltering heat.
Well, you can't buy an air conditioning system. You can't buy AC.
Air conditioner is like very, but my whole thing is this though.
You're gonna have to have the power to push it. So you're gonna have to have a big ass generator that's gonna eat up about a gallon of gas every day. Do you get what I'm saying?
And also the thing is, I would say, where Africans can actually make money is they building housing developments and rental units, modern housing units, rental. They'll make a killing. And my whole thing, the reason why I said renting is this, because I believe, right, as more and more black people, let's say they go to Liberia, if we basically, it's a trade-off, right? And black people in America got to do one thing, right? They got to be more humble, You guys understand, okay, if you're coming from America, right, you say America is this, right, that doesn't mean you get to be at the top of somebody else's society overnight, Rent for a year, right? Go find a befriend a local person, right? Let's say he has a house, right? Say I'll rent like $2,000 for a whole year. You ain't gotta do that in America, right? So you got a whole house, everything like that. You rent for a year. You don't put money in his pocket, right? And then basically that spreads around. Next thing you know, oh yeah, I got this American guy living in my house for a whole year and whatnot. And then basically they're going to be trying to do the same thing. And next thing you know, millions and millions of dollars pumping into the local economy, And then once you get large numbers of people living on the continent, they done made their money and everything like that. They say, okay, now it's time to step it up. We want to get into home ownership, But you can't just talk about home ownership if you're not bringing any numbers over there. You know what I'm saying? Any numbers over there. So I would say if you're gonna live on that continent for a year or something like that, or 6 months, rent. Don't worry about. You got too many people that go over there and they try to buy a house and they're not contributing nothing to the country. If you basically go over there and rent for like a year, right? Rent for like a year. People know that you're renting for a year and stuff like that, and you got establish yourself in the community and stuff like that. And then after a year, by the whole time of year, you might come across a piece of property for sale, And then you start making your plans for, okay, now I got the feel of the thing. Okay, I go to the marketplace right here. I got this right here. I know if I need to build something, this city bills, I can get this right here. It's like a Home Depot. I do this right here. I can get electricians right here. I got you built up a network of trades, because there's plenty of tradesmen, as I know, in Liberia. People can fix cars. Mechanics are the best mechanics in the world.
With a little bit of nothing, Colin.
Yeah. So basically, when you built that network up of a whole database of people in the country, because a year, right? And first of all, you don't even know where you want to be. You might go up country, right? and say, look, geez, I'm in Nimba. I like it up here. This or that. Now, if you would have bought a property in Monrovia or something like that, and let's say you like this one lady brought a property, right? But she didn't know she was in a flood zone, you know? And then when the rainy season come in, her property was all underwater. It ruined everything. She didn't know that, you know? So that's why I say you go there for a year, rent, know where you're going to, then have an idea of where you want to actually buy property, who you're going to buy it from, who you're going to be your builders, your contractors and stuff like that. You gather all that. You don't, but at least you're in the country, you know? And
But I think why just going over there for like a week or two, right?
No, for like, not a week, man. You can go to Africa for a week. Like 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. But bro, if you're gonna go for 2 weeks, man, you might as well stay at a hotel.
Well, how long did you go for?
I stayed in Kenya for a month, and I stayed in Nigeria for like 3 weeks, close to a month. But
Liberia, I stayed for a whole month.
But like I say, I had a handler, so I was able to get out the hotel real quick. I just got the hotel, got the handler, and then I found like a apartment in it's like the area. It's like, just say if you're like in the upper area of California, where the apartments are nice, gated community and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I found somebody had an apartment there, and I got out of the hotel life. You know what I'm saying? Because in the hotel life, believe me, you want to be in the mainland, but you can find the mainland a nice area. And it was like I probably was paying about $60 a night. $60 a night. At the hotel, I was paying about $130 a night. You get what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, at apartments, I had a house girl, and I did not let her spend the night. She wanted to spend the night. I wouldn't let her spend the night. You know what I'm saying? So I just had her come and do all stuff. But I'm telling bro, that heat is no joke. If you like, it's an African goddess in the chat. She's telling you to go to Kenya first. Like me, I'm a guerrilla hustler, so I feel like you could drop me off anywhere, and I'm just, I'm just like that, bro. I'm like really, really like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the type of person where I run to challenges. You know what I'm saying? Not like with aggression to try to figure it out. I like a challenge. Just because I came from nothing. When you got nothing, you're able to sit back and watch everything on a different lens. So, but for you, I really suggest you go to Kenya first, and then from there go. But let me tell you, this last part I'm gonna say about it. Kenya is more expensive than East Africa is more expensive than West Africa. Not that much.
My question. Oh, sorry. My question is, how hot is West Africa?